Today, chat, we kill the traitor. Today, we kill that motherfucker. Ah! Ah! He thought we were just finishing Doom. No! We're killing the traitor. Did you not see the category? Did you not see the category that the stream is under? And did you not realize that I have a Discord server where I post the schedule of what games I'll be playing on a specific day? Pause. Pause. Observe. Chat, observe. Observe. Paw. It has no effect on you? What are you, some kind of non-normie? What are you, some kind of fucking normie? Smells like bullshit. Okay. Yes, beams. Beans. It's funny enough. I'm probably not going to have paw emotes. I'm not a paw guy. I mean, I like paws, but like, they're not like my thing. Like, obviously, I'm the tail guy. Paws aren't really my thing. I hate you, Deadshot. How dare you squish me with my favorite appendage. If you didn't see the Discord, I'm planning to work on bringing the tail gacha back this weekend, by the way, and it's going to be new and improved. We're going to have rarities, legendary tails. You're also going to be able to save as many of them as you want and roll duplicates, and it'll record how many you have of each one. That's the plan anyway. What we'll do with that, I don't know yet. Tail gacha. Before my SSD wipe, I had this thing where you could pay 1,000 points and it would randomize saying like, you got a large Mewtwo tail, or you got a giant bird tail, or something like that. And then it would save it to your username, and then you could like use it in like WAG or slap commands. I'm bringing that back, except now it's gonna have like rarities where you'll be able to roll like a legendary one at a 1% chance. And I'm also gonna set it up. I got some advice from the Sammy Discord on how I could set it up to make it so that it'll save more than one. So what it's gonna do is that before I had like one INI file that saved everybody's tail underneath their own category. Instead, what I'm gonna be doing is every single one of you guys are gonna have your own file. And basically Sammy's gonna check to see if that file exists. If it doesn't, it'll make your file. And that file will have a category for each tail that you own, and in that category there'll be like subtypes that tell you like the size of it, how many of it you have, maybe other category, maybe other like kind of things. And if I can get it all working, what this will allow you to do is, one, you'll be able to save every single tail that you rolled, and that's interesting. So we'll have to maybe bump up the pool a bit so that it's not, and two, it'll allow you to save how many of each one you have, which is interesting. I don't know what we'll do with that. And three, it'll let you potentially increase the size of it with another thing, like kind of like a Like it might be like 10,000 points, increase size of your tail or something like that. Something like that. I'll be working on that this weekend. It might not be able to finish it this weekend, but somewhat ambitious, but I have the ideas. The groundwork is in place. I just need to execute it. It'll be really cool though. It would be really cool. Be really fucking cool. That's all I'm gonna say about that. And if you're wondering why I'm just talking, it's because I'm stalling for time a bit. There's only 5 people here, and I know with this game, people join later. So I need to wait a little bit for the people who are invested in the plot to appear and get ready to game. This game's always been a bit of a slow starter, but when it gets going, people get invested, you know? While we're waiting, we might as well observe the flowchart. Wait, where am I? One sec, wait, where am I? Oh, I literally am right here at the very beginning. Okay, excellent. Okay, excellent. We're at the very beginning. So we're at the Decide Aito's fate. And what we're gonna be doing is we're going up here now, where we're gonna kill him. And we're gonna see what happens up here. So very exciting stuff. So in the last stream, we got to here and we got locked. Hi, Bakiri. You're pretty much the main person I was waiting for because I know that you are invested in this. We killed that motherfucker. Yeah, so we got through this route where Hiroko was basically like, yes, I am a looper. I've been through these 100 days multiple times before. And blah, blah, blah. You're a looper. And then we got locked right when she told us that. Oh, that's this route. Deadshot. We got locked. So in lock conditions, we have to reach endings 34, 36, 72, and 76 and reach story lock 3. Bakiri, don't leave me. No. I love you. Anyway. So yeah. And endings, we have endings 34 and 36. They're from Box of Calamity. Ending 72 and 76, however, are up here. So we're gonna go up here. But I'm not gonna go right to those endings. You guys are still gonna vote on what endings we get. And I'm gonna warn you right now, there is one ending that I might back you guys out of. Not because we don't want to stream it, but because I feel like it's best saved for later. And that route is the comedy route. It's apparently hilarious, according to my brother. But I feel like that deserves its own kind of event. So that's the only one that I might back you guys out of. Just as a little, like, heads up warning. I want to stream the comedy route, but yeah. All right, we're gonna start from the very beginning like we did before. So this is immediately after we reset the timeline. She's the same, different. That's right, I promise. Here, I'll give you a little hint as to what to expect in the comedy route, okay? I'm not gonna give you the context behind this. I'm just gonna play something. Okay, I'm not going to show you the context. This is just an example of something that happens in the comedy route, audio only, and I'm not going to show you the context as to what the fuck is going on.
Counting down until Takumi's massive freakout. 3, 2, 1. Here he goes.
knows?
Alright, so that'll happen later. That'll happen later. We're gonna stream that. We're gonna stream it later. Is that the meme route? Yes. It is 110% total meme route. Absolute total shitpost of a route. And we're gonna stream it, just not right away. I made her a promise, and this time I'm going to keep it. I have to keep my promise. There's no way I'm going to break it this time. I'll start this war all over again if that's what it takes. And I'll fight. I have to fight, fight, fight. Fight, 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 fight. I jolted upright in bed, throwing off the covers in a panic. My whole body was drenched in sweat and my heart was racing, like I'd just woken up from a nightmare.
Was it just a dream?
I couldn't remember exactly what kind of dream it had been, but it left its mark on me all the same. My throat was hoarse, as if I'd been yelling over and over again. And my heart was pounding, not with fear or panic, but something closer to a burning resolve. What happened? Why can't I remember? Whatever it was, I'm wide awake now. It's not even close to morning yet. Maybe I'll step outside for some fresh air. I got out of bed and slowly made my way towards the door. Along the way, I happened to catch a glimpse of myself in the mirror. It's me. In spite of everything, I'm still me, right? It's the same face I see in the mirror every morning, but somehow, something about it seems wrong. I don't know how to describe it. It's like this reflection doesn't feel like me anymore.
Who are you? I'm Takumi Sumino. Aren't I? Ugh, what am I doing? This is stupid.
Correct, Luke. We've gone back to the first choice. And we're just doing a bit of a refresher on what happened in the original when we first looped back.
Where am I? Who am I?
Struggling to make sense of the images flooding into my mind, I staggered outside. Everything was how I remembered it. The rooftop and the plain prefab huts that served as our rooms. And of course the wall of undying flames surrounding the school. Having lost them once before, seeing them again was almost comforting, encouraging even.
No doubt about it. It works. This is the past. I did it. I've traveled back in time.
That patch slowly started to sink in. This was really happening.
This time I won't mess things up. I'll keep my promise. Nothing is going to stop me this
Bro,
time.
you mess up way more than you ever have before.
I'll protect the ones I hold dear. And we'll all go to the satellite together. I won't
But there are
let
routes where
things
you
play
don't
out the
fuck
way
up,
they
so it's
did
fine.
before.
Right on cue, I felt a presence behind me. His presence. I could finally hear the strange boy's voice. The way I was now, he could communicate directly with the cryptoglobin in my blood.
You're wrong. It's not the moon. That's the artificial satellite humanity's survivors fled to. Huh? You wanted to see if I could understand you, right? Well, I can. Give it a try. You can really hear me? Yeah. My cryptoglobin is strong enough now. I used a little of your power to come here from the future. My power? The future? I know, it's a lot to take in. You don't have to believe me right away, but it's true. I absorbed your cryptoglobin and came back to try again. To redo these 100 days and make things better.
You're right, it is a lot, but I believe you. Really? Just like that? Syria keeps me informed about what's going on, but I know he's kept my existence secret from you. I doubt you'd be this calm if it were really your first time seeing me. You've even able to talk to me in this form. That alone is enough for me to believe what you're saying is true. Thanks. That makes things a lot easier. It also explains the irregularity I sensed a little while ago. An irregularity? I'm not sure how to explain it. I felt a kind of pulse, I suppose. Then my body got hot and feverish. It's like my cryptoglobin had suddenly been supercharged. That's true, then. Put my hand over my chest to feel my own heartbeat. That violent pulsing. Felt the same as before I left. I think I might have come back with all my powers intact. It's not just your memories. Your cryptoglobin was also carried over from your previous timeline. In that case, what I felt before was probably my cryptoglobin resonating with yours. Resonating? Yes, sensing a power equal to its own must have stimulated it. You're saying your powers got stronger just because I'm here? I'm only guessing. Even I don't know very much about how cryptoglobin works. But if it could send your consciousness back in time, I don't think it's out of the question for it to cause a reaction in other users. I'm gonna skip through this a little quicker now. You're probably right. In the future, you told there was something similar, because we've seen this already. I felt it too, almost like our powers are syncing up. So everyone else is stronger now too? That's unexpected, but I guess it's a good thing. We're all on the same side after all. But I still don't understand what you're doing here. It must be important if you subject yourself to 100 days of war all over again. Just what happened in the future you come from? It's a long story. Before I get into that, can you tell me how far I've come back? What day is this? It's the day after you were brought here. Day 2 out of 100. Day 2. What happened here the first time around? I feel like there's something important, but... What are you doing out here anyway? There must be a reason you appeared. Oh, of course. I almost forgotten all this excitement. I need to ask you something. That's why I created this avatar. I'm looking for someone to talk to. What did you want to ask me today? Have you seen Sire? He comes to the defense room to talk to me every night, but he didn't show up today. Sire? Of course, that's what's so important about our second day here. I'll do whatever I can. Come find me in the war room tomorrow morning and I'll let you know what the brass says.
Okay.
I've got a lot to do, so we'll call it a day here. See you tomorrow, bright and early. That was when Sire disappeared, right after promising to tell us the truth about the war. This is the night Ito kills Sire. He does what? We have to find them. We might still be in time to stop it. All right, if Sire is in danger, I want to ask questions. I'll help you look for him. It's not easy for me to maintain this form, but it sounds like there are more important things at stake. Thanks, I appreciate it. I'll let you know as soon as I find anything. The ghost boy disappeared as if he'd been swallowed by his own flames. If I can protect Sire, this future is bound to change. I have to stop Ito. I won't let him mess everything up this time. Before beginning my search, I headed to the war room. Okay, I'm ready to take on Ito. Now I just have to find him. Back in my timeline, he said he called Siri out to discuss something. Where was it again? It was the gym.
Sakumi.
Akumi.
What are you doing here? I could ask you the same thing. Me? Oh, I just... You told Sire there was something you wanted to discuss alone after sleeping hours. What? He's taught you how to use Hemo Anima, and you've used this conversation to get him to relax around you. Now you're planning to take advantage of his dropped guard to destroy him before he has a chance to fight back.
Destroy me? What are you thinking, Asuki? You'll never defeat the invaders without me. Besides, you didn't forget what I told you earlier. You got a bomb in you. I can detonate whatever I want. It won't matter so long as he takes you out in one hit. He can always come back with the Revive-O-Matic. No, you're right. I can't believe I didn't think of that. But why would you want to kill me anyway? I was going to tell you the truth tomorrow. I'm being nice. If I die, you won't have a clue what's going on here, and having no leader will make your battles even harder. That's exactly what he wants, but I won't let that happen this time. This time. Takumi, what's gotten into you? This is all a big misunderstanding. I wasn't really going to harm Sirei. I just wanted to threaten him a little, to make sure he wasn't lying. I mean, if he says we're fighting a war to decide the fate of all humanity, if that's true, then you want to sabotage it and guarantee humanity is destroyed, isn't that right? What? You want humanity to be destroyed? Yes, he does. He's a fucker. What are you talking about? Why would I want to do something so horrible? Don't try to deny it. I know how you see us. Unsightly, freakish, eerie monsters. And you think you've been chosen as some kind of savior who will rid the planet of our vile species. Hi, Cameron. Yes, you are. There's no use hiding it, Aito. I know everything. Hates humanity? I don't understand. How? I've never told anyone about that, not even once. So how?
You know about all this, Takumi?
Want to blame someone? Blame your future self. You laid it all out in a lengthy monologue.
Oh.
The future. That's right. I came from the future where you sabotaged this academy. I came back to fix it, to stop you. But it's not just your appearance. You're actually crazy too. I have to say, this is a disappointment. I was so sure you'd be the easiest one to deceive. What a pity that I'll have to kill you first. I'm ready for you this time.
Stop you and change the future.
We're killing this motherfucker. He's fucking dying today. He's getting murked.
What are you talking about, Takumi? So it's not just your appearance. You're actually crazy, too. It doesn't matter. You can try to stop me. I just felt a surge in my hemoanima.
What? Your hemoanima?
Time to test it on you. Prepare to die, vile human.
I won! I did it! Chad, I did it! How could you be so much stronger than me? That was really something, Sumino. When did you get so strong? I mean, you did okay in yesterday's battle, but you're on a whole other level now. It's been a day since then. What happened to you? Only one day. Maybe that's how it seems to you, but for me, it's been so much longer. I've already spent a full 100 days with you, Aito. I never even guessed at your true nature until it was too late.
Everything we did, everything we sacrificed, it was all for nothing. All because of you.
Oh yeah, I know. It has a hard time tracking when your hands are together, unfortunately. Where's all this coming from, Sumino? What's going on with you?
I can explain.
It's really to betray us. It's just like you said, Takumi. It's got an avatar out of the dying flames? I didn't know you could do that. I was worried when you didn't come to the defense room. Well, it's more than that, really. I wanted to see the people who are fighting to protect me up close at least once. Can you hear him too, Sirei? That's right. You can only communicate via hemoanima telepathy, but I've got equipment built into me to receive those signals. Now, you said you could explain all of this? Yes, you might have trouble believing Takumi, but it'll probably mean more coming from me. You used hemoanima to travel through time? Now that you mention it, Suki did say he felt a sudden surge of power back there. That seems to be a side effect of Takumi's arrival here. Butter my biscuits. Never expected anything like this to happen. This goes to show you we haven't even scratched the surface of what Cryptoglobin can do. What are you talking about? Where did this fiery monster come from? Oh, that stuff about the future. Is it really true? What have you done to Takumi? You don't need to know that. You only try to use anything I tell you against me anyway. It's over, Aito. I won't let you destroy humanity. You're going to kill me then? Is that what you're saying? You seem like such a nice guy, too. You must really hate me. What did I do to deserve such malice, Takumi? Think about it. I haven't actually done anything. Are you really gonna take my life because of something you think I might do? There's no might about it. You'll definitely mess things up if I don't stop you. I know you well enough to be sure of that. It's not like anything I say could change your mind about humanity, can it? You're right. There's no changing who I am. You're all just unsightly monsters. That's a firm, immutable truth. As long as I live, I'll never stop hating you, you whole vile species. I've got to say, you two are full of surprises, both of you. How an outlier like you ended up here is a real mystery, Atsuki. The desire to eliminate humanity is totally antithetical to our mission here. I'll have to look into how such an error could have occurred. Now that I know all of this, there's no use preserving you anymore. Suri's eyes flashed red. What did you just do? I erased Atsuki's DNA record from the Revivimatics database. So Aito can't be revived anymore? Exactly. All that's left is for you to execute him, and everything will be back on track. So I'm doing this. I'm killing Aito before he could do any harm. Wait, Takumi. I won't try to stop you, but take a moment to think about this. You said you came back so you could change the future. What kind of future do you want to create? And is killing him the only way to achieve it? The future I want. Oh, you should absolutely kill him. Leave him alive and we'll have no kind of future at all. He's an enemy of all humanity, just like the invaders. He doesn't deserve your pity. Right. I'm inconvenient for you, so you just get rid of me? Isn't that how humans made it this far? Ignore the fact that you'll be taking an innocent life for your own selfish purposes. If it's for humanity's sake, then anything goes, isn't that right? We found Storylocks, Dragon. It is not about to change his mind. He's still just as much of a threat as ever. And the things we need to unlock it are on the kill Aito side of the route. And I know better than anyone the kind of terrible things he's capable of. But I can't deny that this Aito hasn't done any of that yet. And he's not an invader. He's a human being just like me. Is killing this version of him really the right thing to do? This has to be my decision. I'm done with letting others control my fate. That's why I came back in the first place, to create a new future on my terms. Whatever path I choose here, I have to prepare to see it through. It's time to make my choice. Note that I don't think there's really any good endings on this side of the tree, but we learned stuff, so we're going. Well, we're about to find out, aren't we, Bakiri? That's right, just like the Undying Flames voice said. I came back so I could change the future. If I let Aito live, history might repeat itself. I don't want that to happen. Then my choice is clear. I need to end his life, here and now.
Somebody has to do it. This is it. You're finished.
LMAO, see ya, bozo. Adios. Suddenly, I found myself walking to my room. It was almost like I was running from something. I finally made it to the rooftop when I saw them there, as if they had been waiting for me. What's going on with you, Sumino? Why would you leave the gym without saying anything? Maybe you didn't want to see Atsuki looking like that? You have nothing to worry about, Sumino. You made a wise decision. You did the right thing. He was trying to destroy me, your commanding officer. That's not all. He was trying to slaughter all of humanity. You're our savior, the hero who saved mankind, so you don't have a single thing you need to regret. I don't know about that. Personally, I get the feeling you're walking down the wrong path. Or perhaps I should say, he's straight off the path he was meant to walk as a human being. It may be true that Eito committed many crimes in the future you know, Takumi, but he hadn't done anything wrong here and now, had he? You've executed an innocent human being for crimes he might have possibly committed in the future. People can change. I believe so, at least, but you didn't give him the chance. That doesn't sound like the right thing to do to me. Shut up. Huh? Do you think I don't know that already? You don't have to shove it down my throat. I clenched my fist and practically barked my rebuttal at the ghost boy before running off to my room. If there was any doubt that we're going down the path that leads to bad endings, should be pretty obvious now. However, there's some important information here that we have to find. It was oppressively silent in my room. I didn't bother to turn the lights on. I just sank into a corner and wrapped my arms around my knees. I did the right thing. I did the right thing. I repeated this to myself over and over again.
You're our savior, the hero who saved mankind. So you don't have a single thing you need to regret.
Yeah, that's right. Exactly. But why can't I stop thinking about what he said after?
You've executed an innocent human being for crimes he might have possibly committed in the future. People can change. I believe so, at least. But you didn't give him the chance.
Shut up, shut up, shut up, shut up, shut up! I covered my ears and squeezed my eyes shut. But when I did, I could see Eito, now a blackened lump of flesh, staring at me hatefully. My eyes flew open. I was scared so much as blink. I focused on my breathing, the only sound in the room, and spent the night curled into a ball, my eyes wide open the whole time.
Up and at 'em, troops! Get ready, prepare to be ready to give your...
Why is it just showing the sky here, man? Takumi! The hell, man? Why did you... he... Everyone's cold eyes pierced through me as I stepped into the cafeteria. They were all staring at me suspiciously. We all saw the body in the gym. And then Siri showed up. Right, I explained what happened to everyone. I told them that you came back from the future. I told them that Eito was abnormal and that he tried to destroy me last night. I told them everything, but they seem reluctant to believe me. Obviously, you told us he came back from the future. And you think all of us are dumb enough to just be like, oh well, if you say so. Yeah, none of us are that stupid. If a useless single-cell organism might be permitted to speak up, are we sure Takumi isn't experiencing some sort of delusion? At the very least, there's no way he could prove he's not. That would mean Mr. Sumino got caught up in this delusion and ended up murdering someone. That would make him the abnormal one around here. Gago's words weighed heavily on me, but it wasn't true. I'm not sure if I'd made the right choice last night. I still don't have confidence in my decision, even though I've already made it. But what I experienced last time really happened. There's no way it was a delusion. I need them to understand that, if nothing else. Everyone, hear me out. It's a long story, but I looked right into everyone's eyes as I began to recount what I knew about the previous 100 days. I told them everything that happened. World death, cryptoglobin, the Exodus project, the artificial satellite. I told them about the boy made of undying flames and his infant body in the defense room. Even the existence of second to last defense academy and the 5 other fighters there under the command of Nigo. The only thing I left out was what I learned about Nozomi. The secrets she shared that first time were between her and me. It was night by the time I was done talking, but still, the doubt in their faces never left. I knew why, too. It was because I'd killed Ito. In their eyes, my story was nothing more than an elaborate and lengthy excuse. Like I was trying to confuse them by weaving a fantastical, impossible tale. I see. I think I understand. It doesn't look that way to me. I simply mean I understand what you think happened. Whether it's true or not is another story. Talking anymore is just a waste of time. Why don't we call it a day for today and get out of here? Right, it's late now. But what do we do with Ito's body? It's still lying there in the gym. Should we bury him? Wait, it would be so pitiful to bury him when he looks like a burnt pretzel stick. I wish we could do something about that. Like what? Restore his body to how it used to be, perhaps? Is that even possible? Obviously, I can't do it, but maybe Sirei. Well, I mean, it's not that I can't do it, but that's a super secret technique written at the very end of the Super Secret Commanding Officer Manual. So how in the world did you know about it, Suzuhara? Just a guess. A guess? But why would we do that? I told you, it's such a pity. We don't know if he was really a traitor or not. My body deserves dignity no matter what sins that person may have committed in life. She's doing this for a reason. But why? Is it only normal to want a body in such a tragic state to look more like it used to be? No one objected to her suggestion. Sirei reluctantly agreed. But so that explains why Ito's body looked normal when Takumi saw it when we leaped. So, little context as to what I'm saying. All the way down here, during the SF route here, Hirako leaped to another timeline, and Takumi followed her. And Takumi saw Ito's body in the morgue. So that's why Ito's body was normal in that. So that means we leaped to somewhere on this side of the route. Where? We don't know yet. He must have decided it wasn't worth antagonizing everyone over it when it was only our third day here. And so we transported Ito's body to a classroom on the second floor. Oh, it's so cold. What is this room? It's a morgue. A morgue? What? I don't remember that from the last time. You never used it? Well, in a way, that's a good thing. This is where we store bodies whose causes of death are unknown. Say one of you got killed by an unknown weapon during a defensive battle. A bioweapon or nanomachines or something like that. In that case, we need to dissect you in order to properly determine the cause. We need a place to store the bodies in a situation like that, which is why we have this room. The temperature is set really low to keep the bodies from decomposing. Everybody hunched their shoulders against the coals as they looked around the room. Their breaths steamed in the air. Well then, I'm going to get started on restoring the body. Would you all mind stepping out? How long will it take? I should have it done by tomorrow morning. All right, one last thing. We were about to leave when Sirei stopped us. I know it's sudden, but as of today, I'd like to officially designate Sumino as the Special Defense Unit's team leader. Huh? You saved me, Sumino, and you know the future. Plus, you have red hair, so I'm sure you'll make a great leader. What kind of reason is that? I will not entertain any objections. That's an order from your commanding officer. Disobey and you will be court-martialed. You are to do as Sumino says, starting tomorrow. Got it? We returned to the roof. Everyone's faces were even more gloomy than having seen Ito's body up close. They all vanished inside their rooms without saying a word. Left on my own, I casually glanced up at the sky and saw the satellite. The artificial satellite hung in the sky, lit with countless mechanical lights. It felt further away than the last time I saw it. Just then, I heard a pop inside my head. I know that sound effect. Oh no. I was suddenly unconscious. It was from the box of Calamity wrote. Why are the Gi here, man?
Up and Atom troops, time to rise and shine. Get ready for your 4th day. Prepare to spend another day enduring the Be ready to give your...
In the morning, I skipped going to the cafeteria and went back there. Instead, said, somebody else had gotten there before me. Hiruko. Good morning. Did you eat breakfast? No, not yet. I'm not hungry. I could maybe... What the fuck? Are we brainworms now? God damn. Fuck, Takumi just dies. Fuck. Bro, we're just gonna die now. We're just dead. Great.
Oh.
A frog? Forget that. What are you doing here? No wonder this has no good endings. Great, man. Great. Can you imagine getting this as your first route? My brother did. Actually, it's a little disappointing because, like, I know what's happening now. Like, there's gonna be no surprises because I did Box of Calamity first. I know the Gi. I know all about them. I know their shtick. Whatever, man. After a moment of silence, Hiruko answered. Probably for the same reason you are. I wanted to see the results of the restoration. Saria's not here. Does that mean he's done? Only one way to find out. Hiruko approached the body. She stopped in front of it and quietly pulled back the sheet covering Ito's body.
Looks like it's done. At the very least, he's not a burnt pretzel anymore.
I felt vaguely relieved seeing him. Of course, I hadn't forgiven him for what he'd done for us last time. But I felt some guilt about bringing him to such an undignified end. Now that his body was back to the way it used to be, the painful mass of emotions within me eased a little.
It feels wrong to bury him in the dirt after all this effort to get him so pristine. Why don't we leave him like this for a little longer?
Hira covered him with the sheet once more. No sooner had she finished than Gaku came barreling into the room. There you guys are. We found something messed up. Come look. Messed up? Just hurry. You'll see for yourself. Kirk and I practically flew down the stairs as we followed Gaku to the classroom on the first floor, dashing inside upon our arrival. What is this? Leave the school now or I'll kill you all. Spray paint. Someone sprayed a message on the digital blackboard. I looked at the message. Leave the school now or I'll kill you all. I was the first one to find it. I finished breakfast early and was wandering around the school when I saw this. Then he came back to the cafeteria and told us about it. We all came running to see for ourselves. But who would pull some kind of dumb prank like this? Prank? I said what I said. Who would take this shit seriously? Looks like some snot-nosed kid wrote it. I believe it, though. It's way more interesting that way. I smell a killing game in the air. Whether it's serious or not, we do know it's not the work of an invader. The alarm would have gone off if one of them tried to get in here. They don't know our language on top of that. I doubt it could have been one of them. What if it was Ito? Huh? Maybe the restoration brought him back like a zombie. I don't think that's possible. His appearance may have been restored, but his cryptoglobin is gone. And besides, we just saw him. He definitely wasn't breathing. So that means the person behind this threat is in the room with us now? Everybody glanced around, trying to see what everyone else was thinking. Their eyes were filled with distrust and unease. Wait, but hold on. There's one other person it could be, right? Everyone seemed to have an idea of what I was getting at. That's right! Sire! I definitely wouldn't put it past him! But why would he write a threatening message like this? We can figure that out later. For now, we need to find him. And so began the hunt for Sire. We've got the zombie worms, yeah. Bro, we've got the brain worms in us. We're the brain worms. It's this route. The implications of that, I am unsure of. But we are the brain worms. We found him only seconds later. It turned out he was very close to the classroom. No. What? Was that also me? Did Takumi also do that? What the fuck is going on? Like, okay, the only thing I know so far is that we're brainwormed. But other than that, I don't know shit. The fuck? Who killed him this time? And how did killing Eito do all of this? The fuck is going on?
Siri.
What the hell? You're kidding!
Why? How could this happen to him?
Everyone was deeply disturbed, but the shock I felt went far beyond theirs. After all, I'd seen this very scene before. The last time I went through this. Back then, Eito had to be responsible for it. But Eito didn't exist in this world any longer. I killed him myself 2 days earlier. And yet, the same thing was happening all over again. The whole reason I fought Eito in the first place was to prevent this. So how? Why? We returned to the classroom in a daze. Everyone stood around in silence for some time. Their eyes were cast downward, expressions grave. Finally, Gaku broke the silence. Dekimara, do you still think this is all a prank? Nah. But if this isn't a prank, then it's just not fair. They didn't even give us a chance to leave. Maybe it means the kill you all part will start as soon as we see the message? Still, it's not right. It's highly probable that Syria was destroyed before we woke up. Somebody would have noticed otherwise. That means it happened before Gaku found the message. So one of us had to die before we even knew we were being threatened? How utterly unreasonable. In movies, terrorists always set up a small-scale explosion then claim responsibility, right? Bro, I don't know what's going on. Once everyone knows it's not a prank, they announce that they're going to carry out another crime. Darumi had a point. It was possible the culprit did this to Siri to show they were serious. In that case, we'd be fine so long as we did what they demanded. Temporarily leaving the school and seeing what happened before returning would be the safest option. But there's no guarantee that the person who wrote the message was the same person who destroyed Siri. It wasn't out of the question that the message really was just a prank. But even if it was, we'd still have to deal with the threat of whoever destroyed Siri still being nearby. For now, I need to figure out if we listen to the message or not. Do we leave the school, or do we ignore it and stay? It's up to me to decide. Go for it, gamers. Vote, vote, vote. Vote, vote, vote. Vote, vote, vote. Vote, vote, vote. Meanwhile, wow, you guys are dead fucking even. I'm gonna go get some water. I'll be right back. No, wait, fuck, I didn't mean to select that. I put my thing down.
Listen up.
It's okay, it's okay, it's okay. It's okay, it's okay, it's okay. Okay, I'll be right back with water. Okay, what is the what was the poll? What was the results? It was no. Okay.
Hey guys, listen. We can't listen to the message.
Why? The enemy could attack any day now. We can't just leave this place unprotected. Hey, didn't you come back from the future? That means you should know exactly when the enemy will attack, right? So, when's the next attack? The next one is 3 days from now on day 7. Then what's the big deal with leaving this place empty until then? It's just a matter of going outside the wall of fire and coming back in 3 days, right? You'd be technically complying with what that message says, and the culprit wouldn't see a need to follow through with their threat. The next attack being 3 days away is what I remember from last time. But there's no guarantee the enemy will act in the same way this time. Because you may have already changed the course of history by coming back to the past. Is that what you're trying to say? I nodded. There's another thing to consider. Can we really trust the culprit to keep their word and leave the academy alone while we're gone? We're talking about someone who did something that vicious to Sire before we even saw the message. There's no way a person like that is ever going to keep their word. Ergo, this has to be a trap. I got no clue who they could be. Only thing we can figure out is they're an invader trying to nab the baby in the defense room while we're gone. You just said you thought it was a prank. Shut up! Things are different now that Siri's been wrecked. I personally think we should just ignore that message. That'll launch the culprit into slaughter mode, right? Now that's the kind of show I'd pay through the nose to watch. My sad excuse of inexistence would surely be the first to be eliminated. Oh, I'm all for the idea, of course. After all, even the tiniest bacteria has more worth than an atomized speck of a fractional dust like me. So, if we take a head count, there are 6 of us who want to stay. Takumi, Takamaru, Darumi, Shoma, and the Tsukumo twins. If we're going by majority vote, those who want to remain have already won, right? Seriously? Are you all out of your minds? You're the reason we know that sound effect. So true. Nobody's stopping you from going out there yourself. Outside the wall of fire? I dare say that's what the culprit's really aiming for. Once they manage to isolate someone, the real fun begins. Gaku started shaking like a leaf. All right, fine. Just don't say I didn't warn you. In the end, we decided to ignore the message and remain at the academy. Nobody knew how the culprit would react. Just in case, we decided that everyone would move together as a unit during the day as a safety measure. As we did, the sun soon set and the night approached. I'm starting to think Box of Calamity and this route are the Sky routes. We love
Soldiers,
Sky!
It's time to hit the hay. You never know when the invaders might attack, so rest up while you... Well then, good night.
I'm gonna check something right now. We drew this Sky. We're gonna fucking use it. Yes, Siri told me about them earlier. Nothing happened in the end. Whoever wrote that message was just bluffing. Can you make up your mind? Do you really want us to take that message seriously or not? Right now, no. The situation's changed. So I'm going back to my room to hit the sack. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Did you just willingly trigger your own death flag? I ain't got the time for this. We ain't some freaking game or movie. But there's no denying that the person who destroyed Sere is still around. Yes, hiding somewhere in the school. Or it's also possible they're hiding somewhere among us! Okay. Everyone abruptly stopped what they were doing after Hiriko's statement. We all glanced around, scrutinizing each other nervously. I see how it is. Safe for us all to just sleep in on our own rooms then. Well, at least that room's locked, so we don't have to worry about anyone killing him while we're asleep. Wait, someone's gonna die soon, I think. I don't know if it's this route. I'm trying to like... Because like, what was the day that we leaped back here? Fuck, I can't remember. Was it this day? It might have been. If it was this day, then someone's gonna fucking die. Because Hiriko jumped from the other timeline to this timeline specifically to try and save someone, and they failed. Hiriko was only mentioning that as a possibility. I refuse to believe the culprit could be one of us. Let's start suspecting each other. We'd be playing directly into the culprit's hands. Told you they were just bluffing with that message. Whoever's behind it really gets a kick out of seeing us run around like Headless chickens, that's all. Tell that to Sarah's mangled remains. Sarah was targeted because he was a machine. Damaging a metal contraption is completely different from killing a flesh and blood person. Are you trying to say the culprit won't harm us because we're human? I'm just guessing, but I'm pretty sure I'm right. Anyway, I'm headed back to my room. Let's see what tomorrow morning brings. Takamaru and Darumi left after that, followed by Ima and Kako. As long as we're together, no one can hurt us. They held hands and left the cafeteria together. Good night, everyone. Sorry, my body is so poorly formed it can't fall asleep without a bed. Tsubasa and Shoma. Yes, there would be 2 Hirokos at one point. But the Hiroko that jumped would be wearing that dive suit thing. Potentially. Tsubasa and Shoma both said they didn't think the culprit could be among us, but among us! As I watched them leave, it occurred to me they probably had their suspicions. Hiroko, Kaku, and I were the only ones left in the cafeteria. Was Hiroko? No. Just anyone who's wearing that suit has jumped. Whether or not it's Hiroko or not, who knows? But if they're wearing that suit, they've probably jumped from a timeline. So there's a good chance it was Hiroko. Was it Hiroko? We don't know. Oh, this is ridiculous. Why can't everyone see the best way to stay safe is to stick together? Everyone's already gone, though, except 3 of us. There were 2 in Redstone route. I think those 2 might be Hiroko and Takumi, but we'll find out potentially later. If the 2 of you are working together, I'd probably be assaulted tonight. Are you inviting us to? Of course I'm not. Get your mind out of the gutter. Right, on the other hand, I'd be the one in hot soup if you 2 are the ones behind this. We're not, but I have no way of proving that. I guess going back to our rooms to rest really is the only thing we could do now. Indeed, casting aspirations at each other here won't help us sleep any better. Fine, I'll go too. Only because there's no other choice. What if we get Redstomp and Gi in this route? We'll see. And so we all went back to our rooms to turn in for the night. I tossed and turned restlessly on my bed. My eyes were closed, but sleep kept evading me. What chapter is this considered? It's still chapter 0, okay. Who wrote that message and destroyed Sirei? Is the culprit really one of us? No, there's no way. That means the culprit is still hiding somewhere in the school. They couldn't have escaped outside the wall of fire after destroying Sirei and writing that message. Hang on, are we sure the person who wrote the message and the person who destroyed Sirei are one and the same? We just automatically assume so, but there's no indication that they are. If it wasn't the same person, then we're actually up against 2 different people. How did things end up like this? I ruffled my hair violently while curling up on my bed. Midnight was just around the corner. Soon it would be day 5. Still wondering how the gi in my head's gonna come into play. It's 12:55 a.m. It hasn't been in an hour since the new day began. A visitor at this time? Thinking it might be the culprit, I was unnerved until I realized this would give me a great chance to capture them. It could very well be someone asking for help too. Whoever it was, I had no reason to ignore them. Let's do this. Gathering my wits, I opened my room door cautiously. I looked around before stepping out. There was nobody to be seen anywhere. Was it a prank? Or a hallucination? Just as I turned around to go back into the room, a sharp pain exploded at the back of my head, quickly rendering me unconscious. Takumi, you're an idiot. No, it's just somebody knocking me unconscious so that they can surgically remove the gi from my head. It's fine. It's fine. They're just removing the gi from my head. It's fine. That's what's happening, Copium.
Get ready for your 5th day of active service here at Last Defense Academy. Prepare to spend. Be ready.
He really like held onto that. When I next came to, I realized I was on my bed, even though I lost consciousness outside my room last night. Was that a dream? Was I just half asleep? I touched the back of my head as those thoughts ran through my mind. A dull, aching pain greeted me. It wasn't a dream. I stepped outside last night and someone jumped at me from above. They'd probably been hiding on the rooftop. They punched or kicked me, I'm not sure which, on the back of my head. But who and why? Was it the person who wrote that message that destroyed Sire? In that case, why am I still alive? And they even went out of their way to move me back to my bed. Hoi, Yugi, how are you? A new PC case? You can send me on a DM. Don't expect an answer until I'm done streaming, though. Just then, the door slammed violently open and Tsubasa ran inside. Tsugumi, it's Gaku! Gaku's! What happened? Just go to the classroom on the first floor quickly, the same room we found the message in. I'll go let the others know. Is Gaku dead? I ran downstairs so quickly I thought I might trip and fall. Getting to the classroom was the only thing on my mind. Soon the classroom came within view. I dashed inside and what greeted me was...
What is this?
Gaku being the first dead is great news. All right, now the question is though, did I kill him? The only one we know who's Geed right now is me. But it is the same method as Shoma's pet, you're right. But how did he get that pet? We haven't been outside the wall yet. How could he possibly have it? Well, it's not pink anymore. Yeah, I know. It's always been red in this game. Yeah, this game doesn't have the Danganronpa censoring. Okay, so I was thinking like maybe it's Kako from the Box of Calamity route, but Kako wasn't yeeted to another timeline until much later. I could hear the others entering the classroom behind me.
What the hell?
Mr. Maruko!
Why? Gaku? Hey, Gaku! Cut it out! This isn't funny at all! Open your eyes, man! Wake up! I said wake up, Gaku!
Urumi kept shaking Gaku's shoulders. He didn't respond. So she started shaking him harder. Hiroko slowly put her arms around Urumi and gently pulled her away.
Hey, why don't we just use the Revivomatic?
Right! If we move Gaku to the infirmary, we can...
It won't work. The Revivomatic can only revive a person who only just died. That's what it says in the manual. Can you define just? It doesn't give a specific number, but definitely not 3 hours.
3 hours?
You can tell by the dry and discolored blood. It's been at least 3 hours since he was killed.
We can still try, can't we?
And besides, look at the amount of blood he's lost. You know how the Revivomatic works. You need to have cryptoglobin in your body.
But we couldn't just give up without doing anything. We moved Gaku's body to the infirmary, put him in the corpse recovery zone, and placed him in the Revivomatic. However... Unfortunately, Kaku was right. The Revivomatic's analysis monitor was located at the back of the device. We all looked at the information together. Cause of death, hemorrhagic shock. Estimated time of death, day 5, between 1 a.m. and 4 a.m. Multiple stab wounds on chest and abdomen. Murder weapon is likely a sharp blade about a foot long. Too much time has passed since death. Insufficient cryptoglobin present in body. Impossible to revive. Doesn't something seem off to you guys? Why didn't that corpse recovery drone do its job earlier? You're right. If the drone had flown over to collect Gaku's body the moment he died, this wouldn't have happened. Upon hearing that, Tsubasa sprang into action. She went back to the analysis monitor. After fiddling with the terminal for a while, she took several steps back in shock. The drone itself is working correctly, but someone had overwritten the program that controls it. What? The code is too difficult to hack even for me. There's no way we could restore the original programming now. The new settings say that the drone doesn't activate if an SDU member dies outside of a defensive battle. You can't be serious. Who would do such a thing? Do we even need to ask? It's obviously the same person who killed Gaku. Silence filled the air and nobody spoke for a while. Then Takimaru mumbled something. Shit, it's all my fault. I kept insisting the culprit was bluffing. Gaku wouldn't have died if I'd believed him. I don't know about that. Same thing may have happened even if we all had slept together in the cafeteria last night. Or maybe things would have been worse. What do you mean? I'll explain later. Nozomi the one who knows out of the drones? A few hours later, we managed to regain our composure somewhat and started cleaning up the classroom. It just didn't seem right to leave all that blood on the floor. We also made sure to thoroughly check for possible clues that might lead us to the murder while we cleaned. Ultimately, we came to the realization that the killer had left nothing behind. No footprints, no body fluids, not even a single strand of hair. Once we were done, we decided to take care of the message as well. The message that was the cause of everything. The mere sight of it nauseated me. We angrily and vigorously scrubbed the message with solvents until it disappeared. Tsubasa and Shoma crying as they worked. Before we knew it, the sun had already set and we were surrounded by darkness. Then we started our next task. Transporting Gaku's dead body from the infirmary to the morgue. Hey, why are we moving his body here? Okay, interesting thing. Gaku's body was not here when we looped. In the SF road. So when we shifted, we either shifted to right before this, where Hiroko was trying to stop the programming, maybe? Or we shifted to another route on the... Okay, so like, in the SF route, we shifted. So it had to have been either here, overnight, so maybe Hiroko was trying to save Gaku, or something over here, which we don't know about yet. So one of these two. Shouldn't we be giving him a dignified burial? The corpse is a silent witness who never lies. Burying it would be losing valuable clues. That reminds me, you mentioned that you were trying to become a detective in my previous timeline. And then Ima said he was your brilliant, talented assistant or something. I said that? Yes, now do you believe I've traveled back in time? I'm not sure. That's not particularly convincing evidence. Am I right to assume you're interested in helping out with the investigation, Kako? Yes. Then share your observations with us, great detective. Who is the most likely suspect in your eyes? Wait, we need to figure things out like this step by step. She tapped a finger on her temple. First of all, Tsubasa was the first person to find the body, right? Yeah, I woke up in before the morning announcement, so I went to the classroom on the first floor. I was trying to see if we missed any clues that could have pointed us to the identity of the person who wrote the message. Then I found Gaku on the floor like that. The question is, why did the killer murder him so brutally? He was stabbed multiple times in the chest and abdomen. If killing him had been the objective, they could have simply aimed directly for the heart. This number of stab wounds usually indicates some sort of powerful personal grudge. It feels more like anger than a grudge to me. The killer is the same person who wrote that message, right? And they got angry because we didn't follow their instructions. Or the fellas just trying to make an example out of someone, thinking they could strike fear in our hearts by killing someone in the most visceral way possible. I think their objective was even simpler than that. Pray tell, to bleed as much cryptoglobin out as possible so that we couldn't possibly revive Gaku, even if we found his body right away. That would mean the killer's very familiar with the Special Defense Unit's members and how our bodies work. 28 stab wounds. That's a lot of stab wounds. How you doing today, Nightcrawler? In short, there is a very high probability that the killer is one of us. Right now, the top suspect is, funny enough, myself, Takumi. He's the top suspect, but there's a lot of stuff that doesn't make a lot of sense in that regard as well, so we'll see. We'll see. Because maybe we got knocked unconscious, but like, is that the gi taking over or something? Like, I don't know. It's definitely the gi is definitely in play here, but would the gi have written a message like that? No, right? They wouldn't leave a message saying leave the school or I'll kill you all, right? So there must be something else happening than just Takumi being gi'd, you know? But right now he's the top suspect, so everyone fell silent at that. But nobody seemed as shaken up as they were yesterday, as if they had already come to this conclusion deep inside. Need bodies and corpses? Exactly. For all we know, maybe. Maybe Takumi trying to warn them while gi'd? Yeah, maybe, I guess, but we'll have to wait and see. That's why, back in the infirmary, I said that things would have been worse if we had all slept together in the cafeteria. Because the killer would have assassinated everyone in their sleep? Yes, after drugging us with sleep medicine or something. That's unthinkable. It's just not possible. One of us here is the killer? The alarm didn't sound. That means nobody has breached the Academy's defenses. Oh, and before you bring it up, no, Eito couldn't have done it either. Because she watched one of the dead bodies, stood in front of it, and promptly pulled the sheet off that was covering it.
See? He's not breathing and has no pulse. It's literally impossible for Eito to be the killer. Unless he somehow turned into a zombie.
Which he could have.
Oh.
He could have. There is the male gi. So that is still a possibility. Everyone saw what Gaku's estimated time of death on the Revive-O-Matic was. Yes, I think it was between 1 and 4 a.m. last night. I'm going to have to ask each and every one of you where you were and what you were doing at that time. Everyone said they had been sleeping in their own rooms other than Ima. Ima was, I was sleeping in my dear sister's room. Which means only my dear sister and I have valid alibis. The testimony of a sibling is unreliable. Yes, I was expecting you to say that. Wait, so none of us have proper alibis? Hang on, nobody asked Takumi where he's been yet. Oh, right. What about you, Takumi? I mean, your answer is probably going to be the same. I hesitate for a moment. Telling the truth would make me seem questionable. Yeah, it would. Because you did it. Takumi, you're guilty. You're guilty. I sentenced you 5,000 years dungeon. You're the top suspect, Takumi. You being the protagonist doesn't get my eyes off of you. And yeah, that's the thing about the male gi though, is the male gi is dumb. The male gi isn't smart. It wouldn't just get back into the bed. But can the queen control male gis? We'll see. I don't know. But if it ever came to light that I lied this time, I definitely look suspicious to them. So I decided to go and tell everyone what happened to me last night around 1 a.m. Say what? Someone came out of nowhere and knocked you out? And then you woke up to the sound of the morning announcement? In your bed? Yes, more or less. The person who knocked me out had to be the killer. Why only tell us about this now? I couldn't find a good time to bring it up. Hi, Ty. Really? But so much time has already passed since we found Gaku's body. Everyone looked at me with suspicion in their eyes, causing my heart to beat faster. I'm telling the truth. Please believe me. So you say, but that time traveling thing has got to be just a big fat lie. Yes, you killed Eito for some reason and made up that tall tale in order to justify your actions. No! That would actually explain why Sirei was destroyed too. Sirei was the only one present when Eito was killed. He was the only one who knew the truth. When Sirei tried to blackmail Takumi using that incident, Takumi destroyed him in order to silence him. Why would I do that? And what about the message? I was the first one to propose we stay in the academy. Besides, no reason for me to kill Gaku. Absolutely no reason at all. You're coming apart at the seams. Nobody said anything about you killing Mr. Maruko. You were all looking at me as if you thought I was the killer. And they might be right. I spent hours trying to prove my innocence to the others, but there was nothing convincing I could use to clear my name. Takimaru, Darumi, Shoma, and the Tsukumo twins were especially unwilling to give me any benefit of the doubt. Yeah, you know what? They've got a point. Well then, sister dears, let us fall asleep under the same roof again tonight. Yes, like I said before, it's more dangerous for everyone to be sleeping together. Sleeping with the person you trust the most is the best way to deal with this. Takimaru, will you please allow this worm to burrow in your room tonight? What are you saying? You're the person I trust the most. Or are you afraid that I may actually be the killer? Don't be stupid, you idiot. I'll just kill you right back. That means I'm staying in Mistress Hiriko's room tonight. You can kill me anytime you please, my mistress. I'm sorry, but you're on your own. But why? You may end up killing me for all I know. Besides, I've already been reserved by someone else. Someone else? Hiriko's staying with me tonight. No! Your only option left is Takumi. Absolutely not. I'm gonna throw myself into the arms of a serial killer. I have standards on who gets to kill me, you know. Everyone retired to their chosen rooms after deciding on sleeping arrangements. I trudged my way back to my own room as well. I just returned to my room when the doorbell rang. Door swung open and in walked... Hiroko, Tsubasa, what's the matter? Just so we're clear, this doesn't mean we trust you or anything. What? You came all this way just to tell me that? Let me finish. We don't trust you, but we see no reason to be completely suspicious of you either, unlike the other 5. Okay, that's nice to hear, and if what you've been saying is true, there's going to be an enemy attack in 2 days' time on day 7, right? According to what I've lived through, yes. When that happens, I intend to fight, but it's unlikely the other 5 will be willing to follow you. So you're saying there's a high chance they won't join the fight, even Takimaru and Darumi, who fought on day 1? Tsubasa's trying to say she's willing to lend you a hand. I can't just sit back and let you and Hiroko fight the invaders by yourselves. Besides, it's game over for us anyway if we lose. A combat party of 3 isn't going to be strong enough. That's why I'm thinking of calling in reinforcements. From where? You once mentioned a second-to-last defense academy that's been protected by 5 special defense unit members, right? Oh, I get it. You want to bring them here. It was inevitable that we would one day have to go to the second-last defense academy anyway. That academy was attacked on day 10 and Moko was killed. I've been pushing it to the back of my mind because I thought we still had time. Not that we had any spare time to be thinking about going there at all. It did make sense to go over as soon as possible, so I agreed to Hiroko and Tsubasa's plan. Are you both coming with me? Of course! Then we're set off at 6 a.m. tomorrow morning. 6? The campus is quite a distance from here, isn't it? Yeah. We should start early then. We also have to ensure we can make it back before the enemy attack on day 7. That's a good point. That's settled then. We'll be taking our leave now. We'll go tell the others about this. Thank you. Second to last defense academy gets attacked on day 8. So getting them early is actually a very good thing. There's just one thing bothering me. Is it really a good idea to leave 5 people behind in an academy with a serial killer on the loose? That said, I really did want to reach the second campus before Moko got killed on day 10. Since we needed reinforcements for the next defensive battle, going there tomorrow was indeed the best option we had. It wouldn't make sense for all of us to go anyway, and leaving just 2 or 3 to protect the school alone wouldn't be any better. In fact, it would be worse because that'd just make them easier targets for the killer. I concluded that the safest thing to do was to go there with Hiroko and Tsubasa. I hope we can meet the team from the second academy tomorrow. Yoshika, Moko, Karara, Yugamu, and Nozomi. The possibility of seeing them again did nothing to loosen the tight knot in my stomach. After all, a friend had just been violently murdered today. I couldn't get this. Yeah, if another murder happens when Takumi is gone, then that means Takumi's gi is a fucking bitch and is throwing everything off. Right. Gi. I went straight to the entrance hall where Hiroko and Tsubasa was waiting for me. You were 10 seconds late. 10 seconds. A split second of distraction can prove fatal in battle. You will do well to remember that. Yes, ma'am. I mindlessly responded to Hiroko while looking around. I didn't see anyone else. They're not even going to see us off, huh? I mean, they believe you're a serial killer, you know? Nothing I can do about that. How did you break the news to them? I just told them plainly. I said we needed to bring in a second team to increase our combat power. And they didn't criticize you for daring to follow a serial killer there? They sure did, which is why I asked them nicely if they'd rather we left the said serial killer behind with them. Suddenly, letting them just the three of us go became the best thing since sliced bread. Okay. We could chat later. Let's be on our way. That's pretty funny, though. Look over there. That looks like a shortcut. Let's go check it out.
I'll take this.
I don't know if the gi got smarter.
Did it.
I'll take that.
There's definitely the possibility of zombies doing the killing.
I'll take this.
Oh, great.
I'll take this.
Well, I guess I wasn't gonna get through without having a battle. Unfortunate.
Say when. All right. Ready when you are.
I'm good whenever. Out of the way. Leave it to me. Don't
That would suck, wouldn't it?
I'll take that.
I do fully expect potentially someone to be dead when we get back.
Yes!
Easy, clean battle. Let's go. We finally arrived.
Oh?
So this is the place. Second to last Defense Academy. We got closer, I saw her. Nozomi. Pulse started raising. My breathing got heavier. I felt an uncontrollable burning in my chest. Nozomi was alive. She was alive again and right here in front of me. Without thinking, I almost reached out to touch her. but I fought that impulse and pulled it back. Who are you guys? Words simply failed me. While I was still busy being incoherent, Nigo and the others showed up as well. Are you perhaps from Last Defense Academy? How did you know that? Your class armor. Is there something you guys need? Yes, actually. After moving the conversation to the cafeteria and introducing ourselves, we told everyone what happened at Last Defense Academy. But Eito, the threatening message, Siri's destruction, all of it. Even about Gaku's murder and me traveling back in time. I also shared everything that had happened in the 100 days I had previously gone through. What greeted me at the end was silence. Nigo had stopped moving and had a dazed, distant look in his eyes. Siri's destruction must have been too much for him. None of the others from the second academy had anything to say either. They all stood frozen, mouths agape in astonishment. I see. Thanks for the massive info dump, I guess. I'm still trying to process everything, but more or less I get what you're trying to say. The long and short of the matter is that Last Defense Academy is currently in quite a bit of a pickle. Am I right to say that? Yeah. Then we have to go back there right away. Since this place is just a decoy, there's no need for us to protect it anymore. The enemy will be attacking that academy tomorrow, right? Then we must hasten our steps and get there by today. Thank you. We would greatly appreciate the backup. Nigo, is the school bus available? Hey, Nigo, can you hear me? Oh, yes, the bus is available. Great, we'll meet in the parking lot after everyone here gets ready. Takumi, Hiroko, and Tsubasa, you guys can go there first. It's at... Don't worry, I know where it is. I'm packed and ready to go. Onwards to Last Defense Academy! We all started walking towards the bus, except for Nigo, who hasn't moved from his spot at all. As soon as we noticed, we stopped walking. Something wrong, Nigo? I cannot go. What? I've been ordered to guard second to Last Defense Academy with my life. Therefore, I'm unable to abandon it. Ordered? By who? Your superior officer? The one who got destroyed? No, this order came from the higher-ups on the artificial satellite. No. Can't you defy them somehow? We all tried to talk to Nigo out of staying, but he refused to abandon his post. What happening here right now? You see this? What's happening right here? You see this, chat? What's happening right here? This is why in the SF route, Hiroko knocked out Nigo. We have no choice but to leave him behind. But it's already night and we're running out of time. We have to go now. Hiroko remembered this and was like, no, you're coming with us. Dropkick. I will be just fine, everybody. You see, there's no commanding officer at Last Defense Academy right now. So if I open a dialogue with the higher-ups about this, they may reassign me there. Fine. Hurry up and do that dialogue thing with your superiors and come over as soon as you can, understand? We'll be waiting for you over there. Yeah, something really bad happens probably with Nigo staying there. And here it goes and is probably like, nope, not this time in the SF route. Nope, not this time. Thank you. Be careful. Okay, JP, good luck in the VOD mines. After exchanging firm handshakes, we boarded the school bus. We decided to let Tsubasa drive as she had the most experience with vehicles,
right,
and then...
Let's go.
She floored the accelerator and the bus peeled off. We made our way towards our base, Last Defense Academy. A short while after setting off, I started a conversation with the 5 members of the second academy.
First of all, I'm grateful that you decided to come with us. Am I also right to assume that you believed what I said?
What you said?
About coming back from the future.
It's too much of a coincidence to be made up.
What is more, you possess knowledge about us that we have revealed to none but ourselves.
We believe you only because it makes sense to, not because we want to.
I believe you, Takumi.
Thank you, everyone. You have no idea how glad this makes me. Because nobody in the other academy believes me at all.
Including those 2 over there?
The 5 of them turned to stare at Hiroko and
You
Tsubasa.
don't believe him? Can you not see the pureness in his eyes? His very soul.
Look, maybe they've got a reason to not believe me. I mean, there's like the gi and everything like that, you know? They kept looking at Hiroko and Tsukasa in plain and undisguised disgust. The two eventually caved under the weight of the collective stares.
Fine. I believe him.
What, you do? I guess I should too then.
Seriously, that's all it took? I held back from speaking my thoughts out loud. Their reasoning didn't matter as long as they believed me. With this, there are now more people who believed me than those who didn't. It made me feel more at ease after going through this terrible things yesterday. Look, man, maybe believing me is a bad idea, okay? I'm currently brainjacked. Maybe. I don't know what's going on. Maybe I'm not brainjacked. Maybe I got knocked unconscious because somebody unbrainjacked me. Like, that could seriously have happened. I got knocked unconscious. It could have been someone from another timeline unbrainjacking me. We don't know, man. We don't know. We don't know. I could have been unbrainjacked. You don't know. We don't know. I don't know. What? Eventually, the sight of the wall of fire slowly came into view through the windshield of the bus. Yes, no, we were 100% brainjacked. Whether or not we still are is up for debate. Oh, Mrs. Hiroko, I'm so glad you're safe and sound. I was so sure the serial killer would be coming back by himself. Ugh. Thank goodness you're both okay.
Hi.
What about me? By the way, are those guys with you nameless NPCs? Hello there, my name is Nozomi Kirifuji. I'm Moko Majiro, the apocalyptic maiden of destruction. Kyoshika Magadori, at your service. Bow your heads, peasants. I am Karara Azuki, the great and powerful. And I'm Yugamu Owakame, teenage assassin, hopeless romantic, and all-around nice guy. They're neither nameless nor NPCs. They're totally trying to assert themselves as main characters. We should introduce ourselves too. That's all right. We already heard all about you on the bus. Well, that saves us a lot of time. While we're waiting for that, it's time to play some games where losers get to have their nails ripped off for shits and giggles. Wow, that sounds like my kind of fun. I'm not playing. We have a battle coming up tomorrow. Now that the introductions are over, we should rest up until then. So you guys are really gonna fight together with us? You know it! It is the very reason we have come here. Why would you help us? Why do you even need to ask? It's because we all have the same ultimate goal in mind. Ultimate goal? From here on, we just protect the baby in the defense room until day 100, right? Then the missiles he's been charging up will be launched in all directions. All the invaders will be wiped out, and that'll be the end of world death. But right before we shoot off the escape pod to join back up with the rest of humanity on the artificial satellite. Or so we have heard from Mr. Takumi. I see no reason to say no. We made it through these 100 days and everyone's stories end happily. We're with you all the way. The palpable excitement of the 5 members from the Second Academy stood in stark contrast to the sullen moods of those from this academy. What's the matter? They're just feeling awkward because they have no intention of joining us for tomorrow's defensive battle. Whereas you guys will be sent to the battlefield as their substitutes even though you're new here. Wait, why aren't you joining the fight? I already explained on the way here. They do not trust Takumi's leadership. Oh, that whole time traveling thing? That's just a part of it. Gaku's murder played a bigger part. Right now, they all think Takumi did it. Excuse me? Sir Takumi is a killer? No, of course not. I didn't do it. Sir Takumi has spoken. What is your response? We already discussed this thing to death. But there's no proof yet. Proof of what? Proof of Takumi's innocence. Apprehending the real perpetrator is the best way to settle this. I'll believe you if you could do that. We went back to our rooms soon after our meeting to rest and recharge for tomorrow's defensive battle. As I flopped down in the bed, I found myself whispering under my breath. The real perpetrator. That's right. I have to find and catch the real culprit. Hey, it's you! I found it! It's the worm in my brain, not me. The worm made me do it. The worm made me do it. It wasn't... see, I'm absolved of all guilt. That was the only way I could regain the trust of those 5 and convince them to help me with the battles again. It was also the quickest way. Himo was absolutely right. And there was another good reason. I wanted to avenge Gaku. He'd never been able to rest in peace if I let the perpetrator get away. The one argument against me being brainjacked is that when Nozomi was brainjacked, she was fully aware that she was. So, yeah, we'll see. But how would I figure out who the real culprit was? Unlike Gaku, I didn't have a detective bone in my body. I had a lot to think about. However, the trip to and from second to last defense academy had depleted all my energy. I was swallowed by the darkness of sleep before I could even think about my options. You need a working brain? Ha 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 ha. Yeah, Takumi is brain dead. We got it.
Up and Atom troops, time to rise and shine. Get.
Or was that just the brain worm talking? Okay, so Dagamaro, Darumi, Shoma, Kako, and Ima aren't even gonna come see us off. They won't be joining the battle. Why would they show up? I don't know. They can at least cheer for us, right? Go get them, guys. Go fight and risk your lives for us because we don't want to. That doesn't sound like a very morale-boosting cheer at all. Anyway, when is the enemy going to be showing up? Anytime now. Remember what I told you on the bus yesterday about the commander's special traits? Yes, Sir Takumi. I have it all memorized. The alarm sounded immediately after he said that.
Intruder alert. Defense mode.
I got it. If I don't have a brain, they can't do anything. They're here. Take the lead, Takumi. What? You're our leader, aren't you? Don't you have anything to say to your team before they head out into battle? Right. Is everyone ready? Ready when you are. The holy Jumanji sword is always ready. She ravenously longs to spill the blood of the wicked. I'm ready. I took a whole bunch of anti-nausea pills, so I made this using my own special formula. Efficiency guaranteed. Loosen up, Tsubasa. You'll be fine. You got the apocalyptic maiden of destruction looking out for you now. Thanks. I trust you. Let's all work together out there. Humanity's counting on us. This isn't just for them, but ourselves, too. We fight for our future. Let's go. Some parts of this matchup with the SF route, I kind of agree. Which is probably where Hiroko got the idea of going to get the last defense academy right away. I don't know if it's a spoiler. It stands for steady fundamental. I don't know why it's called that. I guess we'll find out. It should let me skip this battle, in theory. I was correct.
We managed to clear out the minion.
Now we shall deal with the commander.
You mean that person over there?
They just thought it would be the logical way people go first. Maybe, I don't know.
Wait. Who's that?
The edge of the battlefield watching us fight was a figure I didn't recognize.
Is that the commander you guys fought before?
No, that wasn't the one.
Hiroko was right. I never saw that person during the whole of my previous 100 days. I didn't know who they were, but they were not a commander I fought before, that's for sure.
Hey, look! There's someone else over there! Is that the one then?
Yes, it is.
That's the commander we faced our first day here. God of the planet, hear my plea and lend me thy strength.
Blood of my bond release!
I know my brother would kill Ido first, so... I'm sorry, we gotta see this guy do that because, yeah. Dargan.
I'm done running away. I have to stand and fight. You stand aside. If you don't, then in the name of order, I will strike you down.
All right, another thing that was interesting in the SF route. Do you remember Hiroko killed his vocal cords? Remember? Do you remember, chat? Which means something happens in one of these routes that's bad because we listened to his cries for help. Potentially.
Little Black Riding Hood over there hasn't done anything, though. Little Black Riding Hood? See that black hood they're wearing? Name fits to a T.
I guess, Moko. Who is that? Why is someone I've never seen before showing up all of a sudden? Did the timeline change?
Hey, Takumi! Stop staring off into space like some plebeian and start acting like a leader, why don't you?
Yes. Right. Everyone, concentrate your attacks on the giant commander over there first.
Little Black Riding Hood can wait.
Yeah, this Hiroko has no idea. Only the SF Hiroko knows.
Understood.
All right.
We did it! We took down the commander! What about Little Black Riding Hood?
I looked around. The mysterious figure had disappeared at some point during the battle.
Who the heck was that anyway?
Mayhaps a passerby who was on their way to the convenience store?
Pretty sure that's not it, Kyoshka.
How does a random passerby simply walk onto a highly secured compound like this?
On the way to the convenience store at that.
More importantly, what should we do about the commander? He's not dead yet.
Doesn't point out where Mervim lay on the ground, heavily injured but still breathing. Oh no, his vocal cords are still shot. Okay.
I think he's trying to say something.
Let me see.
Yumi knelt over to the fallen commander. After a quick but surprisingly thorough examination, he spoke up again.
His vocal cords have been crushed. Someone must have hit him right in the throat.
So, he won't be able to talk then.
That's right.
Okay, so no, his vocal cords got fucked in this route too. Okay.
Even if he could, it's not like we can understand their language.
That's not true. When he first showed up, he told us his name and stuff. Remember?
I am Mervim, the paragon of order. In the name of order,
I guess
will
not.
Strike you down. That was what I heard.
He was the one who got struck down in the end.
So, back to the topic at hand. What should we do with him? Why are we even discussing this? We kill him and take his cryptoglobin. Huh? To survive to day 100, we must fight and win every single battle. And for that to happen, we must keep getting stronger.
I am of the same mind.
Take him out, Takumi. Make it quick.
They're all waiting for me to make the call. I hardened my resolve and nodded slowly. All right, who are we giving this to? It's important to remember that in the original timeline, the very first 100 days, Hiroko was the one who auto took this execution. She just did it. So Hiroko is all about murder.
Me?
I think Tsubasa is a useful unit.
It's done.
I don't think Hiroko knows more than she lets on in this route. We'll see though. At night, the 8 of us who had fought in the defensive battle held a small victory party in the cafeteria. We discussed who deserved to be crowned MVP and who had the coolest looking finishing moves. Everyone talked and laughed pleasantly as we reviewed the battle together. Even though a fellow comrade had been killed just 2 days ago, the adrenaline rush of victory had us in high spirits. And then they showed up. 5 members who hadn't taken part of the battle. Hunger pangs got the better of you suspicions? Sorry, but we're not in the business of feeding losers here. None of you did anything to contribute to this victory. Come on, don't be like that. It's just food. What's the big deal? We ain't here to poach your food. Then what are you here for? Just thought it wouldn't be right to not even say thanks, you know? Thanks for what? Thank you for saving the Academy. And us. Yes, thank you. From the bottom of my worthless heart, thank you. There's no need to be so formal. I'd rather hear you say you'll help us out in the next battle. Those are 2 different things. We still think Mr. Sumino stinks to high heaven. We ain't gonna lift a finger to help until he can prove his innocence. You have to show us concrete proof that he wasn't the killer. Your stance hasn't changed since last night then? Basically, you want us to find the real murderer. Yes, that is, if you could find the ones. Takumi may very well be the culprit. The party ended soon after, and we all went back to our own rooms. When I did the same, I found someone waiting for me there. Hello, it's been a while. Why? No, wait, I get it. You have clues that any of the real perpetrator who killed Gaku 2 days ago? And you're here to share them with me, right? Sadly, that's not what I'm here for. I'm aware that one of your friends, Gaku Maruko, was killed by someone. However, I wasn't there when it happened, so I didn't witness the crime. I'm far from omnipresent. While I am able to move in just instantly to any location I have in mind, I don't have full knowledge of everything that goes on in this academy. That's too bad. What are you actually here for then? To inform you of something. I will keep it short. I am not feeling very well right now. Not feeling well? In what sense? Right. You can't tell because I'm in this form. Basically, I'm sick. How did that happen? There's a particular space known as blood space in this world. It is a distinct space filled with cryptoglobin energy. However, a malicious aura from the future has been seeping into a certain part of that space. My true form, the baby, is being badly affected by that aura. You are aware the baby's body is also filled with cryptoglobin energy, right? That is why the malicious aura is also encroaching on the baby's body. I'm sorry, what exactly are you trying to say? To put it simply, a source of evil intent from this timeline is invading the baby's body. Oh, that leaves me more confused than ever. Then what should I do? What can I do to help? Can I bring the baby some medicine? Wait, if malicious aura is causing this, I should be bringing an exorcist, right? The only cure is to solve the case in the future that's causing this. The case in the future? Not what happened to Gaku 2 days ago? I did mention the malicious aura is coming from the future, didn't I? Solving the case that produces that aura is the cure to this disease. That doesn't make sense. What? The fuck you talking about? Sorry, I need to reread this shit. What the fuck are you talking about? Blood space? Malicious aura seeping into a certain part in that space? A source of evil intent from this timeline is invading the baby's body. Why is that a thing that can happen? What the fuck? When all is settled, the baby's body should make a full recovery. Yes. This also means I won't be able to show myself to you for a while. That's what I wanted to tell you today. So I won't be able to talk to you for a while? Please, don't look so sad. This isn't goodbye forever. It's just... You must solve this future case yourself, Takumi. Then we will be able to see each other again. I'm counting on you. For the future look... yeah, it's the damn plaid whale. What? The what? Future case.
Hey!
What case, though? Wait, does that mean there's going to be another murder? No, he didn't mention anything about the case being a murder case. I prayed that it would be about something completely different. I never wanted to see something like that again. Well, you're fucking gonna. Sorry, chat. I gotta go to the bathroom. Very quick trip. Shouldn't be long. Be right back, bitches. All right, Chatterinos, I'm backerinos. Also, one second, I gotta say something. All right, I'm back. Okay, so what's our current theories, chat? Number 1, Takumi killed him. Number 2, Takumi did it. Number 3, Takumi did it. Those are my theories. Takumi's a murderer. We'll see though what happens. Maybe he's not. Maybe Takumi's clean. When I finally woke up, it was afternoon. In fact, the sun was already sinking into the horizon towards the west. That was the exact moment the shrill sound of sirens blasted all around me. Yep, that sound immediately dispelled the heavy fog clouding my brain.
Intruder alert. Intruder alert.
The doll or infected hero. I mean, maybe. The doll is is definitely something, but I don't know. Like, I don't think the doll would be here. We never would have had a chance to get it, like in Box of Calamity. So I don't think it's the doll. All I know is that Takumi is the most suspicious, easily. Last Defense Academy is right to be sus of Takumi. They're completely right. But we'll see what happens, won't we?
Defense mode initiated. All available troops prepare for battle immediately.
What? Why now? Didn't we just keep yesterday? Are they attacking us 2 days in a row? That's only day 8. The next battle should have been on day 17. The timeline was changing. For some reason, it was starting to spiral completely out of control. Well, we knew this. The second round, it's always on day 8. I better get over to the war room. The rest frantically out of my room. Oh, Takumi! Now you show up? Everyone else is already here. Sorry, I came as quick as I could. Everyone, as in everyone who took part in the battle yesterday, in case you misunderstood. The Frightened 5 won't be showing up today either, I assume? Are you still harping on that? We must go out and meet the enemy forces immediately, Sir Takumi. Yes, of course, let's do this. Initiate defensive battle. We're just gonna skip this battle as well. Yes, of course we're skipping this battle. Of course we're skipping the battle.
Time is money, and they've certainly wasted a lot of mine.
I can already feel the nice warm shower waiting for me.
Careful. The battle isn't up.
How many times have we seen this cutscene? Skip that shit.
Little Black Riding Hood?
Why are they calling Vechta's Little Black Riding Hood this route?
Was the convenience store closed?
Went there yesterday, found it closed, and they're now on their way back. Is that the story you've written for them? How far is this store?
Ignore Little Black Riding Hood and focus on dealing with Pakron first.
What? Got it?
Little Black Riding Hood. Incredible name. All right, easy W.
Well, that was surprisingly easy.
The Holy Jumanji sword has not had her fill.
Holy Jumanji?
The Holy Jumanji sword!
We still have to deal with them.
Lily pointed to where the figure was dubbed Little Black Riding Hood stood. They'd been walking towards it with slow deliberation. Then they pulled back their hood, revealing
Supreme Commander. It was her all along.
Who?
The one who's leading the invader army, remember? I told you guys about her before.
At that, the Supreme Commander brought her hand up to her mask.
Among my people, I am known as Veshness, the paragon of hope.
You're vexed about your looks, therefore the mask?
No, I am not.
What?
But you're so much uglier than I am.
Moko, can you shut the fuck up? Moko. Taking your time. Moko, shut the fuck up. Moko, shut the fuck up. Moko, shut. No, don't worry about us, chat. Don't worry about us. Moko, what the fuck are you doing?
Not the best line to spout in this day and age.
I was gonna say. More importantly,
How is it you can understand us?
Ah, I see. So you know nothing either. To think I came all this way to scope out the reason behind the change.
What change?
The change that took place several days ago. All of a sudden, my soldiers started gaining immense power. At the same time, we became capable of understanding your language.
looked at each other in confusion. Kyoshiko was the one who spoke up. Kyoshiko, do not say shit.
Her words confound me, but she
Okay,
might be
good.
the chief villain, yes? Should we be able to defeat her, will this war not end immediately? Well,
That's right. We can end this right here and now.
Such interesting creatures. I had intended to stick to the appointed days and let you entertain me. And well, I suppose picking off 2 or 3 right now matters not in the grand scheme of things.
Is that a challenge? If so, you're on!
Uh-oh. I just slowly started walking towards us, getting closer and closer with each ambling step. But before I could do anything.
Hold your horses.
Takemaru! Why are you?
I was watching y'all fight from the rooftop. That ignited a spark in me. And before I knew it, I was here.
But waiting for a reply, Takemaru turned to face Veshness.
Hey, you said your name was Veshness or something? Ain't fair for us all to gang up on you. So how about a one-on-one with me?
Are you stupid? I mean, yes, that, but are you stupid? Whatever, man.
Takemaru, that's not a good idea!
Shut up, marshmallow face.
Marshmallow?
If you insist.
Remember the balls that I know, right?
You shall be given an express ticket to the River Styx, where I suppose you could apply to serve as a boat rower.
Save that ticket for yourself, bitch. I hope you packed your bikini. Oh, wait. It just fall right off your flat chest, huh?
What the fuck, Takemaru?
It's you or me, Veshness.
What a fucking dumbass, dude. Veshness unleashed a powerful sidekick that sent him flying. She immediately leapt into the air, switched her sword to her other hand, and angled at the fallen Takemaru as she dropped down. When I next opened my eyes, what I saw was the sky. What I felt was a searing pain across my back. I heard the dwindling sound of cryptoglobin gushing out of my body from a wound.
Takumi? Why did you...
Oh, we jumped right in front of him. Oh, now I remember. My body had moved before my brain did, and it made its way to where Veshness would have landed. I had thrown myself over Takemaru to shield him from the blade she had pointed at him.
Self-sacrificing acts are such mood dampeners.
You motherfucker!
That strike just confirmed my suspicions. Watching paint dry is going to be more fun than fighting you in your current state, like kicking a helpless puppy. What is the point of that? I shall grant you the gift of time. Use it well and gain more power. Perhaps you shall be able to provide more entertainment the next time we meet. Until then... one more thing. I will be taking Pakron's body back with me, lest you desecrate it like you did with Mervrum's corpse the other day.
Desecrate?
You absorbed his cryptoglobin. That is an insult of the highest order amongst our people.
Yeah, you do that a lot in one route. I'm just saying, Veshnus.
Never will I allow it to happen again. Farewell.
The sound of Veshnus' footsteps faded away, and I heard heavy stomping getting closer as the others ran over to me.
Sir Takumi! Are you okay? Stay with us.
Yeah. Don't worry. I'll be fine.
Takumi?
Takumi!
Bro, what about the Revive-O-Matic? Oh, right, it only... No. Day 21. 21?! What the fuck? We just skipped, like... Bro, we were out for a while. Nozomi was right in front of me. It was pitch black, and she didn't seem to notice I was awake.
Nozomi.
Called out to her softly. In response, she leapt to her feet with an ear-piercing scream. She scuttled frantically around the room a few times before finally coming to a stop. And then she just stood there in a daze. I watched the entire scene play out before sitting up. Are you sure you should be doing that? What do you mean? Your injuries are so severe, you've been out for 13 days. That means today is... It's day 21. What time is it? Almost time for the nighttime announcement to play, I think. What a horrible time to wake up. I doubt I could fall back asleep now. That's what you're worried about? What are you doing here anyway? Nursing you back to health. For 13 days? No, we've been taking turns. It just happened to be my turn today. I see. Sorry for the trouble. It's no trouble at all. Wait, I need to go tell everyone you're awake. She dashed out of the room immediately after that. Is she gonna call everyone here? This room's not nearly big enough for that. I decided to get up and go meet the others instead. A short while later, everyone else came running over frantically. No, not everyone. Only Takamaru and the 8 who had joined the battle on day 8. Takumi! Takumi! Sir Takumi! How are you feeling? At Tsubasa's question, Yugumu marched closer and started poking and prodding at various parts of my body. Eventually. It was like immediate for like the zone. I don't know, man. It was like immediate for the other route. I'm trying not to spoil what happens in the other route, but like, I mean, it's pretty obvious what happens in the other route. If you like, it's like very obvious at the beginning. Yo, Takumi's back in business. You deserve a title belt for this. Nice going. What a relief. Everyone started loudly expressing how happy they were to see me awake. We were seriously considering killing you if you didn't wake up for another 3 days. What? The Revive-O-Matic could have brought you back to life in full health. But none of us want to be the one to do the deed. And that's why we waited to see if you would recover by yourself. Okay, I'm glad that worked out. That's a good point, Deadshot. But Kako was like immediate too. I think. My lips turned upward into a smile. Where's everyone else? I told them we were looking up, but they didn't want to come visit. Have those people no heart? Perhaps you're still of the opinion that Sir Takumi is a killer. Nobody else got killed after that one incident, right? It has to be because the real culprit already found a way outside the wall of fire. That's one possibility. However, this fact also adds to the case against him. Nobody got killed when Takumi was unconscious, therefore Takumi is the killer. That's very likely what the others are thinking. I can't believe this. I shook my head helplessly. That is true, Deadshot. That is true. It didn't matter. I decided to just put them out of my mind for now.
Huh?
The more important thing is, what happened in the 13 days I was out? Were there any enemy attacks? Only one on day 15. The 8 of us fought him off. Vetch just showed up in that battle as well. But we blew her to Kingdom Come with the undying flame bomb crafted by Lady Tsubasa. Whoa, that's incredible. Beating Vetches with just the 8 of you? Everyone had a proud smile on their face. Wait, that means Takamaru fought too? I'm assuming we just drove her off and she's not dead. What happened on day 15 in other routes? There was a battle in this route, but I'm trying to remember what it was. Oh yeah, this was the battle. Where to use the undying flame bomb? Yeah, apparently not. Crazy. Maybe it's because on this route it was more complete and they were able to create the remote detonator for it. Did you even eat that? Who thought I'd just fold my hands and stay off the sidelines after what you did? So you're no longer suspicious of me? For now, I believe you. Sorry about before, by the way. And thanks for doing that to me on day 8. You seriously saved my life. It's fine. Also, we need to tell you about Nigo. Huh? What happened to him? It is most unfortunate. Nigo, he's gone. What? Why? We got worried, so we went to 2nd to last Defense Academy to check on him. But the school had been completely destroyed, and Nigo's remains were lying in the debris. We recovered a memory chip with an event log that Tsubasa decrypted for us. Turns out Nigo self-destructed. Self-destructed? He did it to create a massive explosion and kill the invaders during an attack. Oh no, I have a suspicion. The loss of Sire, the superior officer, may have played a part in that decision as well. Nigo was really attached to that Sire guy after all. It may have been his plan all along to remain behind and follow him in death. Nigo was such a nice guy. His loss will be greatly felt. A heavy, suffocating silence filled the air, though it didn't last long. It was broken by the sound of the usual nighttime announcement.
You never know. Well then.
And then a few seconds later...
Intruder alert.
Wait, what?
Intruder alert.
Was there... There were battles on this route, okay. Oh, this is Eva. Oh shit, this is Eva. But then, like, right here, you decide Eva's fate.
Unauthorized personnel detected on school grounds. Defense mode initiated. All available troops prepare for battle immediately.
I can't remember what the explanation for that was in the other timeline, Vakiri. I literally just woke up from a coma. They sure know how to pick their timing. That is exactly why you will be sitting this one out. I can't just... Stop it. Let me just be fighting hard enough to make up for you. Stay snug in bed, convalescent. No, I'm fighting too. Why are you being so stubborn? Because I'm the leader of the Special Defense Unit. Come on, to the war room. Immediately started running. Wait, Takumi! Oh, for goodness sake! Everyone here? Then let's do this. Move out. Of course we're gonna skip the battle. What do you think, I'm playing a fighting game here?
Has your lust for blood and battle been satisfied, my holy Jumanji sword?
No! I need a lot more than this! Give me more blood! More!
Kyoshiko, what the fuck?
Huh! I didn't know the holy Jumanji sword talked like that.
I'm more concerned about where the commander is!
They couldn't have only sent those minions.
Yeah, called it. It's Eva.
Oh my! What is all the smoke?
Smoke? Or maybe poison gas?
It's just mist, guys. M-I-S-T.
Fine water droplets floating in the air that's harmless to the human body.
Wait, I remember this mist. The person hiding behind it should be...
I told you it was Eva, you guys. Well, I know, right? What fate will poor Eva have this time?
Yay! The mist is gone! I can see everything clearly now.
Look over there!
Is that?
Yes! That's the commander for this battle!
Hi, Blazing. How you doing today? No brainwashing this time, most likely, yeah.
Here we go.
You are extra slow, understandable. So am I. Oh, okay. I hope you feel better. Wow, look at how quickly I won, chat. Isn't that crazy?
Whew! Victory is ours this time.
That was a tricky enemy.
What are we gonna do with her?
Please, don't kill me.
My name is Ava, the paragon of nature.
Ave?
I don't know why, but I felt like I had heard that name before.
Please, spare me, for the love of God.
Takumi, that's an interesting thing to say. We brought her hand up to her mask. And in a swift, smooth movement, took it up. We shouldn't know her name at all in this right now.
The same as Veshna's.
She looks just like a human.
No need to pay her appearance any mind.
What? Why?
Was she not on the first time? No, she was. We just couldn't understand the language at that time. So no, we shouldn't have gotten her name in the first timeline.
Because she is to be executed.
No. Spare me. Please. Please don't kill me. I'll be useful. I can give you lots of intel. I'll give you anything. Just please, spare me.
So the lady insists. Any thoughts?
A dramatic bluff if I have ever seen one. Any intel she provides is bound to be full of fabrications. No, I would never. I only speak the truth.
Yeah, says the bitch that decided to leave out that the whole box of calamity thing when you're talking about the box of blessings thing, you know. I'm just saying, you know, you decided to conveniently leave that out last time, you know, just saying, you know, right, like, you know, saying this stuff, you know, just like speaking out of your ass a bit right there, you know, speaking out of your tail a bit, you know, I don't know. What do you mean by that, Steve-ish?
I think we should kill her too. Why? Surely you understand why we would hesitate to trust the words of the enemy.
You'll say something sweet to suck up to us, and then turn around and betray us the first chance you get.
You're all being so awful. Why won't anyone believe me?
Eva kept pleading with us, her face filled with a woeful expression. Hiroko glanced at her scornfully before speaking up again.
Takumi, you're the leader, so you decide.
Everyone turned to look at me, waiting for my reply. At that moment, I could suddenly feel extra eyes on me. I traced the source of the sensation to the rooftop, where I could see the 4 of the other members, Darumi, Shoma, Ima, and Kako. Killing even now would make them even more wary of me. After all, their suspicions were rooted in the fact that I had killed Eito. If I did the same thing now, that would undoubtedly cement the image of me as a heartless killer in their minds. I wanted to avoid giving them that impression. No, to be honest, even if those 4 hadn't been watching.
Please, I beg of you. Don't kill me. Don't kill me.
I could never kill someone so earnestly pleading for her life. It just wasn't right. I felt ashamed for even allowing myself to consider deciding the fate of another person through calculating what would benefit me the most. So I looked into the eyes of everyone present and said,
Let Ava live. We'll imprison her here and interrogate her later.
You gotta be shitting me.
You truly believe that to be the best path?
Yes.
I think you will regret this.
I won't. Because I'll hold myself fully responsible for making it work.
Very well. Our leader has spoken.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Leader. Your name is Takumi, if I remember correctly. I can't thank you enough for this.
This will be
From the
interesting.
bottom of my heart.
Looking at and bawling her eyes out. The next instant, an intense pain spread through my back. Forcing myself to join the battle when I hadn't fully healed had reopened the wound. A sharp pain shot up my spine. I crumpled to the ground, unable to exert any strength at all. No, there isn't, Yugi. There is none. They are both dead. Both Nigo and Sure. Alright, time to skip another 20 days, right? No, I doubt we're gonna skip another 20 days, right? They wouldn't do that, right? Okay, just 3 days. You know what? That's fair. I woke up to the familiar sight of Nozomi sitting right in front of me. This time, she noticed right away that I was awake and leapt to her feet with an ear-piercing scream. She's gone frantically around the room even longer than last time before finally coming to a stop. And then she just stood there in a daze. Watched the entire scene play out before sitting up. Why are you so surprised? Didn't the exact same thing happen before? But you were up for 13 days last time. It's only been a little more than 2 days this time. Can you blame me? That means today is day 24. What time? Oh, I guess I don't need to ask. The morning announcement just played. Are you feeling better? I'm fine. Stop putting on an act, okay? Remember what happened during the last defensive battle? I do. As long as I don't force myself to fight like that day, I'll be fine, see? Really? Yeah. Despite my confident reply, Nozomi still seemed unconvinced. By the way, what happened to Ava after I passed out? Well, she refused to tell us anything. What? But she promised to give us intel if we spared her life. We reminded her about that promise as well, but then she said, I'm not going to tell you anything because the offer to share intel was made to Takumi, your team leader, not you. And that's why she's refusing to say anything until you can go talk to her, I guess. Damn it, what's she trying to pull? Nozomi and I headed to the cafeteria together, where the other 7 who had fought in the battle 3 days ago were gathered. Right, yeah, they can do that, Humongous. Just nobody has the heart to do it. A lot of shouting, squealing, cheering, and happy noises as they congratulated me on my recovery. Although I felt a little more subdued than their reactions 3 days ago. Then again, I did wake up from a 13-day coma that time. Still, the celebration went on for quite a while. I ate my first meal, liquid only for now, in a long time while being surrounded by their warm and welcoming voices. Went back to my room for a break. Now then, there's really no question on what I was going to do next. I have to find out who Gaku's real killer is. I didn't believe the real killer was one of us. That meant I had to find a way to prove that the killer was someone from outside the school. In any case, if I could prove my innocence, I could regain the trust of the 4 holdouts. Then they would join the future battles. Guess I should start investigating. Decided it was time to pay everyone a visit and ask questions. Let's talk to Ava first. You've regained consciousness. Yeah, but battling you was what caused me to faint in the first place. Sorry about that. You're actually apologizing to me? Why wouldn't I? You saved my life. I heard you were really standoffish to the others. That wasn't my intention. I merely said I wouldn't be sharing any information if Takumi wasn't here. It was pointless asking Ava for information about Gaku's murder case, so I asked her for information about the enemy instead. I'm here now. Tell me everything useful you know. Useful? Yeah, like enemy's HQ location, invader types, number of troops, war strategy. I'm sorry, I'm feeling a little unwell. Feigning illness now. Give me a break. I'm not feigning, it's true. That wasn't what you promised. I came here alone like you asked, okay? Alone? Does it look like there's anyone else with me? No, that's what I was wondering about. It's just I never asked you to come alone. All I said was I was talk once Takumi was here. What do you mean? Whatever it is, I do not think I'm able to talk. Please leave me for now. Eva was clearly feigning illness, but there was nothing I could do to make her talk. Her prison cell was locked. I won't be able to go inside without the key, and it's not like I could force her to spit out information I wanted even if I could.
Hey!
This is ridiculous. I cursed and kicked a pebble as I left the courtyard. Damn it, Ava! You bitch! Give me the info! Kuriko and Yugumo, what are you guys doing here? Nothing questionable. I just always feel calmer next to dead bodies. That is extremely questionable if you ask me. I do not know why, but I just found myself wanting to come here. Do normal people find themselves wanting to come to a morgue? It's a lot less questionable than coming to the morgue to feel calmer next to dead bodies. Even I can agree with that. Yugumo put his hand over his mouth and giggled. What about you? I told him I was investigating Gaku's murder case. I see, so you're here to re-examine the corpse. I doubt there's anything new to discover. Yeah, but it wouldn't hurt. With that, I started investigating Gaku's dead body again. I didn't make any new discoveries, just like Kuriko said. What was the cause of death? Hemorrhagic shock. How about the murder weapon? A foot-long blade. The shape of the wound seemed to indicate a kitchen knife of sorts. Have you found the knife? Not yet. Wait a minute. Why is Yugumo suddenly acting all detective-like? I'm just curious. Don't mind me. Let me see. You already told us the established time of death when we were at second to last Defense Academy. Yes, between 1 and 4 a.m. on day 5. Before you ask, I was sleeping in my room at that time. What about you, Yugumo? What? What were you doing between the night of day 4 and the morning of day 5? Is that relevant to the case? I'm just trying to cover all the bases, please. Needless to say, I was in my room at second to last Defense Academy during that period of time. Or perhaps I should say, I was in dreamland, for I was sleeping like the dead. Alright. Why do you ask? Because... Are you hesitating to say it aloud? Then I will do so on your behalf. Because you are an assassin, Yugumo. Ah, yes, that is certainly a reason to be suspicious. However, I am much chagrined. I can't fucking talk, whatever. I do not revel in meaningless murder. Indiscriminate killing goes against my personal code. There's always the possibility that Gaku was someone special to you. Impossible. I have never met this Gaku when he was alive. Of course, I have no evidence to back that statement up. All I can do is plead for you to believe my words. I trust you. I didn't hesitate to answer because I had seen Yugumo and Gaku's relationship in the previous timeline. There's just no way they had met each other before this. His statement about not killing meaninglessly was quite possibly true as well. In the previous timeline, Yugumo never killed any of his allies, and never showed any indication that he wanted to. Your trust in me is heartening. He smiled a little as he said that. Well, I guess I'm done here then. Thanks for listening to me. After thanking them, I turned around and left. Hey guys, what are you doing here? Listening to the calming sound of running water. And trying to make ourselves as comfortable as possible. Comfortable, huh? What about you? Oh, actually, I told them I was investigating Gaku's murder case. Well, that's got nothing to do with us then, right? That Maruka kid was killed here between 1 o'clock and 4 a.m. on day 5. Both of us were at number 2 that day. Oh, just in case, number 2 as in second to last defense academy. The whole thing's too long to keep repeating, so I shortened it. We also take it to calling this place number 1. Although its official name is the Last Defense Academy. Shortening it to last sounded strange, so we settled on number 1 instead. Got it, thanks for explaining. Hey, are you suspecting us? Of course not. Actually, it's not completely impossible for one of us from number 2 to have done it. What? Any of us could have used the school bus to travel to and from here overnight. Oh, now that you mention it. Bedtime is at 11 p.m. Someone could have set it off at midnight after everyone else had fallen asleep. If they pushed the bus to its limits, it would have taken about 3 hours to get here. Putting their time of arrival at around 3 a.m. If they took only 30 minutes to finish the job, they could have left number 1 by 3:30 a.m. and returned to 2 at around 6:30 a.m. just before the morning announcement at 7 a.m. Also, someone from number 2 coming here wouldn't have triggered the wall of fire's intruder alert. That's true. Wait, and you're telling me this is members of number 2 yourselves? Oh, sorry for shooting my mouth off like that. It's just, you know, the incident doesn't quite feel as real to me because I've never met the victim. Just in case, I asked them what they were doing between 10 p.m. on day 4 and 7 a.m. on day 5. And as I expected, their answers were the same. I was sleeping like a log in my room. Me too. I don't think she does, Bakuri. I think you're crackpot. Why is it so laggy? Whatever. What are you guys doing here? My question, the 4 of them tensed up and looked at each other. Nothing in particular. We were just bored, that's all. There are lots of things we could do to relieve our boredom here. After hearing the reply, I informed them that I was investigating Gaku's murder case. They were taken aback. What? Are you out of your mind? Gaku was killed in the early morning on day 5. Almost 20 days have passed since then. Why now? Because you guys said you wouldn't trust me until I sniffed out the real culprit, remember? Does that mean you're suspicious of us? I didn't say that. It's actually much better if I can prove beyond a shadow of a doubt that we're all innocent. The more people can confirm our innocent, the sooner we can prove that the killer never been one of us to begin with, right? I see your point, but I'm afraid that would be difficult to accomplish. Why? Nobody from Group 1 has a verifiable alibi. Oh, Group 1 is in the original members of the LDA Special Defense Unit, whereas Group 2 refers to the 5 members from second to last Defense Academy. Wait, Sister Dearest, but you and I have ironclad alibis! Because we were sleeping together in the same room? That doesn't hold any water from an objective point of view. It's just as Hiroko said. The testimony of a sibling doesn't count. Miss Amiya, you're distrustful of us too? Yeah, who said that? You're jumping the gun here. I guess Deadshot. Motives? Like, is there anyone among you who had something against Gaku? Stop talking to me. Are you really expecting someone to say yes to a question like that? Besides, as Mr. Kazaki mentioned just now, Mr. Mariko was killed in the early morning on day 5. At that point, we only known each other for 4 days. Hardly enough time to develop a grudge deep enough to stab someone that many times over. And that's the truth. Yeah, I guess. That's why I believe there's no point trying to solve this case by looking at motives. That murder was carried out by a lunatic. That's the only way for it to make sense. Which means the prime suspect would be the craziest lunatic of us all, the man, the myth, the meme himself, Takumi! Why me? Because you killed Mr. Atsuki so easily, just like that. And without any proof. How many times do I have to explain? He betrayed us in another future, and that's why... Would you say that to the police? Would that even hold up in a court of law? I killed him to stop him from carrying out a crime in the future. Does that sound like a good defense to you? It was the same old argument that wasn't worth repeating, so I didn't bother continuing. I simply sighed deeply, shook my head, and left. You know, they've got a point. It's unfortunate, but they do have a point. Yara and Kyoshka, what are you two doing here? So, this is where this Gaku person was killed? It was weighing on our minds, and so we came. Everyone here is such a dimwit that it's highly likely they missed a vital piece of evidence or two. Oh, so you're here for the same reason I am. Are you investigating the case as well, Sir Takumi? Yeah. Do you want to help me since you're already here? I want to re-examine the scene of the crime. We searched the room together, but found nothing of note. Did you investigate this place immediately after the murder took place? Yes, before we cleaned Gaku's blood off the floor. But we didn't find any clues that would bring us closer to the identity of the killer then either. How about the murder weapon? Despite our best efforts, we haven't found it yet. It's not in this classroom or anywhere else on school grounds. What about the threatening note scribbled on the digital blackboard? Was it erased? Yeah, it was making us uneasy, so... That was a stupid thing to do. We could have used the handwriting to pinpoint the killer. They weren't wrong. By the way, there's something I need to ask you. I asked them what they were doing between the night of day 4 and the morning of day 5. Wait, are you suspicious of us? Not really. It's just... I was sleeping in my room at second to last Defense Academy, of course. As was I, in my own room, that is. I cannot believe we're on your list of suspects. Look at me, I'm the very epitome of innocence. Hey, what's with that look? I mean, have you seen yourself? More like the epitome of I've got something to hide. You are talking about my mask, right? Are you telling me to take it off? No, absolutely not. This mask stays off no matter what anyone... Right before she finished her sentence, Yoshika snatched her mask away, revealing Karara's face. She held the mask up high before throwing it on the ceiling catwalk. Oh my mask is gone! We tried it! Kara looking around in a panic. It didn't seem like she noticed Kyoshika had thrown the mask away. That didn't really matter. What did matter was her exposed face. It's Karara. Oh, no. I was just thinking how you looked the same in the other timeline, too. Why would I look different? This is the face I was born with. I know that you're trying to say this face is too cute to be natural, right? But I swear I never did anything to it. Who cares about that? Where's my mask? I feel naked without it. Don't look at me. I believe I just saw Sir Takimaru taking your mask somewhere. That bonehead, give me my mask to me, Takimaru. She dashed out of the classroom, shrieking away. My, her actions are as adorable as her looks. We had to let her run around like that for a while. Kyoshika disappeared after saying that. Now alone in the classroom, I doubted I'd learn anything new by sticking around. Guess I should go too. Tsubasa I get, but what are you doing here, Takimaru? Because she said she found something cool, duh. What is... There was a box of junk inside this garage. I rummaged through and found this. What's that? It's a voice changer. See that patch thing on the tip of the cable? Stick it to your throat and you can use it to freely change your voice to anything you like. That's not good! That's not a good thing to find! Oh, that's cool, Devundus. Anyway, you can make it go higher, lower, or smooth as butter. Also, you have a sample voice recording that's long enough. You can make yourself talk with that voice too. No! Why? Why does this exist? Put it away. Stop. Isn't it cool? Sure, but what is it even doing here? Oh, I wouldn't know. Maybe you ever used this place last, left it behind? Who would that be? How the heck would I know? What are you doing here, Takumi? Oh, right. I told him why I was there. Investigating Gaku's murder, huh? I think you're looking in the wrong place. You don't have anything new to share. We were all fast asleep in our rooms when he died. We couldn't have possibly seen or heard anyone suspicious. Any personal guesses? Like, do you know if anyone had a grudge against Gaku? They turned and looked at each other. Takumi, are you thinking one of us is the killer? No, that's not it. I already told you! Like, oh, that was an outsider who already escaped outside the wall of fire after killing Gaku. I don't think there was ever a moment where that voice changer could have been used. Yeah, that's what I think too. I don't want to be suspicious of anyone anymore. I'm gonna make that mistake again. He's probably referring to the time he suspected I was the killer. Okay, thanks for sharing your thoughts with me. After saying that, I turned to leave. I finished talking with everyone. Sadly, I didn't manage to unearth anything new. Well, nobody in number 1 had an alibi. They didn't have a motive either. Nothing's changed about this. But the 5 new members from 2, I've realized any one of them could have been the culprit. They could have taken the school bus to and from. Oh, fuck me. They also could have entered without triggering the alarm. All this investigation had done was throw more names onto the suspect list. The murder weapon was still missing, and the killer left no trace at the scene of the crime. In short, there are 0 clues to go on. How do I even continue the investigation like this? I sighed and collapsed into bed. The day drew to a close and night slowly took over.
You never know when. Well then.
Saria's carefree voice faded away into the darkness, only to be slowly taken over by a cold silence. It was in that silence that I found myself heading to a certain place, the courtyard, where Eva was being held. I went closer to a cage and stopped just in front of it. Takumi, is something wrong? You look very tired. I'm not. You're just imagining things. Well then, why are you here? When Shoma was bringing food to me, he told me about Gaku. He also shared a lot of other things with me. I'm aware of your current predicament. You mustn't lie to yourself, Takumi. What? The truth is, you think the killer is among the 12 of you, right? No, I don't. Please, you can be honest with me. I won't tell anyone. I'm the only one you can remove as a suspect because I only arrived here 3 days ago. It's literally impossible for me to have killed Gaku. If I had managed to slip in somehow without triggering the alarm, I wouldn't have stopped at Gaku. In short, I'm the only one in this school that you can trust right now. You've come here because deep inside you know that too. Am I wrong? You may be right. The words spilled out of my mouth before I could stop myself. I couldn't even be sure if I had meant what I said. You and I are the same, Takumi. I don't trust my allies either. Especially not Veshnes. Why's that? That battle 3 days ago. She was supposed to send reinforcements for me, but they never came. She was using me as bait. Bait? She nodded and continued talking. She should have seen me being caught from where she was located, but she didn't do anything, because that was her plan all along. Wait a minute, I thought Veshnes was dead! That is what everyone seems to believe. But is it really true? I am of the opinion she is still alive somewhere out there. Takumi, here's the straight truth. There's a bomb inside my body. Detonator is on a joint on my left-hand pinky finger. Moving it in a particular motion triggers an explosion. Anyone standing within a 20-yard radius at that time will be blown to smithereens. Please relax. I don't intend on going through with it. If I did, I would have done it a long time ago. Anyway, Veshnes ordered me to do this. If you get caught, blow yourself up in front of everyone in the Special Defense Unit. I was not to humiliate myself becoming a prisoner of war. But you didn't do that. My orders were to detonate in front of everyone. I was to blow up every single member of the Special Defense Unit. I didn't detonate the bomb when you apprehended me because the other 4 members were on the roof. I get it now. That's why you wouldn't offer any intel until I came. But you came alone, which defeated the purpose of the request. You were all supposed to come together. That was Veshnes' plan, huh? Yes, to allow you to capture me before detonating, taking out everyone in one fell swoop. That's why she didn't send reinforcements. Eva clenched her jaw and lowered her head, her eyes brimming with tears. Okay, I understand the situation better now. But why are you sharing this top-secret plan with me? I wasn't lying when I said I was feeling unwell this afternoon. It was bothering me that much. I had to choose between lying to you and eventually killing everyone here, or telling you the truth and joining your side. The weight of that decision made me feel so ill. But in the end, you decided to side with me? Yes. Because I could never betray someone who saved my life. One more thing. Your eyes. When I look into them, I sense something familiar. Something familiar? Solitude. It dwells within you. Those lonely eyes are what drew my heart to you. Her words weighed heavily on me. It felt like something I was trying to desperately to keep hidden had been forcefully exposed. Yet, instead of panicking, I felt a strange sense of relief deep inside. I may have been unknowingly putting a barrier between myself and the others because of my suspicions. It truly felt like Eva was the only one I could open up to, because she was the only one I could say with absolute certainty didn't kill Gaku. By the way, aren't you going to ask me about our army? Nah, I'm not in the mood for that right now. I probably wouldn't remember anything anyway. Then may I ask a favor? Go on. Please, return my mask to me. Your mask? The mask I was wearing on the battlefield. My people highly value our masks. We consider them a part of us. Without it, I feel exposed. Fine, your mask, right? Yes, thank you so much. Hopefully that doesn't bite us in the ass. After leaving Ava, I went back to my room. I had mixed feelings about our conversation. A chaotic mix of slight relief, intense guilt, and great confusion. With a loud cry, I jumped into bed and resigned myself to a sleepless night ahead. You're not liking Ava anymore? She's behaving pretty similarly to how we saw her in the Box of Calamity route when she was fully on our side.
Troops, time to rise and shine.
She was fully on our side in Box of Calamity route. So, but only on the route where we like got enough to see and speak to her.
Get ready. Prepare to.
During up to my usual morning announcement, I walked out of my room straight into Tsubasa. Morning, Takumi. Any to breakfast? Yeah. Hey, can I ask you something? What is it? Do you know what happened to Ava's mask? Ava's mask? Yeah, the thing she was wearing on the battlefield before she revealed her true face. Oh, that! It's being kept somewhere in the garage. Great, thanks. I'll go grab it later. Immediately after saying that, the door to the stairwell flung open and Kyoshka came charging over. She quickly ran over to us with a strained look on her face and said, Something disturbing has been discovered in the classroom on the first floor! Something disturbing? You must come immediately! Everyone else is already on their way! I followed Tsubasa and Kyoshka to the classroom on the first floor, dashing inside upon our arrival. What? No way. Let's play a killing game. Not again. It was a repeat of day 4. Somebody had used red spray paint to write something on the digital blackboard again. The only difference was the context of the text. This time it said, "Let's play a killing game." Who found it first? 'Twas I! Upon discovering this foul scene, I immediately set off to inform everyone of it. What were you doing here in the first place? Yes, well, I had wished to retrieve Lady Carrara's mask before breakfast. It had been left on the ceiling catwalk since you flung it there yesterday? Yoshka, you shall pay for this later! Carrara was already wearing her mask. She must have retrieved it before the rest of us came running in. Who would write something like this? Isn't it obvious? It's the same bastard who wrote the last threat. Same one who killed Gaku. Are you sure? The handwriting seems a little different. My dear sister Sharp's perception pierces through everything. So, someone else wrote this? Who? Wait, could it be Ava? No, I don't think that's possible. When I delivered breakfast for her just now, her cage is properly locked. Who has the key? I do. It's the only copy in existence. Also, there's a special IC chip embedded inside it that makes it impossible to duplicate. I'm more curious what this killing game is supposed to refer to. Which part of killing game is so hard to understand? It's a game where you kill or be killed. It still doesn't make sense. Who plays? What are the rules? Where, how, when, and why? Suddenly, Shulma raised his voice. Everybody look! There's something on the teacher's desk. This looks like a tape recorder? I guess we should listen to it. I pressed play and an eerie sounding voice came out of the recorder.
The game has officially begun. Like the blackboard says, let's all play a killing game together. The name of this game is The Invader Hunt.
That sounds like it could be her. And that's the voice changer, yeah, but that sounds like it could be Darumi. The message continued. Anyone willing to participate should gather in the Leisure Lounge at 7 p.m. All who refuse to join the game will be eliminated. That is all. With those eerie words, the voice stopped. Silence prevailed. We could have heard a pin drop. We were all frowning, although nobody said anything. The last note hadn't been a prank. Suri was destroyed and Gaku was murdered. This note could have been written by the same person. His last words especially kept echoing loudly in my mind. All who refuse to join the game will be eliminated. By the way, Kako, you mentioned something about the handwriting in this message being different from the last? Maybe the culprit deliberately changed it. We should keep that a possibility in mind. Too soon to be jumping to conclusions about two different culprits when the MO is the same. So, Gaku's murderer is on the move again. Basically, this could be from the same person who killed Gaku. If so, we might be able to find their true identity by joining the game. But that option came with major risks. The monster who destroyed Seri and slaughtered Gaku was behind it after all. Join the game despite the risks, or try to keep everyone as safe as possible. We had until 7 p.m. to decide what to do, but it didn't seem prudent to delay our decision until the last minute. We had to stay united, all of us. For that to happen, I had to clearly express my opinion on the matter first, as team leader. But what was our best option? Should we join the game or ignore it completely? I thought long and hard about what to say, and then I made my decision. So I shouldn't be any surprise that saying yes to this leads to the killing game route, right? That's not a surprise, right? Like, that's obvious, right? Like, no shit. Saying no, I believe, leads to... Do you want me to tell you what it leads to, if that would infect your choices? Or should I just put the poll up now? But it would lead to the harem route if you said yes. What is no? Mystery route. I am interested in both routes. Terumi isn't allowed to have fun. Wow, Fire Ninja. Wow. She got everyone killed in the red summer. I mean, one part of that, they got everyone back, though, Fire Ninja. You gotta think of it like that, too. There was two outcomes on that, and one of them was actually pretty positive overall. You know? Starting to see a little bit of a unanimous decision here, but I'm gonna wait for the poll to run its course regardless.
Guys, here's what I think. I'm not going to join this invader hunt thing.
Okay, I gotta go to the bathroom, and I also need to. Okay, I'll be right back. Alright, I'm fucking back, bitch. You miss me? Let's get this show on the road. Right, of course not. A rational decision. I hope you can all follow my lead in this. I know I will. There's nothing to be afraid of if we all reject it together. Hey, don't speak for everyone just yet. What, you mean you're joining? Of course, I'll never get a chance to live up my fantasies like this again. Besides, the name Invader Hunt makes the game sound like it's gonna be an absolute blast. I'm with Takumi on this one. You'll find me playing that game over my dead body. This Invader Hunt is just a culprit trying to trick us into believing it'll be fun, but it's clearly stated on the blackboard that this is a killing game. The recording said as much too. I'll follow Takumi's lead as well. It's against my artistic principles to kill for entertainment. The message doesn't make sense anyway. Sponsor said those not in the game will be eliminated, but we still get eliminated sooner or later if we did join. Don't be stupid. Nobody has to die if we win, right? Right? Jeremy, are you listening to yourself? Huh? You're taking this I love killing games persona a little too far, aren't you? I'm not. I'm just saying what I really think. Jeremy's pigtail swayed as she vigorously shook her head in her denial, but there was definitely some uncertainty in her eyes. What about you, Hiroko? You haven't said anything yet. Either choice is fine with me. What do you mean? I'm not interested in this game at all. I am, however, interested in finding out the sponsor's identity. They'll make their move eventually, whether we join this silly game or not. That's when we'll swoop in and bring that sicko down, right? That's more or less what I was thinking. Then we have an answer. Yes, we're not going to join the Invader Hunt. Jeremy, you don't mind, do you? I do mind, but it's not like I can play a killing game by myself. Fine. Fine, I'll go with the majority. After that, we decided to stay together until the stipulated time. We didn't know what might happen, and there's always the possibility the sponsor was actually one of us. Staying together meant we could prevent the sponsor from trying anything. I didn't tell anyone about that second reason, though. They all seemed convinced the sponsor was an outsider who had infiltrated the school. Well, they were acting like they thought that anyway. The sky turned dark as we whirled away our time away. Finally, it was 7 p.m., the time mentioned on the voice recorder. That was when I threw the door to the leisure lounge open. Not because I wanted to join the game, of course. I was there to declare, as team leader, that none of us would be joining. Everyone else stood outside just in case. Turning around, I could see the others trying to peer in through the door, which was slightly ajar. There was nobody inside the room, not even a faint presence. After looking around, I lifted my head to the ceiling and shouted, "Are you there? Can you see me? I'm here to tell you that none of us will be joining your stupid Invader Hunt." No response at all? Have it your way. That's all I wanted to say. Have a bad night. After that cold farewell, I turned around and stepped out of the leisure lounge. You tell him, Takumi. Have a bad night. Oh boy, you really said it. And after the sponsor said they'd kill us all if we refused to play the game. Don't say I didn't warn you. Will we be okay? Kaku killed the last time we did this. But that killer fled and went outside the wall of fire, right? Most likely, yeah. That's why the sponsor of this game probably isn't one of us. Kaku even said this morning that the handwriting was different this time. I can't be completely sure because they used spray paint. If the sponsor wasn't the one who killed Kaku, there's also the possibility this entire thing was just a prank. So we need not be unnecessarily shaken. That's if the sponsor wasn't the killer. The truth of the matter remains to be seen. Everybody fell momentarily silent after that. Question, what's the plan for tonight? Plan? Our sleeping arrangements. Where should we all spend the night? I'm definitely sitting in my dear sister's room. I'll stay with Takamaru. No way. What? You don't trust Takumi even after he saved my life. You and me are through, man. But the Tsukumo twins aside, why don't we sleep in our own rooms like normal? Just lock the door and you'll be fine. I agree. There are 13 people here. Making everyone sleep in pairs would leave one person out. All right, but why not put that person with one of the other pairs? We should avoid having 3 people in one room. It's too risky. Risky? Why? Not again. Our team's already discussed this to death, and now I have to repeat myself. Despite her complaint, Hiroko carefully explained to those from the other academy that why we decided having 3 people in a room together was a bad idea. That does make sense. We should all go back to our own rooms then. No, you've just triggered the mother of all death flags and you don't even know it. Well, anyway, to spice things up around here. That decided, we all returned to our rooms to sleep after dinner. Hima insisted on sleeping in Kako's room, but nobody protested on that point.
Get ready for your...
In the morning, I heard at the cafeteria for breakfast only to find that everyone else was already there. 1, 3, 9, oh my! How is it that I count 14 souls? Because you're terrible at math. There's only 13 people here. You see, nothing bad happened. So it's just a prank after all? By who? And for what purpose? For asking me, I think the most likely suspect is... We all turned to look at Terumi. Well, wait a minute, you're accusing me of being the game's sponsor? I don't think so. Terumi doesn't have the guts to pull off something like that. You underestimate me. I may not have guts, but I've still got my brain meats. They're small and overpowered, but they're all the same. Oh, for the love of murder. Hey, can't we just be happy that nothing happened? Please excuse me for exposing you to my foul-smelling dumpster breath, but why don't we all have breakfast together? After breakfast, we all headed off to do our own things, relieved that nothing bad happened after all. As for me, I went back to my room. Almost immediately, a visitor came knocking. I opened the door to find Tsubasa standing outside. Huh? Did something happen? You asked about Eva's mask yesterday, remember? I brought it here for you. Oh, thanks. Sorry for the trouble. I took the mask from her. What are you gonna do with that? I was thinking of returning it to Eva. What? You trust her now? Not really. It's just... Oh, I know. You fell in love with her. What? Of course not! Tsubasa narrowed her eyes at me and I felt my palms get sweaty. Never mind. It's none of my business. Everyone's free to love who they want. I told you that's not it. But since we're talking about the mask, I looked it over out of curiosity. I found something pretty interesting. The mask isn't an ordinary accessory. It actually comes installed with a bunch of high-tech features. Infrared night vision, zoom functions, organic light detection. There's even a miniature air tank inside that allows it to turn into a gas mask. See that air tank, the wearer can survive completely shut off from the outside world for as long as 30 minutes. That's amazing. It almost sounds like it'd be a waste to give it back to Eva. You wouldn't be able to use it, Takumi. It's custom made to fit a specific shape. Eva's the only one who can wear it. I guess I might as well give it back after all. Even with the best technology in the world, she can't possibly harm any of us from inside that cage, right? Tsubasa thought about it for a while before nodding in agreement. By the way, when she's gonna give us more information about the enemy, she did promise to be useful if we spared her life. I actually think it'd be best if we could get her to join us as an ally. An ally? Yeah, so that she could fight in defensive battles along with us. We need some kind of safety measure before allowing her to cut loose, of course. Like a collar with a bomb, maybe? That should put everyone at ease, right? If she tries to run or do anything funny, all we have to do is stop her and suppress a button to activate the bomb. A bulb lit in my head as Tsubasa was speaking. Tsubasa, let's say there was already a self-destruction device in Eva's body. Would it be possible for someone else to activate it? It depends on how the bomb was built. If the detonation mechanism was designed to be triggered remotely, then maybe... in that case, your plan might actually work. The detonator is on a joint on my left-hand pinky finger. Moving in a particular motion triggers an explosion. Wait, you were being serious? You weren't just speaking hypothetically? Do you think that's something you could do? You want me to create a detonation device for the bomb inside her? Yes, once it's done, we'll have the perfect safety measure. And then we can allow Eva to join us, huh? Alright, I'll give it a shot. Awesome, I'm counting on you. After Tsubasa left, I went to look for Hiroko to get the key from her. The key that would open Eva's cage. I walked to the courtyard with her mask in hand. Takumi. Here you go, as promised. That's my mask. Sure is. Open the cage. Guess I closed the door and locked it again. Thank you, Takumi. I don't know what to say. No need, just give you my promise. Well, I'll be seeing you. I turned around, giving a casual wave as I walked away. I'm back in my room, but now what? There's nothing for me to do here. I may as well go take a walk around school. Holy shit, the game's actually giving me free time. One second, chat. I'm checking something. Okay, let's go. I'm actually not that happy about the free time.
Move out.
It's just surprising that it's come so late.
Heady soldiers, it's time to hit the hay. You never know.
All right, gamers, it's time. Only seemed uneventful. Something may have been brewing behind the scenes without me noticing. But since I had no way of ascertaining that, I decided to simply go to bed and embrace sleep for the night. I woke up as the morning announcement played. It had barely finished with a piercing scream resounded in my ears. I jumped out of bed and dashed out of my room. Hiroko, Tsubasa, and Takamaro were out on the roof already. Was that Shoma just now? Yeah, I came running out when I heard it. I was already here when she came out. The scream came from the back of the building. Are you sure? Trust me, I've got a dog's hearing. Okay, let's go. We made our way down the stairs as quickly as we could and headed for the back of the school. It didn't take long for us to reach our destination, where we saw... We just heard him scream. Takumi, congratulations, you're not the murderer. Takumi, congratulations. Wait, we literally just heard him. Unless the voice changer. The fucking voice changer. The fucking voice changer. It was the voice changer. That still kind of rules out Takumi though, doesn't it? Alright, good.
Shoma!
I rushed over to check his pulse and breathing.
Nothing. He's dead.
No way!
By the time the other team members had come running as well, it was Nozomi, Moko, Kyoshika, Yugamu, and Karara. They gasped, but their eyes went wide when they saw Shoma's body.
Shoma!
Impossible.
What is this?
The person who created the message, though, Deadshot. Just because we were made aware of it doesn't mean they couldn't have found it on their own time as well.
Is he breathing?
No, unfortunately.
Get your act together. It's too early to give up. We just heard him screaming. He can't have been dead longer than 10 minutes.
Right. We can use the Revive-O-Matic to bring him back.
Let's get him to the infirmary!
Yes, but just one moment.
The hell?
Sir Ima, Lady Kako, and Lady Darumi have not shown up yet.
Hey, you're right.
Maybe they woke up early and went to the cafeteria first?
Even so, they should have heard the scream. Weird that they didn't come running like the rest of us.
This isn't the time to discuss that. Get Shoma to the infirmary now.
Yeah, I'll carry him there on my back. I don't know how to work the Revive-O-Matic, though.
I'll come with you. The rest of you can go look for Ima, Kako, and Darumi.
Got it.
Oh no, are they dead too? Takamura put Shoma on his back and immediately ran off to the infirmary with Tsubasa. The rest of us then split up to look for Ima, Kako, and Darumi. Since the person who attacked Shoma could still be lurking nearby, we split into teams for safety. I partnered up with Hiroko. We decided to start with the cafeteria. We made our way there as soon as we could, but there was nobody else inside. Ima, Kaku, Darumi, anyone there? No response. Looks like they're not here. Yes, let's try somewhere else. Turning around, we dashed the hallway towards the gym. But when we got there... Hey, I can't open the door! Is it locked? I peered through the small opening in the slightly ajar door. There's a latch! Someone latched the door from inside! Hiroko and I looked at each other nervously, neither daring to breathe. We're going to have to break the door down. You're right, on 3. 2, 3. One more time. 1, 2, 3. The door refused to budge even after we threw ourselves against it numerous times. Soon the noise we were making started attracting the others to the gym as well. We need some help here, guys! What we were trying to do was obvious enough that we didn't have to explain. Everyone nodded, took a couple steps back, and prepared to charge the door. Ready? Go! The latch broke apart with a cracking sound and we all tumbled into the gym together. And lying in the floor in front of us...
This is
unbelievable.
I ran to Kako and put a finger on her neck. There was no pulse. She was deathly cold. Hiroko came from behind me and started examining Kako's body. Once she had finished, she turned to look at the others and silently shook her head.
But it's okay. She couldn't have been dead for too long, like Shoma.
Then we should take her to the infirmary now.
Yeah.
Somi ran over to Kako and lifted her up. As she did, something fell out of Kako's right hand. What's this? A medicine bottle? TTX. By the time I noticed it, Nozomi had already run out to the gym carrying Kako's body. As the rest of us started to leave, Hiroko suddenly spoke up. Wait, Yugo, you go with Nozomi. Moko, Kyoshika, Karara, continue looking for Ima and Darumi, and Takumi, you stay here. What? Why? Just do as I say for now. I'll explain later. All right, let us be off at once. They nodded at each other and then just ran towards the hallway, leaving only Hiroko and myself at the scene of the crime. Why only me? There's only one exit here, and it was latched shut. I turned to look at the exit. Lying on the floor nearby was a mop that had been broken into 3 pieces. The mop handle had been used as a makeshift latch. It would be impossible for someone to latch the door like that from outside. which means this incident happened in a locked room. Assuming this is true, there are two possibilities I can think of. Can you guess what they are? I answered hesitatingly. The first possibility is that, I hate to say it, Kako killed herself, right?
Oh.
Yes, look at the bottle that dropped from her hand. What does the label say? TTX. It's an abbreviation for tetrodotoxin. It's extremely poisonous. Swallowing just 1 or 2 milligrams is fatal. Are you saying Kako drank this? I don't know, but we'll have time to think about that later. The other possibility is the more pressing one. Because if Kako didn't take the poison herself, it didn't take me long for me to make the connection. The killer is still hiding somewhere in the gym. Yes, if there is a killer, that is. That's why I told you to stay behind. Alright, let's look around. Hiroko and I searched the gym as cautiously as we could. Despite leaving no stone unturned, we didn't find anyone hiding in there. This makes it clear that Kako took her own life. Does it though? Shoma was found sliced up at the back of the building around the same time. Don't you find it strange that somebody killed him while Kako killed herself? No, there's nothing strange about it if Kako had been the one to kill Shoma. After stabbing him to death, she ran into the gym, blocked the door with a mop handle, and ingested the poison to kill herself. I decided to state my opinion objectively, even though I really didn't want to say those words out loud. Maybe, but that wouldn't make sense if Kako died before Shoma. Remember how Kako felt when you touched her body? Yes, she'd already gone completely cold. I noticed it too. It's probably been several hours since she died. So Kako killed herself sometime last night, and then somebody killed Shoma sometime this morning? Or Kako was already murdered. That's a possibility as well. How is that possible when the door was latched from the inside? Wait, there's something more important here. If Kako had already been dead for a few hours... Yes, I'm afraid it's already too late for her. No. Shibasa, Nozomi, and Yugamo were in the infirmary when Hiroko and I arrived. They were standing around with grave looks on their faces. How are Shoma and Kako? Well, we managed to successfully revive Shoma. Oh, hey, Shoma's okay. Wow, I wasn't expecting that. That's great. Yes, what a relief. But he's still unconscious. His physical body has been restored to full health, but it seems he hasn't recovered mentally from the attack yet. Where is he? Sleeping in his room. Takamaru's taking care of him. And what about Kako? We did put her body in the Revive-O-Matic, but alas. Hiroko and I went behind the Revive-O-Matic to look at the monitor. What was written on the screen made our hearts sink. Cause of death? Respiratory paralysis-induced asphyxiation. Estimated time of death? Day 27, between 1 and 4 a.m. Traces of TTX poison detected in body. Oral intake of TTX presumed to have led to respiratory paralysis-induced asphyxiation. No external injuries found on body. Too much as time has passed since death. Impossible to revive. The silence of the room was broken by the door being thrown open and 3 people running in. Darumi, you're safe. Where's Ima? Where were you all this time? In the rec room playing slots. You were doing what? You can't blame me. I overslept this morning. I didn't see anyone in the cafeteria. I just assumed everyone was doing their own thing. Because if Ima is dead, it makes a lot more sense why Kako might want to kill herself. Ashka and I found her in the rec room and dragged her here. We've already told her about Shoma and Kako. Still, we didn't yet know if they've been successfully revived, so here we are. Did it go well? Just then, 2 other people barged in the room noisily. Oh, there's Ima. Miss Suzuki told me what happened. I fell asleep in my dear sister's room last night. When I woke up, she was nowhere to be found. I've been looking around for her ever since. I saw him running around the hallways like a headless chicken and brought him here. Where is my dear sister? What happens to her? I explained the situation to everyone who just arrived. The news that Kako could no longer be revived hit everyone like a ton of bricks. Tears started welling up in Moko and Kyoshika's eyes while Karara was sniffing away under her mask. Darumi alone shed no tears. She had a vacant look on her face as she stared absently into space. And as for Ima...
No! 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 Dear sister! My dear sister! No!
With an anguished cry, the distraught Ima lost control of all reason and started lashing out. We managed to wrestle him to the ground and pin his limbs down even as he struggled violently.
Wait here while I go grab the gamma field.
What's that?
A powerful anesthetic. We have some in the biolab.
Yugumu dashed off as quickly as he could. He came back a while later with the gamma field, which he then injected into Ima. The drug caused Ima to weaken and slump over. Yugumu observed him closely.
All is fine now. He's unlikely to wake up before tomorrow morning.
Damn, dude, what happened? We moved the unconscious Ima to his room and assigned Moko to watch over him. After that, we took Kako's body to the morgue. There were now 3 bodies laying on tables in the morgue. Kako's body was the smallest. I kept staring at her. When I closed my eyes, I could still see her innocent smile. I couldn't believe the girl I had thought of like my own little sister was now gone. An indescribable ache spread through my chest at that thought. Unable to stand the pain, I forced myself to look away. After that, we went to the courtyard to check the cages. Eva was still inside hers, the door securely locked. Hiroko and I went on to tell the others what we learned from investigating the gym. The improvised latch, the bottle of poison, and how there had been no one else inside. While we were talking, the sun had set and the darkness of night was slowly taking over. We need Shoma's testimony. It was already evening. As nobody was in the mood for a meal, we gathered in the leisure lounge instead of the cafeteria. Sir Tekimaru, were you not supposed to be attending to Sir Shoma? Yugumu took over. Shoma's still out cold, but he's physically fine now. I just don't understand why Kako would kill herself. As I've already explained, we don't know for sure that it was suicide. We haven't found a suicide note. Not in the gym, on her clothes, or in her room yet. But the gym door was latched shut from the inside. And you didn't find anyone else in there, correct? Yes, but I find it very hard to accept Kako had killed herself, when Shoma was clearly killed by someone else. Why would she even do such a thing? I won't be fully convinced until a clear reason surfaces. I think she was murdered too, but that sponsor was trying to get us to join the invader hunt. They did warn us this would happen. We all heard what was being recording said, remember? All who refuse to join the game will be eliminated. All who refuse? That means the rest of us are targets too. You're telling us that sponsor wants to kill us all? The first threatening message said something about everyone dying too. It sure did. The first and second threats. We assumed they were written by different people because of the handwriting. But I'm starting to think it was the same person after all. We went against the first note. We ignored their demand to leave the academy and chose to stay behind instead. That gave the culprit an idea. I'll hold a killing game and force those guys to murder each other. But when we went against the second request as well, they decided they were going to have to do it themselves. And by it, you mean killing us? Yep, it all makes sense when you think of it this way, doesn't it? No, it really doesn't, but what do I know? That would mean the perpetrator has already murdered 4 people. 4? Sir Gaku, Lady Kaku, Sarai, and Sir Shoma. Though Sir Shoma was lucky enough to escape the jaws of death. So we're up against a ruthless serial killer here. We can't just let someone butcher our friends and get away scot-free. But how do we find them? Haven't I mentioned this before? The killer may very well be one of us. Everyone tensed up at Hiroko's words and started exchanging suspicious glances. Not everyone is a suspect, though. It would have to have been impossible for Takumi, Tsubasa, Takemaru, or me to have done this. How can you be so sure? Oh, that's right. The 4 of us met each other on the rooftop this morning, immediately after hearing Shoma scream. He was stabbed at the back of the building, even if we could teleport. There's no way we would have appeared on the rooftop right after slicing him up that badly. He wasn't thrown down from the rooftop after being stabbed either. His body hadn't taken any fall damage. However, there is the voice changer. The scream could have been fake. No, but if the scream probably... Because he was able to get revived, so he couldn't have been dead for a long time. Just a moment. What if all 4 of you were working together? Yes, it would definitely seem possible from your point of view. That would also mean one of the 3 in our team are killers. I don't think the STU would be worth much then. That line of reasoning isn't strong enough to prove your innocence. Anyway, what were the rest of you doing at that time? I remember those who came after us were Nozomi, Kyoshika, and Karara. Moko and Yugamo too, but they aren't here right now. Where did you guys come from? I ran from the entrance hall. I simply found myself in a group as I was heading to the back of the building. How did you know to go there? Well, I heard Shoma scream, but I chose to wait in my room first before making a move. Then I overheard you guys talking outside. You said something about the scream coming from the back of the building, remember? So I followed you to the scene of the crime. Nozomi and Darumi said the same thing, but I couldn't tell if they were telling the truth. Whatever the case, there was no denying that perpetrator could have joined up with the group halfway through without anyone realizing. Your suspicions are misplaced, especially when there's a much likelier suspect to cast aspirations on. Yeah, someone who didn't even show up at the crime scene. Wait, you mean me? You were totally trying to get us all to join that stupid killing game. So we refused to cave after the second threat, you decided to. It wasn't me! I had nothing to do with that threat. I overslept, that's all. We all shot Darumi deeply suspicious looks. Her dismay and bewilderment were palpable. Beads of sweat rolled down her face, making her makeup run. Hey, can I say something? I think it's counterproductive for us to be doubting each other like this. How are we going to handle future battles if we can't even stay united? Let's calm down and think about things rationally. Under normal circumstances, the probability of the killer being an outsider is a lot higher than the alternative. But would an outsider be able to slip in without triggering the alarm? Well, that's... Maybe it was Eva? Impossible. We checked the cage just now, remember? She was still inside and the gate was properly locked. Not only that, I have the key right here. This is the only key and it can't be duplicated, as Hiroko said. Also, I locked my door last night, so nobody could have stolen the key from me while I was asleep. What if you were working with her? I could debunk that theory. Takumi has been with me since morning. Even if he had let Eva out of her cage last night to stab Shoma, he couldn't have locked it back up this morning without my knowledge. You need the key to lock the cage just as much as you needed to unlock it. That means it's one of us. No, it can't be. There has to be a way for someone to come in without triggering the alarm. There's always the possibility that nobody slipped in at all. What are you saying? I'm saying the killer could have already been hiding in the academy before the first team was dispatched here. That's true. If they were here already, they wouldn't have triggered the alarm. Is that person still hiding somewhere in this school right now? All of a sudden, Tsubasa raised her voice. I know! I can make an organic life detection device! Organic life detection device? Put simply, it's a machine that detects the number of large living organisms on school grounds. It won't be advanced enough to pinpoint their exact locations, but having a precise number should tell us if there's really an outsider hiding here. You can make something like that? I found a similar function while investigating Eva's mask 2 days ago. I took the opportunity to study it thoroughly. So yes, I could make something like that in 7 days, maybe? 7 days. Until then, let's stop being suspicious of each other like Nozomi suggested. We'll assume that the killer is an outsider until proven wrong. What do you guys say? Everyone nodded in agreement. The moment I saw that, the world around me started to spin. What is this? That was the last thought on my mind before it shut down completely. Wait, what? Day 39? What the fuck?
Up and Adam troops, time! Get ready for your 39th day of active service here at Last.
What the fuck? That's a jump.
Defend. Prepare to spend another day. Be ready to get.
I woke up to the now all too familiar sight of Nozomi sitting right in front of me. It was deja vu time. She noticed right away that I was awake and leapt to her feet with an ear-piercing scream. She scuttled frantically around the room a few times more than the last before finally coming to a stop. And then she just stood there in a daze. We don't know. I watched the entire scene play out before sitting up. What day is it today? Day 39. I fainted on the night of 27, so I've been out for 11 days? Yes, we're almost out of emergency feeding trips. Why did I lose consciousness? I didn't get stabbed on day 27 and my old wound didn't reopen. Nozomi regarded me with a somber look on her face as I mumbled to myself. Then she gave me the diagnosis. We think you have the fainting disease. Fainting disease? Also known as psychogenetic pseudosyncope. A disease that causes you to suddenly lose consciousness after being exposed to strong psychological shock or stress. Like your mind just blows out. I have a disease like that? Yes. After what happened to Shoma and Kako on day 27, your mind suffered a heavy blow, and even though you somehow made it to nighttime okay, the moment you felt like you could relax, your mind completely shut down, just like that. How could you tell I had this disease? This is the third time you fainted out of the blue, right? And it always takes you a long time to regain consciousness. This doesn't seem like normal behavior, so we decided to scan your brain using the Revive-O-Matic diagnosis function. I don't remember contracting any disease like that. This is what the machine analysis said. Traces of treatment found on damaged parts of the brain. Fainting disease likely developed as after effect. If the gi was in my brain, they would have scanned it there. The gi was removed. So we have the fainting disease because my brain is damaged from somebody taking out the worm. My guess is that we're going to find out who removed it on the SF route. That's my theory right now. Treatment on damaged parts of my brain? I don't know what exactly happened. At any rate, the damage isn't life-threatening and doesn't affect your cognitive functions or your judgment. So that part's nothing to worry about, at least. Easy for you to say. This means I could faint again if something stressful happens, right? Yes, but I'm sure it'll be alright. As long as we make sure nothing too stressful happens again. So, has anything changed? Changed? Like, have you guys learned anything about the killer while I was out? No, we haven't made any progress in that area. The unknown killer remains at large and we don't have a single clue to follow. Nobody's been attacked since then, so we're still alive at least. What about Shoma and Ima? Shoma regained consciousness already, but he said he doesn't know who stabbed him. Fuck. Of course. Still, it's interesting. That definitely confirms that we're no longer brainwormed, which means we're not the murderer. My guess is that it was removed when we got knocked unconscious. Okay, here's my theory. Here's my theory, chat, on what happened. You ready? Here's my theory. Around day 5 or 6. That's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking, you remember when Takumi got knocked out? Like on the night that Ima got killed? My guess is that was Hiroko. But I think it was the Hiroko from the other timeline. Specifically jumping to that timeline to remove the gi from my brain because something happened in another timeline and she knew. Potentially in the slasher route. So we might have spoiled the slasher route a little bit, but I think something happened in the slasher route that clued in Hiroko that a gi is in Takumi's head, so and that she jumped here to remove it, and that's why I have brain damage. And that's probably what Hiroko was doing when she, like, I think that Takumi from the SF route joined Hiroko in that leap. Like, what she was doing in the infirmary on that day was probably removing the gi from my brain. I think. This is just a guess. This is just, like, my theory. There is no brain damage on the other routes, though. Who did she fail to save? Gaku. Maybe. That's, as I said, this is just a theory. A game theory. Explain the exorcism route then? I don't have an explanation for the exorcism route. They just said things backwards and the incense maybe drove them away. I don't know. How do I, what do you want me to do to explain that? Fuck it, whatever, let's moving on. You can ask him about it yourself later. And Ima? He's barricaded himself in his room and hasn't said much to us. Just a word or two when we deliver food to him. Needless to say, he didn't fight in the defensive battle that happened on day 33. Ima, Shoma, and Darumi sat out of the battle as usual. Are those three still suspicious of me? Yes, they seem to think you're the most likely suspect. But even if you weren't one, it'd have been someone from the SDU. That's what those three believe. Damn it, they still sus of me, dude. No. Oh, I see what you mean now, Deadshot. I get what you're saying now. Yeah, he did have brain damage on that route, didn't he? Hey man, less people died that route. Maybe he doesn't have brain damage. Nozomi and I headed to the cafeteria together, where everyone except Ima, Shoma, and Darumi were gathered. When they saw me, they said things like, "You're awake," or "Thank goodness." Everyone was quietly rejoicing about seeing me on my feet again. The reactions were a lot more subdued than before. I can hardly blame them. This is the third time I've woken up after losing consciousness for several days. At least, that's what I thought. Turned out they had another reason to be despondent. The dark, gloomy aura that hung over the group indicated there was something more at play here. I finished breakfast and returned to my room. Soon after, Tsubasa came knocking. You saw how dejected everyone seemed just now, right? Want to know why? Sure. She pulled out something from behind her back. What's this? The organic life detection device. Oh, right, you finished it! 5 days ago, yeah. But now I wish I hadn't. Why not? Because this is the reason everyone's jumping at shadows. She turned the device on as she spoke. 13? Yep, the total number of life forms in this academy. That's all of us, including Eva. Which means that there are no outsiders in this school, and the culprit is really one of us. Yeah, that's what everyone believes now. Except for me and Nozomi, that is. You two still think it was an outsider that did it? I don't know, but the killer could have fled outside after stabbing Shoma, right? The possibility of that happening seemed low to me, but I forced myself not to voice those doubts. Anyway, that's why everyone's so down. Basically, it's because they're all suspicious of one another. Hey, I think there could still be a Gi involved. It's just not in my brain anymore. Somebody removed it, and we've got pretty much proof positive that our brain is Gi'd. Because if it was, they would have saw it when they scanned my brain. So we're safe now. This route, we're safe. Takumi, you're no longer a prime suspect. Congratulations, Takumi, you're clear. I've been sus of you for the longest time, but you're clear on this route. Good job. Proud of you. Proud of you, Takumi. You did it. Woo! This isn't going to end well. Without trust, we won't be able to put up a united front during the next defensive battle. Can you do something, Takumi? I'll do what I can to help as well. Just tell me what you need. Oh, I just remembered. I finished that other thing you asked me to make a while ago, too. What thing? You know, the remote detonator that'll trigger the bomb in Eva's body? I managed to complete it after carefully investigating her body, with her consent, of course. Sylvester rummaged through her pocket and took out something that looked like a remote control. I took it and gripped it tightly in my hand. Thanks, this put me at ease. I'll probably add Eva to the team starting from the next battle. Yeah, that should help our combat power. The problem is getting the others to trust her. Oh well, I've done my part. The rest is up to you. With that, she left the room. Up to me, huh? How should I do this? What was it Tsubasa said before? The killer could have fled outside after stabbing Shoma? To be honest, I didn't think they did. I have no concrete proof, but everything that happened so far felt like part of a larger scheme that someone was orchestrating. At the very least, I was convinced the culprit wasn't going to stop at Shoma's stabbing. In that case, excluding myself, the killer must be one of the other 12 students at this academy. No, wait. Shoma was a victim. If Hiroko, Tsubasa, Takemaru, and Eva were also innocent, that leaves just 7 suspects. Darumi, Nozomi, Kyoshika, Yugamu, Moko, Ima, and Karara. I never willingly choose to treat any of my friends as suspects, but as it turns out, I don't have a choice right now. I won't gain everyone's trust until I identify the real culprit. And if I don't have their trust, the SDU would fall apart and everyone would be annihilated by the invaders. The only way to prevent that from happening is to reveal the identity of the killer. You must solve this future case yourself, Takumi. That was what the boy with the undying flame said. He must have known something like this would happen. At any rate, this was the only way of resolving all of this that I could think of. I have to find the culprit no matter what. I clenched my fist and resolved to devote myself to the investigation. Alright, chat, it's investigating time. No answer. Tried the doorknob, but it was locked. Ima, I know you're inside. Can we talk?
Hey!
I'm trying to track down the culprit, but I need something to go on. Voice called out from the other side of the door. Wait, Mr. Sumino. Unfortunately, there's nothing I can tell you. Come on, there's got to be something. You see, I'm suspicious of you too. I think you may have been the one who killed my dear sister. What are you talking about? I didn't kill her in the first place. Kako, she killed herself. Is that what you're trying to say? A preposterous suggestion! There's absolutely no reason for my dear sister to do such a thing! She had no worries, no sorrows. Even if she did develop anyway, she should have told me about them. My dear sister did not kill herself. I have no doubt she was murdered. Like I told you just now, I suspect that the killer may have been you, Mr. Sumino. The only reason I haven't exacted vengeance yet is because I'm not completely sure it was you. Accidentally killing the wrong person would be playing right into the hands of the real culprit. But I might lose my sense of reason if we continue to speak much longer. Can you please leave now while I'm still in my right mind? I can sense that prolonging the conversation would lead nowhere. Ima refused to respond to any further attempts to talk. Understandable. Have a nice day. Oh, you're still in the cafeteria. Don't talk to us now. We are in the midst of a very serious discussion. Nozomi just refuses to listen to reason. What's the discussion about? I still don't believe the culprit is one of us. Oh, fuck. Being suspicious. You saw that device total number of life forms in the school. Yes, but that doesn't prove the crimes were inside jobs. Gilbert must have fled outside the wall of fire after stabbing Shoma. And we're trying to tell you that's not possible. Yeah, this doesn't seem like a killer who'd stop at 1 or 2 victims. They clearly said they wanted to kill everyone, both in the tape recording and that first message. But I just can't. Takumi, say something. Well, I stammered hard because I was more in line with Karara's way of thinking than Nozomi's. I did feel bad for Nozomi, so I simply decided to avoid simply committing for now. Sorry, I just remembered I had something I needed to do. Gotta go, bye. Wait, Takumi, hey, come back here, please. I ignored Nozomi's pleas and quickly bolted out of the room and into the hallway. Wow. Clean there, Takumi. Great job, boy. Long time no see. I heard you were out cold for a while. I woke up all of a sudden for some reason. I'm glad you did. Is there something I can help you with today? Okay, so I decided to talk to her about something else. Do you remember what you told me before? I had to choose between lying to you and eventually killing everyone here, or telling you the truth and joining your side. And then you said you decided to take your chances with us, right? I will no longer try to self-destruct in everyone's presence, for the reasons I previously explained. Then, will you fight with us instead? What? Vecious, the one who betrayed you, is still alive, right? By joining us in battle, you can personally take revenge against her and her underlings. Is that why Tsubasa asked to conduct a thorough investigation of my body the other day? So that if I ever tried anything, your team would be able to detonate the bomb inside my body remotely? Using the device she made? Yes, but I just want to make one thing clear. I didn't ask for the device because I'm suspicious of you. It's just something that's needed to put the others at ease. He even thought for a while about what I said. All right, you saved my life, so if there's anything I can do to help you, I'll do it. Thank you. Unfortunately, you'll still have to wait a while before I can let you out of here. I need to clear it with the others first. Understood. I will wait. Hiroko, you were here the other day too. What's so interesting about this place? I wanted to investigate Kako's body again. What about you? I'm here to investigate the case as well. As if your clumsy brain could ever bring us closer to the truth. Oh, be quiet. Hiroko decided to repeat herself in a hushed voice. As if your clumsy brain.
Hey!
You know that's not what I meant. Anyway, have you already looked at Kako's body?
Oh.
Yes, and the other two as well. Hiroko was remembering something there. Hiroko was remembering something there. Another timeline, potentially. Aito and Gaku too? Didn't we already check Gaku's body on day 24? Yes, but something happened to make me realize I needed to check it again. I've discovered 2 surprising facts after re-investigating Kako's body. Surprising facts? The first concerns her cryptoglobin. Her body's been almost completely drained of it. What? There's a cut on her ankle. Her body was likely moved somewhere and hung up for an extended time. It was returned here after being almost completely drained of cryptoglobin. When? I'll get to that later. Let me tell you about my other discovery first. Hiroko walked to Kako's body and removed the sheet that was covering it. Then, she flipped the body over, and what I saw flabbergasted me. What the hell? Marks of a stolen heart. Wait, what am I looking at here? What? What? Somebody cut a hole in her back, smashed her ribs, and dug her heart. What? That doesn't sound like normal Gi behavior, does it? We've never seen the Gi do that in the last route. We did see the ankle slit to drain cryptoglobin though. That did happen. why would anyone do that? Before we talk about that, check the other bodies as well. Editors are told them flipped Aito and Gaku's body other only to see the exact same marks on them. A large, empty cavity on their backs. Wait a minute. What's going on here? What indeed? Why are you so calm about this? Their hearts have been removed from their bodies. I know. That's what I've been trying to tell you. When did this happen? When we investigated Gaku's body on day 24, his back was still intact. It still was on day 27, too. I checked Aito and Gaku's bodies when we moved Kako's body here. Nobody had holes in their backs at that point in time. That means it must have happened sometime after the night of day 27. The perpetrator likely did the deed to all three at the same time. It may have been when they extracted Kako's cryptoglobin as well. Who? Simple logic dictates that the culprit behind this series of events did it. But why? How should I know what the culprit is up to? Perhaps they're simply a lunatic who collects hearts as a hobby, or a gourmet who enjoys a spot of grilled myocardium with lemon on top. Both examples are crazy. There's just one thing I can't seem to figure out. Why were the hearts extracted from the back? Making an opening in the chest would make removing them so much easier. Why go about it this way? Neither of us could come up with anything feasible, so we decided to investigate the bodies again. But there is not a single further clue to be found. What the fuck? What the fuck? What the fuck? Is this Gi again? Like, I don't know. The Gi didn't go about and remove hearts from the last fucking timeline. What the fuck? Medicine. One of mankind's most eminent inventions for sustaining life and dealing death. How can I help you today, Takumi? I told Yugumi that I was investigating the case. Does that include Kako's death too? Yes, the suspicious circumstances of her death bother me as well. My main objective was to solve the attempted murder of Shoma, but that didn't mean it wasn't my only concern. Any information that might help solve Kako's case would be more than welcome. There's other cases to think about as well, like Sirai's destruction and Gaku's murder. But I hadn't found any further clues to those cases despite my thorough investigation on day 24. So I decided to focus on Shoma's case first while the trail was still fresh. Is there something bothering you about Kako's case? Yes, there is. Remember her cause of death? She ingested pterodotoxin, an extremely potent poison. When we found her, she was holding a bottle labeled TTX tightly in her right hand. That bottle was originally from this biolab. So the poison was taken from here? That would appear to be the case. Whether by Kako, who then killed herself with it, or by someone else who used it to kill Kako. Is this room open to everyone? Sure is. There's no lock on the door and the cabinets are unsecured too. Anyone could have taken anything at any time. Somebody also stole Gramophil, plus syringes and needles to administer it. Gramophil, the substance you used to knock out Ima on day 27. The very same. But if it's still here, it hasn't been stolen, right? There are multiple bottles here. Several are missing. It didn't happen recently either. I first noticed the missing bottles on day 27. When I came here to get the supplies needed to help with Ima, I saw that there were already some missing. Why would the killer do that? We don't know for sure if the killer was the one who stole them. The thing is, at the proper dilution, this substance can numb the body's pain and emotional receptors without causing loss of consciousness. Perhaps that's what the thief wanted to use it for. That's not good. What are you guys doing here? If it isn't the serial killer Takumi! you're awake. I'm not a serial killer, so stop calling me that. Anyway, I'm investigating the identity of the culprit right now. Do you mind if I ask a few questions? Whoa, can he be any more shameless? The criminal's role-playing as detective now. I'm not talking to you. I'm asking Shoma. Oh, you want to know about the person who stabbed me? I've told the others a bunch of times already. I didn't get a good look at them. Wait, I thought you were sure Takumi did it. Yes, but it's not like I have any proof, so... Does that mean you didn't see the culprit when you were stabbed? No, I did see someone. But they were wearing a mask. How about the person's height or body structure? I can't be sure. They were dressed in a long black poncho thing. You must have seen some identity. A mask with long... Isn't that just Carrara? I was attacked the moment I turned around, so I'm afraid not. I screamed immediately, and before I realized it, I'd been shoved to the ground. No, if it was Carrara, they would have mentioned the tomato mask. That might be too easy, but they did just describe Carrara. I don't remember anything after that. I fainted after the first 2 or 3 stabs. So you don't even know if it was a man or a woman? No. Did they say anything? Actually, I did hear something as I was being stabbed. The person kept saying, "Die, die." And you should have been able to recognize the voice. Thing is, I didn't. Why not? Their voice had been changed with the voice changer. A voice changer, huh? I went to the gym last. Where I stepped inside, I saw that Tsubasa and Takamaru were already there. Tsubasa, Takamaru, perfect timing. I need to ask you guys about something. What is it? Remember the voice changer you showed me in the garage the other day? Is it still there? Shoma told you about the culprit using the voice changer, huh? Yeah, he did. You guessed right, Takumi. The device has gone missing. I knew it. Culprit stole it, huh? I think so. When did you realize it was gone? On day 28, the day Shoma regained consciousness. I went to the garage to check after hearing his story and... Voice changer was already gone? Yeah, without anyone realizing. She showed us the voice changer on the afternoon of day 24. So it must have been stolen between that time and the morning of day 27, before Shoma got stabbed. What are you two doing here, though? I did a lot of thinking myself here out, and I just don't believe Kako would kill herself. Me too. At first, suicide seemed like the only possibility based on the situation. After listening to Hiroko, though, I started to realize how unnatural the whole thing seemed. But if she was killed, how did the culprit get away? That's what we need to figure out. And so here we are. Maybe there's a secret tunnel or something here that we completely missed, you know? We're all here to do the same thing, then. I mean, yes, Kako died under such mysterious circumstances that I can't stop thinking about it. Let's check the plates out together. Yeah, we can trust each other since all 3 of us here are safers. Safers? Those of us that can be safely removed from the list of suspects. Safers! That's true. And thus we began to investigate the gym. I don't know, I think there's always the possibility of someone manufacturing an alibi. We went around knocking on walls and floors to check for hidden doors. Some time passed where Takamaru shouted at us from the stage. Hey, come over here, I found something crazy! He was standing at a corner of the stage. Tsubasa and I hurried over. What in the world? There was an exit? No way. There really was a hidden tunnel. Or should I say, a hidden ladder? I checked this place before, but I found nothing. What did you do? Told you I got a dog's hearing. I knocked on the floor and knew right away there was an empty space underneath. And I groped around the surface, and what do you know? A rotatable handle kept flipping out. Grabbed the handle, pulled it, and there you have it. Well, let's go see what's down there. Yeah. We slowly made our way down the long ladder. Eventually, I felt my toes touching solid ground. What I saw there was... Isn't this... Oh, that's the escape pod. You know this thing? Yeah, remember what I told you before? This is the escape pod that deploys on the last day. Huh? No way! Damn! Does that mean if we can get inside, we can go to the artificial satellite? We ran to the entrance to the pod and checked the door. There was a note pinned to it. The door to this pod automatically opens on day one. 100. No manual override available. Despite the note, we kept looking around for a way to open it manually. However, we were unable to find anything. Nope. This thing can't be opened from the outside. How about we use a crowbar to pry it open? Then the pod becomes useless because outer space is a vacuum. So we have no choice but to wait until day 100. We'll have to give up on the idea of boarding the pod before then. Shit. By the way, have you guys forgotten why we came down here in the first place? Of course not. We were trying to solve the locked room case, weren't we? Yeah, Hiroko and I thought we investigated the gym after discovering Kako's body. But if the killer had been hiding in the storeroom or the ladder shaft at that time, who couldn't possibly have found them? After you and Hiroko left the gym, the killer got out and walked through the exit like nothing ever happened. Which means Kako really was killed. We don't have concrete proof of that yet. However, this does disprove the previous notion that it couldn't possibly have been murder. Wait. Assuming for a moment she was murdered, wouldn't that also prove the killer was an outsider? Because when we found Kako's body, Takamaru, Shoma, and I were in the infirmary, whereas everyone else was in the gym. No, not everyone else. 2 were missing. That's right, Darumi and Ima. Ima couldn't have been the killer. He worshipped the ground she walked on. Darumi, though, said she was playing slots or something. She could have been lying through her teeth. But it's always possible that an outsider did it. You made that life detection yourself, unless you're telling me you made that number up. I did no such thing. That was the correct number. But the killer could have already gotten away by the time I finished making the device, right? Just then, I noticed something out of the corner of my eye. An item on the ground next to the cockpit of the escape pod. It caught my eye for some reason, and I walked slowly over to pick it up. Hey, what's that? A handkerchief? So it seems. I see something embroidered on it. That reads IT. Information technology? Or maybe it's just it, as in it girl? Could it be referring to the initials of a name? Ima. Tsukumo? When we exited the gym, we saw that it was already nighttime. I asked Takamaru and Tsubasa to gather the others before heading to Ima's room myself. Come out, Ima, I need to ask you about something. Somehow I felt like he would keep hiding if I told him about the handkerchief, so I decided not to say anything for now. We found a clue that may lead us to Kako's killer. I made that assertion even though I had no solid proof she had been killed because I wanted to get him out of the room. A short while later, I heard the door being unlocked. And then Ima appeared behind it. You believed me about my dear sister being murdered? Yeah, something's going on here. What the fuck? Does he have the brain rot? Yes. Can you come with me? Slowly but surely, Eden nodded in assent. Takamaru, Tsubasa, and I took everyone to the storeroom where the escape pod was being kept. We told them how we had found the place and how the pod could only be used on day 100. After climbing back out, we all headed to the cafeteria.
Huh?
So what was that clue you found? Before that, I needed to check something with Darumi. On day 27, when we found Kako's body, were you really playing slots at the time? Huh? You're still suspicious of me? Then check the machine's play log. You don't know for sure I was playing around that time. But how could I have possibly stabbed Shoma if I've been hiding in the storeroom the whole time? The only way out of that place is through that tunnel, right? I wouldn't have been able to get out of the gym until the coast was clear. Perhaps you clambered out of the escape pod's elevator shaft? I'm no Spider Woman, and that shaft has no foothold. It's impossible to climb. The ceiling of that shaft is covered with a thick wall. It's not something that can be opened by human hands. How about this? You were the one to kill Kako, but not the one to stab Shoma? You're suggesting there were 2 culprits? Indeed I am. And does the number 2 ring any bells with regard to this situation? When we found Shoma's body, there were 2 people missing from the scene. You're suspicious of me as well? Ima's face twisted into a grimace. I hesitated for a moment when I saw his expression, but decided to show everyone the handkerchief we had found. This is the clue I was talking about. We found it in the escape pod storeroom. The letters IT have been embroidered on it. Are these initials? Wouldn't that refer to Ima Tsukumo? Ugh. I thought so. This is your handkerchief, right, Ima? And the fact that it was in the storeroom means... Sir Ima killed Lady Kako? Are you out of your mind? Me? Kill my very own dear sister? I didn't think it was possible either. Unless Ima was the one to stab Shoma and Darumi was the one to kill Kako. Ima dropped the handkerchief in the storeroom when he was chasing the joint. I told you it wasn't me! You think Miss Amiya and I were accomplices? And that I tactically approved of my dear sister's murder? That's no different from accusing me of killing my dear sister myself! You're all crazy. I can't believe I thought it even crossed your minds! So you deny the charge? Of course I do! Then explain yourself. Why was your handkerchief in the storeroom? That's because... You see? You are feeling guilty. No. Ah! Ima dashed out of the cafeteria screaming. Wait, Ima! We all dashed after him. Ima grabbed the fire extinguisher in the entrance hall before running outside. We followed him as he ran out of the building. He was running at full speed through the courtyard and none of us could catch up. Finally, he tore through the wall of fire and ran to the other side. We followed behind. Jesus Christ. When we got to the city ruins, something unexpected happened. All of a sudden, a large object shaped like an onion appeared out of nowhere and captured Ima. What? A large object shaped like an onion appeared out of nowhere and captured Ima, who had been running ahead of us. Ima! What the? The onion object that flew high up in the air with Ima and vanished out of sight. What just happened? And what was that thing? And they're not even gonna show us a picture of it? Are you fucking joking right now? I'd seen that onion-shaped thing before in the previous timeline. That was probably a commander. Oh, it was that.
And that's how a true lady slaughters her prey.
Are you serious? He must have been captured by the enemy? No way. That can't be true. It's all right. We can probably figure out where they went. What? You know how Ima's been rather emotionally unstable lately, right? So much so that I thought he might just go missing one day, so I secretly planted a transmitter in his body when bringing food to him. We should be able to see where they took him from the war room. You clever girl, you. Okay, let's all head back for now. We traced the transmitter and quickly figured out exactly where Ima had been taken. It was the enemy relay station we had visited in the previous timeline. We immediately started making a plan to get Ima back. After some discussion, we decided to split into two teams. The rescue team, me, Hiroko, Takamaru, Tsubasa, and Karara. The defense team, Nozomi, Moko, Kyoshika, Yugamu, Shoma, and Darumi. Must we rescue even though he may very well be the killer? It's not set in stone yet. What if it was all a mistake? Could you ever live with the fact that you abandoned an innocent friend? I knew you would say that. I was just making sure. Having only 5 people on a defense team is not very reassuring. Yeah, can we add one more or something? No, what if the enemy attacks in the meantime? We can't afford to be lax on home security. In that case, Takumi. Yeah, it's time. Everyone follow me. I don't think he's gonna get merged with the worm. Sister Takumi, Lady Eva's out and about now. Why have you done such a thing? Yes, as you can see, I let her out. But why? I intend to let her join the rescue team. Huh? I explained about the bomb in Eva's body and the remote detonator we had made to trigger it. And you really think this will work? If you feel she's acting suspicious, you can press the button to blow her up yourself. I put the remote detonator in an astonished Hiroko's hand. Now do you feel reassured? Hiroko fell silent at my words. After a few moments, she said, have it your way. Thank you for having me on the team. I look forward to being useful to you. Oh, wow. She's still saying that even when not brainwashed. Okay. All right, then. We'll be right back with Ema. Good luck. Stay safe. The rescue team set off for the enemy relay station where Ema was being held captive. By the time we got close to the relay station, the sun was just starting to rise. We got off the bus and climbed up a small hill to survey the relay station.
We don't know where exactly Ema is being held in this base, but that doesn't matter. Let's just bust in there and start kicking ass and taking names.
Yeah, you guys already saw how that commander could fly.
That has to be Quenzele.
Quenzele?
Yes, and he's an absolute creep. Feel free to make mincemeat out of him.
Eva, I like you! It's good to have you not brainwashed. Oh, she's great. Okay. You like this free will, Eva?
A flying enemy? Sounds like a headache already. How do we even get to him? We'll be fine with my specialist skill on our side. I'll whip up some surface-to-air artillery and knock him down in one shot. The thing is, I'll have to start crafting it after he actually appears.
Why? Can't you just make it now?
This particular weapon can only hold its shape for 5 minutes. After that, its internal pressure will cause it to explode.
Got it. Guess there's no helping it then.
Okay, guys, let's do this. Special Defense Unit, move out.
Feel free to make mincemeat out of him. Wow, she's just like, yeah, you can kill this guy. I don't care. I don't think so. Yeah, she's still using the artificial class armor. Now, I think it'll let me skip this because this battle seems familiar. Yes. No, they always had one around, Steve-ish.
Now, do you understand that I would never betray you?
I shall reserve judgment until this entire battle is over.
Where's the commander?
That Quenzele guy?
He should be here any time now. Aha. Speak of the devil.
I am the paragon of repulsion, Quenzele. I'll be sure to make it agonizingly painful when I kill you. Go ahead, scramble for your ugly lives. You won't escape from me.
Yeah, I can see. You know what? It makes sense why Eva's like, yeah, kill this guy.
He's finally here, like moths to a flame.
Everybody, cover Kurata while she crafts the artillery.
Understood.
Got it.
Maybe a little creepy.
It's set. Told you it wouldn't take long. And that's how a true lady slaughters her prey.
Okay, let's just skip this. Now where's Ema, bitch? Give us back our potential murder suspect, bitch.
The pain. It hurts.
One second, chat. I'm just checking something quickly. Okay.
Why do this? What has prompted this cruelty?
Serves you right, Quenzele.
You're Ava. I noticed you were here a while back, but does this mean you've switched allegiances?
Yes. It's not as if I had any future in the Sovereign Army anyway.
I think once it broke off and started staring at something behind us.
Overlord Veshness!
What?
Huh? There's no one there.
God damn it! Fuck off! Y'all have no fucking brain cells! Jesus Christ!
Don't tell me.
Oh my god! The media commander had disappeared.
Got away?
Freaking coward.
I guess you could say that Quenzele has been quenceled.
Eva, what the fuck? Eva, what the fuck? It's refreshing that Eva is herself, and we're seeing that she's a fucking dork. Okay. All right. Everyone's just like, Blarf. I see, what the fuck? The battle, we split up to look for Ema. Took a while, but I eventually found him locked up in a cage.
Ema, are you all right? Hold on. I'll get you out now.
Mr. Samino!
Again, it broke apart with a loud noise. I opened the door and quickly guided Ema outside, but then I saw something flashing out of the corner of my eye right next to his cage. Next moment, uh-oh. Let me guess. I instinctively grabbed Ema from behind. The snap action meant my body shielded Ema from the blunt of the blast. Scalding pain ripped through my back. I choked down a cry of pain and asked,
Ema, are you okay?
Yes, but what about you?
Yeah, don't worry about me. As long as you're fine.
Huh? Mr. Samino!
And time to go unconscious for another week. Called it. Called it.
Up and Adam troops, time to rise and shine.
Turns out when you get a parasite extracted from your brain, it's not a very good thing for the headspace, you know? 10 days. Tutorial to fill 100 days. That's probably it, yeah. Like, the route so far is solid from a writing standpoint, but yeah, I felt like they had to skip some days. Bro is sleep maxing.
Fine. Get ready for your 50th day of active service here at Last Defense Academy. That's right, folks, you're halfway there. Like a lizard on a chair. You're
What does that
stepped
mean?
in blood so far. Returning would be as tedious as to go o'er. In honor of the occasion, if you're hearing this recording, it means your commander is no longer with you. So, no presents for anyone today. Too bad, so sad. Try not to be mad.
Wait, why did that recording play this time? That didn't record. said Nozomi sitting right in front of me. This time, she wasn't shocked at all. Instead, she looked at me with a gentle softness in her eyes.
Morning. You're awake now?
I didn't have to ask about the day since it was mentioned in the announcement just now.
It's day 50 today.
Yeah. Oh, don't worry about the feeding drips. We went to the second academy and brought a whole lot back.
Oh. Thanks as always.
You should thank the others too. They were the ones who actually got the drips. And I wasn't the only person taking care of you while you were out.
I sat up in bed. For some strange reason, I wasn't feeling any aches or pains. You seem fine physically. The truth is, your external injuries weren't as bad as they seemed. Which means the real reason I was out for such a long time was because of the fainting disease. I think so. Has anything changed? I mean, the murder cases, we still haven't made any progress. Ima and Darumi are still denying they were working together. Tsubasa and I don't believe they did anything either, but the others... Oh, something else has changed though. Ima's been taking part in the defensive battles. What? You shielded him back at the relay station, remember? He said he's joining the fight for you. I see. That said, he still as reticent as ever and hardly ever leaves his room otherwise. Who can blame him though? Other than Tsubasa and me, everyone's suspicious of him. But he did say that he was willing to tell you and only you everything. Really? Yep, so go find him later, okay? Later? You expected me to not act right now after what you just told me? I jumped up and dashed outside immediately. Shimina, first of all, thank you for saving me that day. From the bottom of my heart, I thank you. Don't mention it, really. I really want to hear from you with some answers. Ima nodded firmly. I was going to tell you everything after you woke up anyway. Not only because I owe you a debt of gratitude, but also because I'm now sure you couldn't have been the killer. Because the real killer would never risk his own life to save me like that. It is my deepest desire to find the person who killed my dear sister, and then smash their face in with a hammer over and over and over again until there's nothing left of it. Yet I am but a detective's assistant. I do not deal with the deductions. So I have decided to entrust this earnest wish of mine to you. I have the utmost confidence that you have what it takes to bring the truth to light. I intend to do that as soon as I get some answers from you. Now, first off, why didn't you kill Darumi? What? You think the killer is one of us, don't you? When Kako's body was found, you and Darumi were the only ones not in the gym. Unless you were the killer, but that can't be, right? Of course not! If so, from your perspective, only one other person could have been hiding in the storeroom at that point in time. None other than Darumi. Yet you didn't go smash your head in with a hammer until there was nothing left. Why not? Mr. Simo, I see what you're getting at. And you were right. It was because I knew it was possible for someone else to have been my dear sister's killer. Because there's a hidden exit in that storeroom, right? He nodded slowly in response to my question. Opposite the cockpit section of the escape pod lay a heap of metal containers. When we moved the heap away, we found a large ventilation shaft. Is this it? Yes. It's big enough for even Takimaru and Moko to pass through. You are quite right. Have you ever gone inside before? No, sir. I stuck my head into the shaft but couldn't see anything in the pitch black darkness. When did you realize there was a storeroom here? About day 10, I would say. My dear sister found the entrance first. She was the one who brought me here. After that, we would secretly visit this place together whenever we had some free time. It became something like a secret hiding spot of ours. Why didn't you tell anyone? I did not tell you before because I thought you were my dear sister's killer. I did not tell the others because, well, promise me you will not get angry. Yeah. Because my sister and I had intended to flee this place together in that escape pod. It's not possible. The door can't be opened manually. We thought we could do something about that by tinkering with the control system in the war room. I sighed and continued the conversation. But you kept this place a secret even after Kako was murdered. If you told us about it, we'd be able to accept your assertion that Kako hadn't killed herself. I promised my dear sister that no matter what happened, I would never tell anyone about this place. She had tears in her eyes when she made me promise. I want us to live together in the Tokyo residential complex again. Just the two of us. But we have to get out of this place first. We'll be killed one day if we stay here.
Yeah!
I believe I may have dropped the handkerchief at that time.
Huh?
Was when I was putting it back in my pocket after wiping my dear sister's tears away. This place was our sanctuary. We didn't want anyone else invading our space. Even after my dear sister lost her life, it felt like I would be desecrating her memory by allowing someone else in. That is why I told nobody. Large tears started rolling down Ima's cheeks, and I wordlessly held out his handkerchief to him. Ima accepted the handkerchief and clenched it tightly in his hand. He squeezed his eyes shut, and for a long time after that, his shoulders trembled non-stop. After Ima had calmed down, we climbed back up to the surface. Tsubasa was in the garage as usual, and we stepped inside. Ima, you're an unusual sight around here. Even more unusual than me being awake. I mean, I already heard about you from Nozomi. She's been going around telling everyone the news, you know. Anyway, what's up? Just wanted to know if there's a recon drone anywhere around here, with lights and cameras if possible. Yes, but what do you need it for? It's kinda hard to explain. Can you just come with us and bring the recon drone? We needed to solve the case. Tsubasa blinked a few times in quick succession at Ima's words. Alright, give me a sec. Uh-oh, there's a ventilation shaft here. That means I see how it is now. Yeah, exactly. If Kako was killed, the presence of this shaft makes everybody in the academy a suspect, including the Saphers from Shoma's case. Including me? Yet you still brought me here. Does that mean you trust me? Kind of. Sort of. You don't sound very sure. I'll take it though. Okay, let's start. Thanks. We used the drone to investigate the ventilation shaft. As a result, we were able to make a few major discoveries. Right, in summary, this is what we learned. First of all, the shaft bends in a zigzag shape a few times and extends towards the school building. It splits into a grid structure halfway and connects the different parts of the building. Oh my god! He vented. He or she vented. It's literally Among Us, bro. Oh. Anyone using this can basically exit from anywhere they like. However, the bends are extremely narrow and people our size can't possibly get through them. Only someone with a body the size of a small child could have gone through those bends. Shoma? Wait, so Shoma killed himself? Knowing we would find him and revive him? No, that doesn't sound right. I'm more concerned about what we found halfway. Yeah, me too. This thing, right? This thing that got caught on a protrusion in the interior wall. Thankfully, we were able to retrieve it because I had the foresight to attach a robotic arm to the drone. It's a piece of cloth, right? A square green piece of cloth about 1 inch long. I looked at Ima, then Tsubasa. They looked back at me with wide, questioning eyes. It was apparent they hadn't yet realized the grave implication behind this. Maybe a certain incident had blinded them to the existence of that possibility. I put the piece of cloth in my pocket, looked them both in the eye, and said, Tell everyone to gather at the gym at 7 p.m. tonight. Huh? This is quite sudden. Please, just do it. They turned to look at each other. I don't mind. What will you be doing until then? Oh, you'll see. I had enough proof to make my case, but I wanted just one more piece of key evidence. So I went to the back of the school, to the place where Shoma had been stabbed. I spent a few hours thoroughly investigating every nook and cranny. Before long, the sun set and my shadow started growing longer. It was at that time I found something. A faint trace of blood on a corner of a rock. It was maybe 30 feet away from where Shoma had been stabbed. I didn't think blood from his injuries could have sprayed that far, which meant... I entered the gym at 7 p.m. sharp to find everybody already gathered there. Eva, you're here too? Green cloth, the size of a child, blood on a rock 30 feet away from Shoma. Is there anything there that's... Yes, I have received an official release. I have been given Eito's room and do not have to sleep in the cage anymore. All credit goes to Takumi and Tsubasa. The remote detonator you suggested has allowed everyone to accept my presence with the greatest peace of mind. I duplicated the device and gave a copy to everyone. I'll pass you yours later, Takumi. I don't need one. That aside, what are we all here for? Well, you see... I turned my gaze upward, then slowly lowered my head.
I figured out who killed Kako and stabbed Shoma.
Mr. Sumino, wait a minute, please. You just said with absolute certainty that my dear sister was indeed killed? Yes, the situation points to that fact. Who did it? Ima, I need you to promise me something first. Promise you won't lay a finger on the killer when you realize who they are. I won't tell you the truth unless you promise me that. I saw him gritting his teeth with a scowl on his face. Still, he nodded firmly and said, Fine, I promise that. I won't lay a finger on that accursed scum.
Good. All right. Much as I wish I didn't have to do this, here goes. The person who killed Kako and stabbed Shoma. It was. The name of that person is...
13. Poison. The ladder. The handkerchief. The thing. The green cloth. The sleeping potion. The blood 30 feet away. The person who killed Kako and stabbed Shoma is... My guess is that this is splits into two routes. Correct answer and incorrect answer. I think it's obviously Shoma, right? It has to be. All the evidence points to him. I don't even think we need to vote on this because there's too many people to vote on.
The real killer. You! Shoma Genzaki!
What are you talking about, Takumi? Have you forgotten that I was a victim too? I was stabbed!
Stop running your mouth and just watch as I expose every last detail of your criminal wrongdoings from start to finish.
Oh shit. I'll tell you what happened in chronological order. Let's start with Kako. Her estimated time of death is between 1 a.m. and 4 a.m. on day 27. You met up with her before that on day 26 to tell her to come to the gym during that period of time. So she showed up to the gym as asked, where you made up some reason for her to swallow that thing.
That thing? What thing? I don't know what you're talking about.
I'm talking about TTX. Tetrodotoxin.
Tetrodotoxin, that's how you pronounce it. I'm assuming getting it wrong just leads to an ending. It's extremely poisonous. Ingesting just 1 to 2 milligrams is fatal. That's how you poison Kako to death. After poisoning Kako, you put the bottle of TTX into her right hand. Then you blocked the gym door using a mop as a latch, thinking you can make her death seem like a suicide with all that nonsense. Once that was done, you climbed down the ladder at the corner of the stage into the escape pod storeroom. You already knew that shaft was there, because you'd seen Ima and Kako going into the trapdoor before. You did your homework and went down to check out the storeroom as well before carrying out your plan. That's why you also knew about the ventilation shaft, and you used that vent to return to the school building. That's the main reason causing me to single you out as the culprit. The main reason?
Anyone could have used the ventilation shaft to get back into the school. You can't accuse me of being the culprit because of that.
I can. Because of how the shaft bends in a zigzag shape and extends towards the school building.
The bends are extremely narrow. Only someone with a body the size of a small child could have gone through those bends. In other words, the only one who could have gone through those narrow bends is you, Shoma. You can't say that for sure. The girl who was flexible enough could have passed through as well, right? No, it's physically impossible. Anyway, there's something left behind in the ventilation shaft. That's what's going to serve as irrefutable proof of your guilt.
Irrefutable proof? Let's see this proof. What is it?
Here it is. This square piece of inch-wide green cloth.
Out of all of us, only Karara, Takimaru, and Shoma wear something green on them. But Karara's tomato mask isn't made of cloth, so this scrap can't be hers. The shade of green on Takimaru's jacket is less vibrant than the scrap too. Shoma, turn around. Why? Just do it. I just checked. Part of Shoma's backpack has been torn. The torn part perfectly matches this cloth scrap. Indeed, I too witnessed it and have concluded they are a perfect match. You couldn't have passed through the narrow bends of that shaft while still wearing your backpack. But you couldn't leave it in the shaft either. So you tied the shoulder straps to your feet and pulled it along as you climbed up. That's how the backpack got caught on a sharp edge protruding out of the inner wall of the shaft. This cloth scrap got torn off because of that. No, no, no! This is fake evidence planted by the real culprit! Someone's trying to frame me! If that was the case, why would that someone stab you? That one act would completely divert all suspicion away from you. Now this next part is all just conjecture. Shoma, you were actually intending to kill Ima as well, weren't you? That plan went awry because Kako showed up to the gym alone. So you had no choice but to kill only her. But that made things difficult for you because Ima knew about the storeroom as well. What's more, he also knew about the ventilation shaft. If he told anyone about the shaft, this would no longer be a locked room case. And if we pursued the case as a murderer, we would eventually close in on you. So you wanted to kill Ima afterwards. But it was almost dawn by the time you crawled out from the ventilation shaft. That left you with no time to do anything about Ima. So you panicked and started thinking about ways to remove yourself from the suspect list. That's how you ended up deciding to kill yourself. If you could make everyone think you had been mutilated by the culprit, we would never even dream of suspecting you. You're being ridiculous. This is way too bold to plan for someone like me.
Who would dare kill themselves just to make it seem like they were innocent? What's the point of being seen as innocent if you're dead?
course. Actually dying was never part of your plan.
You were absolutely confident you wouldn't die because we have the Revive-O-Matic in the infirmary. But for that to work, you had to die in a way that allowed us to find your dead body quickly. After all, we wouldn't be able to revive you if too much time had passed. That's why you screamed, right? And right after the morning announcement so that everyone would hear you. Then you stabbed yourself all over and temporarily ended your own life. I can't believe I'm listening to this. Please be realistic. No one in their right mind would willingly stab themselves that many times.
It just doesn't make any sense. We're not talking about cutting your wrists or slitting your...
Oh shit. The gramophil, right.
No, it is possible.
If you injected yourself with a powerful anesthetic like gramophil, remember what Yugamu said? The proper dilution. This substance can numb the body's pain and emotional receptors without causing loss of consciousness. Yep, and I still stand by that. It does make sense. You're trying to say that I used that drug to do the deed, right? But where would I even find a drug like that? You probably stole it from somewhere.
Stole it from where? You can't just gloss over the details like that.
From the biolab.
The room isn't locked and everyone has access to the shelves. Getting the drug from there wouldn't have been a problem for you. All right, assuming that I did inject myself with that anesthetic.
How did I get rid of the hypodermic needle afterwards? When you found me at the back of the building, was there anything like that on me? There wasn't.
Wait.
Right?
Ah, fuck.
You swallow.
Fuck. How did he get rid of the needle?
How did I get rid of the hypodermic needle afterwards? When you found me at the back of the building, was there anything like that on me?
Really? He just tossed it away? We didn't find it, though.
Hid the...
But we didn't find anything. Blood 30 feet away. Yeah, that must be it.
You must have tossed it somewhere far away when you were done with it.
What about the knife? Where did the knife I used to stab myself disappear to? You tossed that far away as well, just like you did with the syringe. Did anyone find any of those things at the scene? No, but nobody searched the area nearby on day 27, the day of the incident. You could have collected those items the next day, on day 28, after you woke up. But still, you're just guessing at this point. You've got no real proof. No proof that I threw the knife away after stabbing myself. I do have proof. It's not with me right now, but I did find something. There was something some 30 feet away from where we found you.
What was it?
I saw blood stains. Just a little patch on the corner of a rock.
In a place where blood from your injuries couldn't have reached. Those stains prove that the bloody knife had been thrown over there. That's enough already. It doesn't matter what you're trying to say because you have no solid proof.
The green cloth was the only piece of substantial evidence you managed to produce.
Wait, lie, trick, or bluff?
Could have left that behind to frame me.
Shit.
All it proves is that I could have committed this crime, but it doesn't prove that I was the only.
It's time you stopped playing dumb, Shoma.
I do actually have another piece of conclusive evidence. What? The bottle of TTX Kako was holding. Your fingerprints were on it.
That can't be. It can't be. It just can't. It can't. My fingerprints can't be on that bottle. I was wearing gloves when I.
Get fucking shit on, idiot.
You fell for it.
No. That was just a slip of the tongue.
Get shit on.
It was just Anyway, I'm not...
Give it up, Shoma. I'll say it again. The person who killed Kako by making her drink TTX, it was none other than you! Shoma Genzake!
Why did he say it like that? Shoma Genzake! Damn, dude. But why? What's his motive? Is he geed up right now? You got a few things wrong, but for the most part, you were correct. It was me. I killed Kako. Back off, Ema, you promised. So, which parts did I get wrong? The entire premise to begin with. I did not kill her of my own volition. I was ordered to do so by a certain someone. Let's call this person X for now. Stop trying to make excuses for yourself. I'm telling the truth. Please believe me. Tell us more about this order you received. Just before dawn on day 26, I woke up to someone tapping my cheek. When I opened my eyes, X was there right in front of me. You didn't lock the door? I did. I think X was already hiding inside before I came in. Under the bed or something. What did X say? X said,
I killed Gaku and intend to make you my next target. But I'll let you off if you follow my instructions. If you go against me or tell the others about my existence, I'll blow up the bomb inside your body immediately. Yes, the bomb planted in all of your bodies by that robot known as CLA.
Just who is this X person? I don't know. They were wearing a long black poncho. They wore a mask over their face and used a voice changer to hide their real voice. That sounds like the fake stabber you made up to fool us. I mean, it's true, I wasn't stabbed by a person of that description, but that person definitely exists. What happened after that? I followed X's instructions. I didn't want to be killed the way Gaku had been. X came up with the entire plan. They told me about the ladder shaft, escape pod hanger, and ventilation shaft. Heterotoxin. It was X who obtained that bottle of TTX too. After that, I simply asked Kako to meet using the script X had prepared. What did the script say? To speak to her on the afternoon of day 26. Kako, I know about the storeroom with the escape pod too. I did some research in the library and found a way to open the cockpit and launch the pod into space. So, would you like to escape from this academy together with me and Ema? If so, come with Ema to the gym tonight at 2 a.m. The plan was to kill not just Kyako, but Ema as well, because they were the only other people who knew about the storeroom. Killing them both at the same time in a locked room would make their death seem like suicide. But only Kako showed up at the gym at the specified time, 2 a.m. Why? Kako said this. I haven't told my dear brother what you told me yet. First, I need to verify whether your information is authentic or not. If it's true, then we'll set off tomorrow. But keep it a secret from my dear brother, alright? I want to surprise him. I hesitated to execute the plan because she had showed up alone, but X also told me,
if you chicken out and do nothing, I'll still blow you up.
So why isn't he blowing him up right now? So I passed Kako a water bottle mixed with TTX. Takumi more or less covered what happened after that until I returned to the school building. Except, I had not foreseen that my backpack would get torn along the way. After returning to the first floor of the school building, I was at a loss because I didn't know what I was supposed to do about Ema. It was going to be difficult to kill him because the sun had already risen by then. Suddenly, X appeared again.
Ema probably knows about the ventilation shaft. If he spills the beans, they'll all know Kako didn't die in a locked room. They'll start investigating the case as a murder instead of assuming it was a suicide. The morning announcement will be playing soon. You won't make it back to the roof in time. Somebody will realize you were out and about before dawn. But rest assured, for if you do as I say, you'll never even make it to the suspect list.
That's why you went to the back of the building, and I been left with no other choice. But I was hesitant right up until the moment I injected myself with the Grammaphil. Once I did that, it was as if my sense of fear completely evaporated. Oh, X gave me the Grammaphil as well, along with a knife and syringe. I'm pretty sure X must have been the one to collect the knife and syringe that I dropped after I did the deed. Because I know I definitely didn't retrieve them. The story that was told, Shoma slumped his shoulders and bowed his head deeply. The silence that followed stretched on until Hiroko finally spoke up. I just have one question, Shoma. Do the words back or heart ring any bells? Back or heart? No, I have no idea. Thank you. Your reaction was the answer I needed. I guess that's that, Takumi. Yeah, X must have done it, if Shoma wasn't involved in that particular affair. Everybody was looking at us in confusion. Probably because nobody knew that someone had stolen the hearts from the dead bodies. Then Shoma started trembling like a leaf, as if he suddenly remembered something. I'm done for! I told you about X! The bomb inside me is going to blow up now! Nothing's happening. Did this X person lie to you? I think they must have. An amateur can't possibly make a detonator for the bomb in our bodies. Only someone with my level of skill and experience. So Mr. Gonzaki won't be executed? Then I'll do it myself. I'll kill you. I'll tear you limb from limb. Ima let out a guttural roar and charged towards Shoma so quickly no one had time to react. He shoved Shoma to the ground, clambered on top of him, and started strangling him so hard it almost seemed like he might rip his head off.
Go to hell!
I would have liked them to have art for this scene, but I also understand why they don't, because this game has an insane amount of art in it.
Ima, no!
I ran over in a panic and pulled Ima off. Shoma had fainted and was frothing at his mouth. Yugumu darted over and conducted a quick check.
He's fine. Just passed out.
Damn it! Damn it! Dear sister! My dear sister! My dear sister!
But who the fuck is this X guy, man? After that heartbreaking outburst, Ima simply collapsed on the spot. Nozomi and Tsubasa rushed over and started comforting him. Everyone else was at a loss, simply staring quietly as they stood rooted to the spot. The sound of Ima's pained wails echoed coldly and endlessly through the walls of the building. Am I able to replay that voice line?
Dear sister!
This one?
My dear sister! My dear sister!
Wait, sorry, which voice line were you talking about? I mean, based on the physical description, Carrara does fit it, but I'm pretty sure he wouldn't mistake that. We moved the unconscious Shoma into the cage in the courtyard and made sure it was properly locked. Once that was done, I shoved the key deep inside my pocket. Everyone returned to their rooms without saying another word. I soon found myself completely alone. Looking up at the night sky, I thought about what had happened. Gaku's case had been solved, but that didn't mean it was all over. Somebody out there killed Gaku and instructed Shoma to kill Kako. This was likely the same person who had been stealing hearts from the bodies in the morgue. X, the real mastermind behind this entire string of events. I had to find out what this person was by hook or by crook, and I would, no matter what I did. I clenched my fist tightly. I would let nothing shake me from this firm resolve.
Up and Atom troops, time to rise and shine! Get ready for your 51st day of active...
Guys! Wake up! Something's happened!
No, not again! On hearing that cry, I dashed out of my room. X made a move. What happened? What's going on? I was up early, so I went to check on Shoma, and Shoma, he... What happened to him? Just come with me quickly. We all knew where we were going. Everyone made a mad dash for the courtyard together. We ran through the second floor hallway and burst into the courtyard, then ran towards the cage without stopping. There we saw... Well, that's expected, to be quite honest. Yoshika grabbed the gate and tried to open it.
It is still locked and will not budge. Doesn't Takumi have the key?
Hold on, I'll unlock it now.
Once the gate was unlocked, I opened it and went inside. I immediately ran to Shoma and touched his neck, checking for a pulse. At that moment, something felt a little off.
It's wet.
What?
I touched his clothes and they were wet as well.
Well, is he alive or not?
I already checked that. As you can clearly see, he's already...
Maybe we can still revive him if we bring him to the infirmary like last time.
As I touched the body, I knew already that too much time had passed. But I decided to go along with it anyway.
Yeah, we should try that.
He's wet? Cause of death, hemorrhagic shock. Estimated time of death, day 51, between 2 and 5 a.m. Multiple stab wounds on the chest and abdomen. The murder weapon is likely a sharp blade about 8 inches long. Too much time had passed since death, insufficient cryptoglobin present in body, impossible to revive. After everyone had a chance to view the monitor, the mood in the room became heavier. What the hell's going on? How'd the killer get to Shoma when the cage was locked? Kumi, did you lock your door last night? Yes, I did. So nobody could have stolen the key from me while I was sleeping. And I know I'm repeating myself, but that key is unique. It cannot be copied. Well, that narrows down the list of possible suspects to just the Kumi, right? Don't you ever get tired of mindlessly repeating the same thing?
Hey!
Aren't we overlooking the other possibility that he stabbed himself like before? This time in a way that would be impossible for us to revive him? I can't think of any other reason why he'd wind up dead in a locked cage in the middle of the night. Well then, who supplied him with the knife? Had to be X, right? If it was X, they would have passed him some gamma-feel and a syringe. And no one's strong enough to keep mutilating yourself like that without being drugged to hell out of her mind. You could have used one of the bottles that had been stolen previously. He moved Shoma's remains to the morgue. There were now 4 bodies laying on tables there. At Ima's request, we made sure that Kako and Shoma's bodies were not placed next to each other. Ima walked to Shoma's dead body and stared at it for a long time. Then he said, "You got what you deserved." After that, we investigated the courtyard together. Despite combing over every inch of the area, we found no trace of a knife or a syringe. The only thing we found was... a balloon? It was lying on the floor near Shoma's cage. Although I could immediately figure out if it was related to the case, I decided to stuff it in my pocket just in case. Wait a minute, wasn't there a situation where Aito escaped from the cage using some bullshit? Remember that? We never really learned how he did that, did we? Well, I'm starting to think we're about to find out how he did that. Soon, the last rays of sunlight disappeared into the horizon and the darkness of night took over. It was already way past dinner time. Seeing that none of us had an appetite after all that, we skipped the cafeteria and gathered at the rec room instead. Makes 3 people who have lost their lives because of X. We don't know for sure if X had anything to do with Shoma's case yet. Who is X? Of course they did. We'd all be in serious trouble if it wasn't X. Because that would mean there's 2 killers of X's caliber running around free. So, who do you think X might be? Everyone fell silent. This is the question I was dreading the most. And it seemed like the others felt the same. Ever since Shoma shared his side of the story last night, we'd all been avoiding that particular issue. But it was time to face reality. I steeled myself and turned to Tsubasa. Tsubasa, do you still have the organic life detection device? Yes.
Oh.
12. The exact same number as the people present here. That means somebody among us is X. No, wait! It could have been someone who came in at midnight and left the school before the sun came out. Sadly, that's not possible. This device comes with a history log. At 4 a.m. last night, the number changed from 3 to 12 and stayed there. So Sir Shoma was murdered at 4 a.m. last night. Yeah? Miss Magadori, we are discussing something more important here. The number reduced by 1 when Shoma lost his life. But after that, it either went up or down. Proving that nobody came into the school or left it, right? Yes. Thing is, we're all screwed if we don't do something. X threatened to kill us all in that message, and they're doing just that. The more we put this off, the more people will be dropping dead one by one. Well, I agree with the part about doing something, at least. Hey, Takumi, you're our leader. Come up with something. Maybe. How about we make it compulsory to move around in groups of at least 3 during the day? Didn't someone mention that 3 is a risky number? That was because your 2 other teammates could be working together. But the situation has changed. According to Shoma, X is just 1 person. That's right. So a group of 3 should be fine. What about at night? Feels like that's the main thing. So far, all of them were taken out at night. Then we should... Done and done. Are we all going to be sleeping here from now on? How bland and boring. Getting evacuation center vibes here. Would you prefer bland and boring or dead in a ditch? We use curtains to divide the area up into rooms so everyone will have some semblance of privacy. Is this really going to work? What if the killer strikes while we're all sleeping? In fact, that's why we were avoided sleeping in one spot until now, right? Yes, and that's why I'm thinking of having a sentry system. 3 people will be on watch at all times. We'll also rotate 1 person out every hour. And if anything happens, just shout. That's reassuring. Now I can get a good night's rest. My skin will thank me. Looks like we're agreed then. This arrangement should stop X from causing further harm. We should be safe for a while. Now we just had to continue our investigation and expose X's identity before they tried anything else. There's just one other thing that was bothering me. Shoma was killed today. I saw his body with my own eyes, which meant... Day 75! Unfucking believable. We got fucking comaed again. We just skipped 25 days, bro.
Rise and shine! Get ready for your 75th day of active service here at Last Defense Academy. Prepare to spend another day enduring the unendurable and suffering the insufferable.
Why?
To pave the way
You
for
haven't been paying attention,
humanity's future
Deadshot?
greatness.
Takumi is currently suffering from a disease that makes him faint. To write filler arcs, I'm gonna be real, Mr. L. I'm so fucking thankful they did this. This story works so much better as a very quick murder mystery story. Fluffing it out would have made it awful. And yes, it makes sense story-wise, because like from what we understand so far, Takumi had a gi in his head, and somebody removed it, and it caused him some brain damage. Essentially, is the best way to word it.
Be ready to give your lives to protect our beloved school.
I woke up at the sound of the morning announcement. The first thought that crossed my mind at the time was, not again, along with a sense of resignation. Looking up at the unfamiliar ceiling, it took me a few seconds to realize I was in the gym. I stood up from my makeshift bed, pulled over the curtain driver, and stepped outside. Takumi, he awakens! I ain't one to sweat the small stuff, but you gave us a real scare this time. You were out for 23 whole days! Is that a new record? Oh, for the love of murder. I turned slowly to look at everyone, then said, everyone's safe. Thanks to your last words. My last words? For us to move in groups during the day and sleep together at night. Remember, those were instructions you gave us on day 51. We've been able to survive all this time because of them. X hasn't had an opportunity to strike. That also means X is still... Yes, we still don't know who they are. If we did, we would have thrown them in the cage and tossed away the key already. Now that I got a better look at them, I saw signs of fatigue on everyone's faces. X is among us. I'll be killed if I walk around with only one other person. They've all had to spend the last 23 days under the crushing weight of such thoughts. It's no wonder their mental fatigue was starting to show physically. Oh, right, there's something you need to know. What is it? About 10 days ago, we met the boy with the undying flames. He showed himself? Yeah. Well, he was feeling very unwell, but said he just had to tell us something. And what was that? I recently found out there's something called a distressed signal transmitter somewhere in this school. It was put here in the event of all but one member of Team 1 dying. Only Team 1, though, because the two teams joining together had not been anticipated. The people on the satellite did not think Team 2 would ever come here. At any rate, no matter how strong they were, a single fighter wouldn't be able to win this war on their own. Instead, that survivor would be extracted and put on standby, while the people in charge put together a fresh team for a new attempt. Once the correct series of codes had been entered into the transmitter, it would, well, transmit a distress signal. Once the artificial satellite received it, they'd send a rescue craft to the school. The survivor would get on board and be taken back to the satellite. That's supposed to be the sequence of events. Also, the rescue craft does not have capacity restriction. That means people from both teams 1 and 2 can board with no issues. Second to Last Academy does not have a transmitter of its own, so bringing the team over here was definitely the right move. Unfortunately, I do not know where that transmitter is located. Still, it seemed to me like this information could be of some use to you. That is why I came here to tell you about it. A distress signal transmitter? I've never seen or heard of such a thing before. Same here. After hearing that, we split up into groups to search for the transmitter, but we still haven't found it. It doesn't matter. We have to put the transmitter on the back burner for now. Finding the identity of X was our top priority. X was most likely the one to kill Shoma, or they could have ordered someone else to do it like they did for Kako. At any rate, X was absolutely involved in Shoma's murder. As long as we could figure out who killed Shoma, we'd find out who X is. All right. I clenched my fist tightly. Yuriko, Tsubasa, come with me. What? Where? To the courtyard. I'm going to reinvestigate the scene of Shoma's murder. Very well. I don't mind, but... What's that? Can we have breakfast first? I'm starving. And thus, Hiroko, Tsubasa, and I went to the courtyard together after having breakfast. Why did you ask us to come along? I can't go against my own last words now, can I? The part about moving together in groups during the day? But why choose us? No reason in particular. I just felt like it. Felt like it? One of us could very well be X. Then it'll be a 2-on-1 fight. What if X tries to destroy evidence during this investigation? I'm not worried. They would have already done that while I was unconscious if it was that important. Yes, that is true. Then what are you investigating? One question before I answer that. Nobody had an alibi for 4 AM on day 51, right? When Shoma was killed? Yes, we were all sleeping in our rooms. Well, Eva was in Aito's room actually, but you know what I mean. What about the murder weapon? Or any other clues? So far, we haven't found anything. In that case... The fastest way to identify X is to see who could have possibly killed Shoma under those circumstances. The killer likely used a special method to kill Shoma while he was locked in the cage. Figuring out what that method was could break this case wide open. Who could have done that was thus the best line of investigation to pursue. How exactly are we going to do that? This place is so big that I have no idea where to even start. We need some sort of clue first. There is a clue. Shoma's body was wet when we first found it, remember? I think finding out why may very well be the key to solving this case. I walked over to the courtyard fountain. There was a valve with a handle on the side, probably for adjusting the amount of water being spouted. I opened it completely and then... a frightening amount of water gushed out all at once, making the fountain look more like an erupting geyser or opened dam. A giant column of water shot up into the sky and came down again like a downpour of rain. I quickly turned the handle to close the valve. Soon the water slowed considerably and went back to its normal flow. That was close. What exactly were you trying to do? I'm glad I'm standing over here. I'd be all wet by now if I would be any closer. Next, I checked the central drain. It was more like a tunnel than a drain. The water flowed deep into that tunnel. There was a large handle here as well. I turned the handle and a wall came down from the top of the tunnel, completely sealing up the drain. After checking it, I returned the handle to its original position. I briefly saw Hiroko and Tsubasa staring at me in confusion as I proceeded to my next investigation, the cage where Shoma had been held. We already checked every last inch of that cage. There are no hidden tunnels underneath, and the bars are as strong as can be. No scratches on the lock either, and no traces that anything had been tampered with. The hinges of the gate are also untouched. As I was listening to them, my eyes wandered to the top of the cage. Officially, this cage is an animal pen. I think it was supposed to be modeled after a bird cage or something. I think the hidden tunnel is in the other one. Yeah, it is in the other cage. You see that ring suspended from the top there? Yes, what about it? I didn't answer, instead lowering my glance to the bottom of the cage, where something caught my eye. This cage isn't secured to the floor. It's just a bottomless cage placed on top of a base. But the case is impossible to move manually. It literally weighs a ton. How do you know that? There was a blueprint on the courtyard of the war room's computer that had some information on it about it. I see, so it weighs 1 ton. Hey, that reminds me. Did you know this courtyard was originally created as a biotope for space development research? Biotope? I'll try to keep the explanation as brief as possible. It's said that before world death, Earth was full of different kinds of terrain, like arid regions and rainforests. And each of these regions were inhabited by living things unique to that area. including plants, microorganisms, and vertebrates. For research purposes, this place had originally been created as a perfect replica of the ecosystems those creatures have been living in. That's why there are blasts of hot air to simulate a desert environment. They can also withstand atmospheric pressures many times Earth's range. But wouldn't that amount of pressure cause windows to break?
Oh.
What are you talking about? Those things over there aren't windows. They're all display screens, including the ceiling. Look carefully and you'll see the light flickering every once in a while. There's no way the sky could be visible from here. You're inside the school after all. You might be right, but what about the exits on both sides connected to the hallways? Atmospheric pressure can escape from those exits when it gets too high, right? Those places were closed in the beginning, covered by partition walls, don't you remember? Oh, right. They opened up after Sere released them. In other words, as long as the walls on those exits and drains are down, the courtyard is a completely sealed space. A completely sealed space. Are you done here? Shall we return to the gym? Not yet. There's just one more thing. This. A balloon? The one we found during our investigation on day 51. Why do you think it was found so close to the cage? I have no idea. I can hardly imagine it being someone's personal belonging. The more likely possibility is that someone made it using the Giftomatic. Giftomatic. We'll definitely be able to find a clue if we go there. We made our way to the rec room. Investigating the Giftomatic resulted in a few discoveries. So in summary, the official name of this is the Sturdy Rubber Balloon. It was made using very durable material. The description of the box mentions it doesn't break easily. The balloon has a capacity of 10 liters. It should be quite big when it's blown up. According to the history logs, it's been crafted a total of 100 times. Who needs that many balloons and for what? Unfortunately, we won't be able to find out who crafted them. That data, and only that data, has been erased. After reviewing our findings, I put the balloon back in my pocket. Tsubasa, is there a tire pump in the parking lot? Yeah, an electric air compressor. Is it portable? Of course it is. It has a caster when attached to it. Anyone can move it anywhere. But why do you ask? Sorry, let me gather my thoughts first. I'll explain it all to everyone once I have a clearer picture of how events unfolded. A clearer picture? When will that happen? Probably by 7 p.m. tonight. We returned to the gym together, where I immediately started sorting out my thoughts. The day flew by as I did as soon as it was night. The time I had asked everyone to meet me had arrived. It was exactly 7 p.m. when I quietly said to everybody, "Guys, can we all move to the courtyard? I have something important to discuss." Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. They use the water. What is this important thing we had to come all the way here for to discuss? Well, you see, I turned my gaze upward, then slowly lowered my head.
I figured out who killed Shoma.
Wait, I don't know though. Wait, who would have had the opportunity? Who did it? First, we must answer the how. How did the killer stab Shoma while he was inside a locked cage? Once we figure that out, the identity of the killer becomes apparent. Because only that person could have done all that under those circumstances. Just cut to the chase and tell us who the killer is already.
All right. I'll tell you. The person who killed Shoma, it was the name of that person.
Wait, what? I have no idea. Wait, I need to think. Look it up? No. I'm not looking this up. They've given you everything you need. I gotta figure this out. Okay. What's that? No scratches on the lock either. No trace anything has been tampered with. This is an excellent. Officially, this cage is an animal pen. It was supposed to be modeled. I didn't answer. So, Shoma was wet. There's, the room could be completely sealed, so they likely flooded it and then used the balloons to push the cage up while it was flooded, maybe? And then they could stab Shoma there. But why would that signal out a specific person? No, that's what the balloons are for, Aisu. A completely sealed space. That's important. They made 100 balloons and filled it with air. That's not proof? Yeah, like... Sturdy rubber balloon. 30 millimeter. Capacity of 10 liters. It crafted a total of 100 times. Anybody can move it anywhere. But like, what? You can't accuse him. That's how Ido escaped the cage on that other route. But we can't accuse him. Actually, we can accuse him. Funny enough. I don't think that's right, though. I mean, obviously Ido couldn't have killed, but accuse Ito? That's not right. There's no way that's right. He's fucking dead. How does this point to a specific person? I could just look it up, but I want to fucking figure this out. That is true, Aisu. That is true, yes. But why would Takumi know that? It says once we figure that out, the identity of the killer becomes apparent. But how does it become apparent? Who could have done that is the question. Yeah, I know. I saw that too, Dragon. Writer Luke. I'm not gonna choose Takumi. Fuck, I don't get it. What am I missing? Maybe go down the suspect list one at a time? Well, I need to figure out how they did it first, you know? Like, I need to really figure it out. So what I'm thinking is that they sealed off the courtyard to make it a completely sealed space, and then they flooded it with the fountain, and then used the balloons to do something to like lift the cage to make it float. But how would they do that? I guess the question is like, I'm wondering, like, how did they use the balloons? Only one person. The water. I don't get it. What is it about the water that points to only one person? I don't get it. I might need a hint of some kind, something that points me in the right direction. I'm gonna see if I can find that without spoiling it. Eva's helmet stuff? Shit, that's a good point. I wasn't even considering Eva because, but now that you said that, that might be the only one that makes sense actually. No, Eva has the helmet right now. No, I think that's the answer then. Is it Eva? Aw, I was liking Eva on this route. But Eva's not X. That wouldn't make sense. Maybe she was blackmailed by X too? Should we try it? It does make sense. I'm gonna try it. We can rewind if it's wrong.
The real killer.
You! Ava!
What are you saying, Takumi? I came to the school on day 21.
Okay, this is voice acted. I think we're
I
right.
couldn't have written the first threatening note or killed Gaku. That means I couldn't have been X.
Indeed.
What?
I didn't say you were X. What I said was you're the person who killed Shoma.
I did not. It wasn't me. It wasn't me. It wasn't me.
Shut your mouth and just watch. I'll be exposing every last detail of your criminal wrongdoings from start to finish.
Okay, I think we were right. Shit, good one, Dragon. You're very smart. What makes you think I'm the killer? We're getting to that part. We'll have to explain how the murder even took place to begin with. Shoma's dead body was found in that cage. She had been stabbed multiple times. That means you had to have figured out a way to get inside the cage. But the door was locked, and you were the only one with the key, Takumi. Yes, I did have the key. So you couldn't have used it. You used another way to get inside. Another way? The key lies in the design of that cage.
The design? What are you talking about?
The bottom part of the cage isn't secured in place.
This is a heavy iron cage mounted on a base.
I don't understand. That cage isn't secured in place. What of it?
The cage could simply be lifted up.
So you went inside from the bottom. What nonsense is this, Takumi? How is it possible for anyone to lift up such a heavy metal structure? Very true. That cage weighs about a ton. It's not something anyone can move with their bare hands. Wait, are you contradicting yourself right now?
You claimed I lifted it up, but now you're saying it's too heavy to be lifted?
And Aito did this too? The fucking mad lad, man. How did he use that? That you made the courtyard a watertight space by closing off the drains. And then you flooded the entire place. Aito escaped from jail doing this? What the fuck? How did he... Fucker. Oh yeah, right, because he asked people like, hey, could you close that drain for me? Hey, could you like put that on full blast for me? Hey, could you give me some balloons? All three, he did ask for those things. Motherfucker. Aito's a motherfucker, man. How did he fucking figure that shit out? Fucking Aito, man. It's a fountain there, right? You opened its valve, fully released an enormous amount of water through the nozzles, turning into something like an erupting geyser or opened dam. You left the fountain valve wide open for a while to fill the space with water. Oh, I'm sorry. Your explanation was so outrageous I couldn't help but be amused. Takumi, do you not know how powerful water pressure can be? Even if we assume water was released onto the environment after covering up any openings, some would still leak out because the walls would be under constant pressure from the force of the water. No, that wouldn't happen. That's how this place was designed. Because the courtyard was originally constructed for a certain special purpose.
Special purpose? What special purpose?
This place was a biotope to be used for space development research.
It was designed to be able to withstand atmospheric pressures many times Earth's range. That's what Tsubasa said. Yeah, that's right. And that's why it's impossible for water pressure to cause any leaks. After a while, the place became filled with water. Considering the water flow of that fountain, it probably took about 3 hours for water to rise to the top of the cage. Shoma was killed at 4 a.m. Counting back from the time brings us to 1 a.m. for the approximate time the water started accumulating. Even if you were right, that entire cage is made of iron. It literally weighs a ton. You said so yourself.
It wouldn't shift around simply from being submerged in water. Buoyancy doesn't work that way.
By using sturdy rubber balloons.
Rubber balloons? Ones that can be filled with air up to a capacity of about 10 liters. You inflated 100 of these balloons and put them into the cage. To be more precise, you put the deflated balloons into the cage first before inflating them. Archimedes' principle states that upward buoyant force is equal to the weight of displaced water. 100 balloons that hold 10 liters each equals 1,000 kilograms. In other words, the effect is 1 ton of upward force. That cancels out the weight of the cage and reduces it to near zero. You'd barely need to use a single finger to lift it then. You were easily able to lift the cage with just the slightest effort. That's just not... It would be impossible for me to inflate so many balloons in such a short time. How could anyone have done that? More than likely, you used a certain tool.
A certain tool?
Yeast!
What tool was it then?
The bicycle tire pump in the parking lot. It's an electric air compressor.
It's mounted on wheels that can be easily moved here. Using that would make it a literal breeze to fill up all those balloons. Takumi would be really good in a Danganronpa game. I'm starting to think he's in the wrong genre. Bro's the master detective out over here. That method does make it possible for the cage to be lifted up while it's submerged in water. But don't you find it strange? If the cage had been underwater for that long, Shoma would have drowned inside. Yet the Revive-O-Matic stated his cause of death as hemorrhagic shock.
Doesn't that conflict with the sequence of events you've laid out? If your deduction holds true, Shoma would have drowned to death before he was stabbed.
Fuck. I don't know.
Doesn't that if your deduction
I'm gonna be
holds
real.
true,
This path
Shoma
feels more
would
like
have drowned to
Danganronpa,
death
ironically, because it's murder
before he
mystery.
was stabbed.
Ah, fuck. It's probably breathe the balloon air. Fuck.
Doesn't that if your deduction holds...
Nope, it wasn't that.
Doesn't that if your deduction holds true?
The cage wasn't completely submerged.
The water only had to stop just below the topmost part of the cage for it to work. Discharging water equal to the volume of the cage itself created the buoyant force needed. Shoma kept his head above the water's surface and breathed through his mouth, gasping and gasping for air the whole time. You took this opportunity to lift up the cage while underwater, slipped aside, and stabbed him multiple times. What happened to the water in the courtyard after that? You opened the drainage walls to drain it away.
Then the courtyard should have still been wet when we discovered Shoma's body.
You used blasts of hot air to dry the place up.
Mentioned just now that this courtyard was originally created as a biotope for space development research. Because of that, it's perfectly capable of reproducing a desert environment, which means it has the ability to blast hot wind around the area. After draining the water away, you activated that setting to dry the courtyard. Due to the lack of time, however, the water didn't dry up completely. When we first discovered Shoma's body, it was actually still somewhat damp. It was dry enough though, plus we were all distracted by Shoma's dead body. That's why we failed to notice the remaining wetness in the area. The only thing we did notice is that Shoma's body was damp. Fine. I understand. This is utter foolishness. Let me summarize what you're trying to say. I went underwater, lifted up the cage, and stabbed Shoma multiple times while he was gasping for air at the surface. Then I dove underwater again and turned the valve panel to open the drainage walls. Quote Takumi, I am neither a diver nor a mermaid. Even if I was an expert at holding my breath.
A regular person would struggle to do even one of the things you're accusing me of.
No. It's absolutely possible.
You used your mask, Ava. Tsubasa told me about it. There's a miniature air tank in your mask. It allows you to use it as a sealed gas mask. You can breathe for up to 30 minutes using it like that. Yeah, I did say that. I never thought it would work underwater, though.
Yes, I remember now. My mask did have a function like that, but someone stole it from me. That person must be the real killer. Yes, that has...
You've been cornered and you know it, Ava. Just admit that you're the one behind this. Your mask was unique. It's custom made to fit a specific shape, according to Tsubasa. You're the only one who can wear it. You were right, Ava. This isn't a crime that a regular person could have committed. Only a diver, mermaid, or someone with that particular mask could have done it. Ergo, the person who could wear that particular mask is the culprit. And only one person in this world can put on that mask. That person is standing right in front of me. It's none other than you, Ava! You're the only one who could have killed Shoma!
No! 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 No!
But why? The question now is why? Takumi, you're right. I killed Shoma. The method and flow of events were as you have deduced. I have nothing to add. But have I really done something wrong? I too had been threatened by X. I had no choice. When did you meet X? A short while before 1 a.m. on day 51. Just before the murder, I heard a knock on my door. Had you opened it? Yes. Why? The thought that it might be X outside the door did flash through my mind briefly. I'm not part of the SDU, and I wasn't even here when you saw the threatening note. I just assumed I could not have been on X's radar. Well, what did X say?
I have the remote detonator that will trigger the bomb inside your body. Here it is. In case you think I'm lying. I'm going to give you some instructions now, but you don't have much time. Follow my orders quickly, or else. Should you go against me, or tell the others about my existence, I will detonate the bomb in your body immediately.
Wait, what's going on? How did X get their hands on the detonator? Maybe they stole it from one of us? No. X said they obtained it through the proper channels from Tsubasa herself. No. Good everyone, I'll pass you yours later, Takumi. Now we are 100% sure that X is one of us. No, I think you can remove me from that list. I passed the first detonator to Hiroko and never got it back, and haven't received the duplicate from Tsubasa yet. That is fair. Sir Takumi shall be taken off the list of suspects. Everyone else started scrutinizing each other with great suspicion, not daring to even move their bodies, only their eyes. Hey Eva, just one thing. Yes? X said they blew you up when you told the others about him, right? Yes. And that's what they're doing now. You feeling okay? Why hasn't X blown you up yet, indeed? I believe they could if they wanted to. The device is small enough to fit in the palm of someone's hand. It could be hidden in a sleeve, on their chest, or around their waist, and no one would notice. It'd be easy to simply press the button at the opportune moment. But X cannot do that for one particular reason. And what's that? Takumi, do you remember what I told you about the bomb mechanism before? Yes, I remember. Anyone standing within a 25-yard radius at the time will be blown to smithereens. 25? That makes the blast hammer to the length of an Olympic-sized swimming pool. basically the length of this entire courtyard. Ah, that's why X isn't pressing the button. Because they'll be caught in the blast as well. And it's not like they could simply run away. Taking such actions is as good as admitting you are X. That's why the X got their hands tied, eh? This is the perfect opportunity. For what? For us to get more information about X from Ava. Since they can't blow her up, we can ask her anything we want. Great idea. Ava, do you know anything else about X? Their height, body shape? They were dressed in the same outfit Shona previously described and used the voice changer as well. So it was not possible to discern who they were by their looks and voice, but... Eva looked down. A short, hesitant silence later, she spoke up again.
Actually, I figured out who X is.
How'd you figure that out? By their mannerisms. Their mannerisms? You know how some people will subconsciously touch their chin or play with their hair when thinking about something? Those sorts of mannerisms. They tried really hard to hide it, of course, but I still managed to pick up on them. So, who's X?
All right, I will tell you. X is the real identity of X is.
Suddenly, a sense of dread washed over me. My mind started working overtime as I went through all the possibilities. Maybe X would really press the button now? Everyone thinks X won't do it because that would mean blowing themselves up as well. But if their identity was revealed, it would be the end for them anyway. They might even prefer to die with everyone on the blast over being caught and imprisoned. In that case, why weren't they pressing the button now before Ava could reveal their identity? Were they banking on the possibility that Ava might say the wrong name? If she did, X could sit back and watch the show without doing anything. And if she really said X's real name, they could always press the button at that time. Surely that was why X was adopting a wait-and-see attitude right now. It might be dangerous for Eva to say that name out loud. Even if she got it right, everyone would die anyway. Still, I might just be overthinking things. X could be hesitating simply because they were afraid to die. What do I do? What should I do? There's literally no time to hesitate any longer. My final decision was... Okay, you know what? Just from those vote alone, I don't think I need to wait 2 minutes, do I? Probably should have made this a 1-minute poll. Yep, that's enough for me. I decided to let Eva finish her sentence without interruption. However, she stayed silent after that and refused to say another word. What's the matter, Lady Eva? X got your tongue? Or do you actually not know who X is? What? Then why did you pretend like you knew? Nima questioned Eva suddenly. She smirked and let out a chuckle, looking as she was mocking us. When I saw their expression, the truth dawned on me. Of course. You're afraid, right? You're afraid to die? Even if you were forced to do so by X, you were still the one to kill Shoma. That is an unforgivable act. And you thought to yourself, I'm going to be thrown into the cage again. This time they're never going to let me out. Why should I stay then? I'll blow myself up and take everyone in the STU with me. But you were afraid to face death. You never had the courage to begin with. So you decided to leave it in the hands of X, right? The act of pressing that button to activate the bomb. Oh, that's why you lied about knowing X's identity. Wait, you just going along with this all this time was just an act? You said you hated Vecious, was that a lie too? Oh, so you can gain our trust and gather intel while hiding in plain sight? Eva said nothing in response. Her lips didn't move for a second. But something else did, her hands. Moving Clicking in particular motion triggers an explosion. My body moved before my mind did. I exploded into action and dashed over Ava at breakneck speed. I grabbed her left wrist and shouted loudly. Everyone made a mad scramble for the exit. Right after that, Eva grabbed my shoulder and forced me to face her. As I did, I saw a raised foot and I found myself being kicked away. I landed near the exit where there were 5 other people. They had just reached the gate and were not yet outside. The other 5 had rushed to the exit on the other side and were all about the same distance away as well. I quickly stood up and looked at Ava's direction. She pinched her little finger and said,
"Is this the courage you said I didn't have?"
She pulled on her little finger without a trace of hesitation. Oh. Mara.
Up and at 'em, troops! Time to rise and shine! Wow! It's finally your 80th day of active service here at Last Defense Academy! We have just 20 days left! The end is really in sight now! Just a bit longer.
It's day 80. I was already so used to waking up and finding out that I had missed a bunch of days that I was more surprised by the fact that I was somehow still alive. Come to think about it, I seem to recall someone pulling me back with great force just before the explosion. That could be why I survived. I wonder who saved me. I didn't see who it was, but I remembered a lavender fragrance. I can think about that later. Is everyone okay? Aww, I know who saved me. I stood up from the makeshift bed, pulled open the curtain divider, and stepped outside. And then... What do you mean Tsubasa and Moko are gone? No, it's, Hisoku. Hiroko. Hisoku. Why did I say Hisoku? Hiroko. Hiroko is lavender. You were the last 3 on watch last night, right? Yes, but like halfway through my shift, I felt a pain in my neck, like something had pricked me. Somebody must have jabbed me with that stolen anesthetic because I blacked out immediately. When you woke up, they were both gone? Tsubasa and Moko are gone. That's what I've been trying to say! It was at this point that everyone finally noticed I was awake. Mr. Takumi, I see you finally decided to rejoin us in the land of the living. 5 days no see.
Oh!
Pretty fast, all things considered. Yeah, hey, shouldn't we be looking for Tsubasa and Moko? Yes, the 9 of us here was split up into groups of 3. After some discussion, we decided on the following groups. Group 1, me, Nozomi, Darumi. Group 2, Takemaru, Karara, Kyoshika. Group 3, Hiroko, Yugumu, Ima. Let's go find them. And thus, we embarked on the search for Tsubasa and Moko. We visited every place in the school to see if we could find any trace of them. However, they're nowhere to be found. It's already been an hour since we started looking. Suddenly, we heard a strained voice coming from the schoolyard. Bad news! Teams Takumi and Takemaru, can you hear me? If so, come to the parking lot right now! We gave each other knowing glances before rushing to the stairwell together. Takemaru's team was already at the parking lot by the time we arrived. There was a few trees near the parking lot. Hiroko and Takemaru's teams were standing agape at something near the top of them. Dread starting to pool in the pit of my stomach. I turned slowly and cautiously to look in the direction of their stares. What I saw was... It was clear they were both dead. Blood drained from my face and felt sick to the bone. Now 5 of my friends are dead. I didn't know how my heart wasn't breaking apart. Somehow, I held myself together and said,
"Help me lower them to the ground and move them to the infirmary."
Subject, Tsubasa Kawana. Cause of death, hemorrhage shock. Estimated time of death, day 80, between 5 and 8 a.m. Multiple stab wounds on the chest and abdomen. The murder weapon is likely a sharp blade around 8 inches long. Too much time has passed since death. Insufficient cryptoglobin present in body. Impossible to revive. Subject, Moko Mojiro. Cause of death, hemorrhagic shock. Day 80, between 5 and 8 a.m. Lacerated carotid artery. The murder weapon is likely a sharp blade of unknown length. Too much time has passed since death. Insufficient cryptoglobin. Impossible to revive. After everyone had a chance to view the monitor, the mood in the room turned utterly gloomy. We silently moved their bodies to the morgue. Hey, you mind if I mention something? Go on. It's something I noticed about Tsubasa's back. She's got her heart stolen like the others? Wait, how did she know about the hearts being stolen? I decided it was not something worth hiding and told them about it. Right. But I don't think the cases are related. Neither of them had their backs cut open. But what does he want to tell us about Tsubasa's back? I noticed it was just the hem of her blouse hitched up while we were moving her body just now. Jimmy walked over Tsubasa's body and removed the sheet that was covering it. She turned over the body and pulled the blouse up so that we could all see the strange thing on her back. Two? Think so. Could be a Z or an N as well. Dunno. The mark is small enough to be completely covered by a hand. Not located in the center, but more towards the left side of the spine. This is indeed curious. The purplish color even makes it look like a bruise. What could this number mean? Nobody had an answer to that. We checked Moko's back as well, but there are no markings at all, let alone one that looks like a number. After that, we turned them both back around, closed our eyes, and put our hands together to pay our respects. Moko! Moko! Nozomi clung onto Moko's body and wept bitterly. Her anguished chokes and sobs reverberated throughout the hushed morgue. Night soon fell, and when bedtime approached, Karara suddenly brought something up. I found this in Tsubasa's space. Can you guys take a look at it? The organic life detection device. 9. Same as the number of people here. Ain't about time you just showed your hand, X. You're one of us here, aren't you? No criminal in their wrong mind would happily come forward to identify themselves when asked. How about this, X? Fess up and we probably have to throw your sick little ass into jail. So come on, help us out here. Are we only talking to X right now? Say what? X is starting to summon to kill Kako and Shoma. What if it was the same this time? Hey, don't go putting weird ideas in my head. You're basically standing there, two killers among us. Whatever the case, we should probably be sleeping together. I agree. X should still have some of that anesthesia left. Another option is to increase the number of people on watch, but it's probably safer for everyone to sleep in their own rooms. What do you think, Takumi? I folded my arms across my chest and thought long and hard about it before saying, yes, going back to sleeping in our rooms may be the better option at this point, on the condition that nobody opens their door until the morning announcement. Are we clear on that?
Troops, time to get ready for your... Prepare to spend another day enduring the unendurable and be ready to give your lives to protect...
Damn, dude, this route is good. I didn't black out despite having gone through so many stressful events yesterday. I didn't know why. It wasn't like I've been cured of the feigning disease. During the day, we split up into groups to investigate the deaths of Tsubasa and Moko. We didn't find a single clue. Soon, the sun started setting. Darkness took over.
Heady, soldiers, it's time to hit the hay. You never know. Well then.
I think it's implied that the combat is happening while we're knocked out. It happened right after the bedtime announcement had played. The sound of the doorbell sent a chill up to my spine. Was it X? Were they here to get me? Those thoughts raced through my mind as I gingerly made my way over to the door, where I was greeted by a familiar voice from the other side. I know what you were thinking, Takumi. Maybe Hiroko is X, right? But you would be wrong. I am not X. Yeah, you say that, but just listen to me. I need to tell you something. You are likely innocent because you did not have the detonator for Ava's bomb. For that reason, I trust you and want to tell you something I remembered. What is it? I am going to the morgue now. If you trust me, meet me there. I will be waiting for you. I heard the sound of her clacking heels getting softer and softer until it went completely silent. What should I do? I don't believe Hiroko is X, but... damn it! I hid my infuser under my clothes as a precaution and ran directly to the morgue. I have never met an idiot as stupendously naive as you. Did you even consider what would have happened if I had really been X? But you said you weren't. Only a gullible idiot would believe a potential suspect is not a bloodthirsty serial killer simply because they said so. I gritted my teeth in frustration, then said, anyway, what was this thing you remembered? Hiroko walked over to Tsubasa's dead body without a word. She stopped in front of the body and removed the sheet. She turned the body over before lifting the blouse up. It's that strange number we saw yesterday. What about it? This is her liver mortis code. Liver mortis code? It's a unique number that appears in the back of all SDU members when they lose almost all of their cryptoglobin. Only those from Team 1 have this. Where did you hear about this? That is a 3-day-long story I could tell you another time. All I could tell you now is that this is a very reliable piece of information. She moved to Shoma's bodies next, removing the sheet covering him. She flipped his body around so that his back was facing up. There's a large red gaping hole there. Shoma too? Yes, I believe X must have done this. But when? We've been moving in groups ever since he died. Well, there's this one sliver of opportunity X could have taken advantage of. What's that? When Eva self-destructed. Everyone got caught in the blast and were knocked out. It was the next morning by the time we regained consciousness. X must have woken up sooner than the rest of us, and... Hiroko showed me Aito and Gaku's back cavities next. Finally, she turned Kako's body over. Now we have 4 cases on our hand. Every wound is the same shape. X used the same method to remove their hearts from their bodies. Sure seems that way. What do you see when you look at this wound? Well, the outline is rather clearly defined, like they were cut open with a scalpel or something. Oh, I get it now. It's in the exact location. That has to be it. The part of their backs with the liver mortis code has been cut out. Well done. Is that the same for Moko? Haven't you been listening? The liver mortis code only shows up on those from Team 1. Moko is from Team 2. Naturally, her back is code-free. They're saying that Hiroko returned the bodies to their original positions. But why would X do such a thing? I am guessing it's because they do not want us to learn of their existence. If the bodies were left in their original state, someone was bound to notice the codes sooner or later. So they cut out the part with the code out in order to keep them hidden from us. Why dig out the hearts too? Most likely a red herring. Think about it. What would be the first thing to come to your mind if you saw that multiple bodies had only a certain part of their backs cut away? I would think there had been something on our bodies as well. Yeah, that makes sense, Dragon Rider. That's probably it. You see, now you are getting it. You would think X is targeting something invisible on that part of our bodies, right? And what would you do with that information? What am I supposed to do? For example, I would cut out that part of my body before X could get their hands on it. Or cover it with something, like a tattoo or a soaring dragon. X would likely be highly inconvenienced if we did that. That is why they took out the heart as well. They wanted us to believe their target was not the patch of skin on our backs, but the hearts in our bodies. That's why X did that. But that still leaves us with one question. What's that? I'll explain later. You see, X's objective has to do with the knowledge of the liver mortis codes. Our current hypothesis is that X cut out the particular part of the skin, not because they were avid skin collectors, but simply to stop us from knowing about the existence of the codes. But if that's true, why set up the red herring? Because X's objective was only to know what the codes were, They could have simply got rid of the bodies once they saw it. They could have tossed the bodies into the wall of fire, buried them in a forest. Yet X did none of these things. Why? I'm not sure, but maybe they need the bodies to be left in the morgue for some reason. You think so too, yes? X clearly wanted to leave the bodies in here. But by so doing, it would allow us to find out about the existence of the liver mortis codes. That is why they went through the trouble of setting up such a complicated red herring, moving the skin and hearts of those already dead. So the question is, why does X want the bodies preserved? That is what I'm trying to find out. Let's put aside for now and talk about something else. Why does X want to know what the liver mortis codes are? It has to do with the distress signal transmitter. The transmitter the boy with the undying flames told us about? Transmit a distress signal. Oh, I know. The correct series of codes had mentioned. He must be referring to the liver mortis codes. Yes. There are 10 people on Team 1. Entering 9 of our codes will summon the rescue craft. Because knowing the liver mortis codes of 9 people indicates that 9 people have entered total death. Total death? It means the complete cessation of life. In this state, a person is impossible to revive. Okay, but how did you come across all this information? The same way I came across the previous information. By remembering them. Oh, the 3-day-long story you were talking about. Yes, I'll explain further when the time is more on our side. For now, our priority is to identify X. Do you understand now? Do you understand why I said X's objective is to find out the liver mortis codes? Does this mean X is trying to summon the rescue craft? It is very likely. So that they can leave the school. Quite so. Which also means X already knows where the distress signal transmitter is located. Because the liver mortis codes would be useless otherwise. That is a logical line of reasoning. Keep going. If we find the distress signal transmitter ourselves, we might find a clue to X's identity. Yuriko nodded deeply at my words. That is why I'm going to start looking for the distress signal transmitter now. Care to join me? But it's almost midnight. What are you, 5? Oh, all right. Yuriko and I ran around the school all night in search of the distress signal transmitter. We found nothing in the end. It's almost 6. We're not in our rooms for the morning announcement. The others may suspect us of being X. Yes, we should call it for a day now, and as this Yuriko's about to finish her sentence. Ferrara? Shh, hide yourself. What in the world? You made the rule that we should never go anywhere alone, remember? So why is Carrara wandering around by herself then? You mention it. We peered out from around the corner of the hallway to see where Carrara was going. She quickly vanished in the direction of the staircase. None of the footsteps on the floor above us slowly became softer and softer, until we heard the roof door closing. Then there was silence. Carrara went upstairs. I mean, we are on the ground floor. She just came from that staircase. Why would she come down the stairs just to go up again? Maybe she didn't come down the stairs? Are you saying... We started an investigation in the area around the staircase, groping around wall surfaces to see if we could find anything. And then... If it's Carrara, that'd be so stupid, because everyone was saying mass with...
What is this?
Whatever.
A secret door.
Let's see what's inside.
Yes.
Beyond the door was a staircase leading down into pitch darkness.
Kudata didn't come downstairs.
She came up from here.
So, at the end of this staircase...
Yes. There's something to be discovered for sure. Let's go see.
What the hell? Place. I cannot believe we're still discovering new places in the school on day 82. It's freezing in here. Your unfunny jokes make in the heat of the room shrivel up and die. I don't recall making any jokes. There is a device of some sort in the middle of the room. We should check it out. Eric and I approached the device and stared at the display monitor. Is this what I think it is? There was a user manual of sorts in the bottom left part of the screen, which read, Distress Signal Transmitter. Enter the liver mortis code of each SDU member in the blank spaces on the screen. A distress signal is transmitted when 9 correct codes are entered. However, should a single incorrect code be entered, poison gas will be released from the tank behind the device. This is a special gas designed to instantly dissolve all types of physical objects. Neither a gas mask nor a biohazard suit will offer any sort of protection against it. You have been warned.
Oh.
This is it. This is the distress signal transmitter we've been looking for. I think it's been here the whole time. This is a major discovery. In my excitement, I started looking around the other places of the room. The next moment, I felt my blood getting cold. I saw something I hadn't noticed initially because all my attention had been on the device. An object in the corner of the room. No, that wasn't an object. It wasn't. That was... What?! No, Bakiri, it's not. They took Kurara's. What if Kurara has been dead the whole time? Kurara Azuki's dead body.
Wait, what? We have to take her to the infirmary.
Don't bother. A dead body doesn't freeze up that badly within an hour or so.
So, she's been dead for a long time?
You have eyes? Can you not see? This is definitely Kurara Osuzuki. I know because I've seen her real face before. The one beneath her usual tomato head mask.
I've seen her face before too.
On that note, do you remember who we just crossed paths with?
Yes. Someone dressed like Kurara.
But the real Kurara is here, which means...
Who the heck was that?
One thing is for sure. That person is none other than X themselves.
Fuck. Story Lock 3. You have arrived at Story Lock 3. You will not be able to progress without meeting certain conditions. Try exploring other branches for now. Unlock conditions. Reach Story Lock 2. Fuck. Oh my god. I want more. Oh my god. What the fuck? What the fuck? Who's X, bro? What the fuck is going on, man? What the fuck is going on, man? The rest of the path is spoilers for another path. Oh, I understand, waifu. Don't you worry. I completely understand the point of story locks in these games. Can we see if Eva doesn't blow up? No, because I gotta go to bed. Good night, guys. I just wanted to get to this fucking lock. Regardless, I will say getting to Story Lock 3 was one of the conditions to unlock the other lock that we got. So this lock, getting to this lock, was one of the requirements for... Where is it? It's all the way the fuck back. It's all the way in buttfuck century down here. Here. Yeah, I reached Story Lock 3. So to unlock this, we just need to get ending 72 and 76, and we can progress further on this route. Holy shit, I'm invested as fuck right now. This fucking okay. This is Ukikochi coded. We're in the zero escape route now, and he's mind fucking me. Fucking the entire fucking route, Karar, was just the voice changer. Oh my god. Fuck, dude. This is like the route we did beforehand was definitely like the last Defense Academy. This is the Danganronpa route. No, this is the Danganronpa route. Now we're in the zero escape route. This kind of lock shit and like this is the zero escape shit. Okay. We're probably gonna go looking around. When did we find the voice changer? I can't remember. Anyway, I seriously need to go to bed. Otherwise I'm going to have a miserable day at work tomorrow. I'm already probably going to have a miserable day at work tomorrow. But I wanted to get to that story lock, and we got to the story lock, so I'm happy. So I'm going to bed to cry, okay? Thank you all so much for coming down. I'm honestly so surprised still that Last Defense Academy still gets so many viewers. Really love that you guys are enjoying this. I was planning to finish Doom Eternal, Doom the Dark Ages tomorrow, though. So please tune in for that. Please, for me. Please tune in for Doom the Dark Ages for me. Because that game has been really underperforming. And I want to win with that game in the finale, okay? Please, just do it for me. I want to finish it on stream. No promises. I understand. Don't worry. I understand. Just, I would like that game to do well in its finale. So we'll come back to this on Friday and Sunday. No Saturday stream. I'm going out for dinner on Saturday. So we're going to be doing the weekend stream on Sunday this week. And we're going to be doing a lot of Last Defense Academy. So get excited for that. All right, everybody. Good night. No raid because I'm tired and I don't want to think. Bye.